Hi guys, we are here.
Hello.
He's got no camera or
Have I not? Why?
Oh, there you are. Here you are. We got you now. We got you. Hey,
Yo.
well, God.
All right, what's happening?
We're here. We're here. We're here. So, Nikki, this is Donna. So, this is your brand ambassador, my darling.
Nice to meet you. All right.
You too. Yeah.
Is Natalie here though? With us?
I'm here. I'm here. No camera.
With your sick self.
I know. No camera today, though, boy.
Oh dear. Let's see how much viewers we get because Natalie's ain't got her camera on.
Yo, Natalie, are you one I carry the show? If you don't show up, is that what they're saying?
No, I'm just saying that Natalie's got such a strikingly beautiful face. I know a lot of people log in to see that face.
Oh, 100%. I told Trisha that the other day. I was like, that child is so good looking. It's ridiculous. Not that the rest of us aren't, but actually,
of course not. But we got a credit where it's due, man. You know,
you know what it is with Natalie? Natalie's nice inside, and I think that's what shows out. It's not your like standard beauties, because all right, let's go there. If you've got your Natalie's got light skinned, so like we felt the need to say, well, not that the rest of us are not nice, but then we've got into how strikingly beautiful Natalie is, and it is that she is beautiful, but the heart, I think, is what makes her, because she's beautiful inside as well as out.
Yeah, no,
so,
agree.
It's
well, I don't know about that, because I'm a beautiful person on the inside, but it ain't fucking working for me.
Oh, stop.
What about?
No, well, you know what I mean. I'm just saying.
No, I don't
know. I'm just trying to get it to shine out. No, I hear what you're saying. No, I'm just joking, obviously.
No, you're not. Talk the talk. No bravado. What do you mean?
No, I'm saying, I hear your point about because she's beautiful on the inside, not sometimes, it's shining through in her already, you know, like it's like an all for one package, isn't it? Beautiful on the inside, beautiful on the outside. But I do take your point about me saying, that not that the rest of us aren't good looking, but I didn't mentally, and this is why this thing is just this subliminal.
This is why it's interesting, yeah.
I didn't say that because the rest of us are darker and she's lighter.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I meant by that. But I mean, who's to say what my unconscious mind was making my conscious mind say? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Because I get what you're saying, because I know that's not what I was alluding to, but I think me and Natalie have had this conversation a lot, and because I think Natalie's beautiful, Natalie thinks I'm beautiful, we're beautiful in different ways, and it's like, if we get compliments, Natalie might get lots of compliments and I might get lots of compliments, and someone asked me off air, you know, because Natalie's so pretty, does it make you intimidated? And I was like, well, no, because Natalie is like lighter skinned, got longer hair, so she does meet the beauty standards, yeah. And like I said earlier, she has a beautiful heart, but I feel like she's 10 years younger than me. She's not changed her face since we've become friends. So I expect that people are going to find her beautiful. But I have the pleasure of not just looking at the visuals. So I guess that's why I brought it up. But I do feel like we've just got in talking about
for me, like, so if I was going to describe the two of you, I would say Natalie's pretty, like really pretty, very good looking. But you are fucking striking. Those pictures that you put out, like you're on a. I always find big eyes on a person, and I'm not being disrespectful here. I always find big eyes, are way striking. So for me, I would say you're stunning. Like, you know, like the pictures that you did it's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
It just goes to show, like, if you are comfortable with yourself, you're comfortable with everybody's around you. And it's taken me a while to get to this point. Like, I will come on a live with no makeup. Whereas before I wouldn't take pictures. No, sir. Always in the background, but as you start to find your inner beauty, it does shine through. Yeah. So that's why I was disagreeing with what you were saying earlier, because the pictures you did take the other day, my dear.
What? It's a lot of things. I've had several. Look, I'm looking at them now. Several marriage proposals. It's all working out for me.
But yeah, I guess we went around in circles to say you've got to find your inner beauty and you've got to be comfortable within yourself.
Exactly.
So yeah. We wish you well. I did not expect you to turn up today, sweetheart. And this is why Natalie don't like to it's just loyal, ride or die, won't let you down, flipping, dying on your sick bed and will still log in. Like, it's crazy. But like I said, if you get sick or you get tired, just jump off, yeah?
Yeah, I might even turn on the camera in a minute and just not give a fuck.
You're gonna gang it out.
I might gang it out, and it is what it is.
Well, see how it goes.
Yeah.
See how we go. Because I know it would be just Charlie's Angel's voice for me.
Oh, I might eat my lasagna first and then turn on the camera.
Yeah, that's what I was doing, stuffing my whole face, boy. Starving.
Starving, man.
But yeah, let me share my screen so we can give Donna a proper welcome.
Yeah.
First of all, let's see. Check in and see who we've got with us at the moment.
Let's have a look, see. Right, Sammy Joe's there, Kay Marie, our producer Michelle is in the house, and Jamila.
Okay. Cool. Let's wait and see.
Good evening, all. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm looking forward to tonight. I haven't been on for a little while still, have I?
I know, Nick. Talk us through, actually, before we start the share, talk us through what's been going on for you, whatever you want to share, what you're comfortable sharing.
Yeah, just lots of bits and stuff. Things are progressing for me and my family. I will share more at a later date. Yeah. Those who know, but yeah, things are moving forward for us. We had a wonderful birthday party. My wonderful uncle Gary he's gonna turn 60 on Boxing Day, but we celebrated his birthday party at the weekend. And look at that. Look at that.
That was an accident. Hold on.
So yeah, we had the pleasure of the Brandon Buffet 360 machine, which was a lovely, wonderful experience.
Yeah.
Good, it was nice. Yeah, so we've been doing that, and I've just been on the plantation, just making that money to try and live a half-decent life. And making some wonderful shots, obviously, with Natalie and Trisha as well, for the old Cultural Elegance collection.
Me dear,
which has been lovely. Yeah,
so we are getting ready for that, cupcakes and cocktails. So let me share the screen and let's go through what's new for us. And then Nat, if you could share, actually, that will save your voice.
What's that?
Can you not see my screen? There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
What is happening there? This is what happens live, isn't it? This is our last show for the year, guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
All right. So we have to go through the whole. We've got Donna here, our special guest. So what's new with us, Nat? Do you want to talk about your calendar?
Yes. So as you guys know, what next? I just completed the calendar for it. So the calendar is a selection monthly of positive quotes, both from people in the team, from our events, or from our heroes, coupled with some positive Black imagery kind of to take you through the year. They're available to order now for £6. So if you do want a copy, then yeah, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll put some examples in the chat if I can of like some of the months, so you kind of know what you're getting.
Yeah, I'm gonna order mine.
Lovely. I'll order one.
Yeah. So as we mentioned,
Yeah.
all right, so let me rewind back to when we first done this cultural elegance collection. Donna was one of the people that came to mind, because I met Donna when I was in Croydon. So remember, I was in a pop-up shop, Fashion Meets Music in Central Mall in Croydon. And I met Donna there. I remember I met you, you came into the store and you bought all of your Christmas presents for your family, didn't you? With I was one happy small business owner that day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, seriously. And it touched me, because you know, when people just, like, I find South Londoners, I'm going to just say it, no bravado, I think South Londoners will support a Black business to the
100%.
end, you know, like
100%.
South Londoners, I think, are gang. I
Yeah.
think, no, you guys are. I definitely, whenever I am in South London, I feel the love. Do you know what I mean? And people do support, and they will come into the shop because it's Black owned and buy because it's Black owned. And I do think South London lead by example with that. So that's where I met Donna, supporting my small business. And then I obviously left Croydon to come back to Islington, because traveling up there is like traveling to France. But do you know what I mean? So came back down to Islington. But when this first line came out, I thought of her, but because we were the distance, and then I was like, just ask, maybe she will come down and we can do something. And I was honored that she said yes. So Donna is now Diva Choice ambassador alongside Nikki, who is who is the face of the company, really, alongside me. Natalie, when she's not hiding or trying, well, I'm taking the pictures, trying to hide behind the camera. But yeah, it's been a real honor to have women like you represent my brand. I've learned a lot doing this, and I mean, I said that I wanted my brand to be like women for women like us. And no shade to any of the beautiful models that I've used, but at the same time, they are models. It is about, if the brand is for women like us, then feature women like us. And I'm always honored when women like us say yes. So thank you both for jumping on board and championing my little small brand. And this line is it's a heartfelt line, because it's really embracing me in my natural state and encouraging everybody else to do the exact same. So yeah, thank you for repping it, and repping it so beautifully. So welcome to Diva Choice family, Donna.
Donna, you're gonna have a ride, love. I'm telling you, this has grown, and I'm not leaving. We see when Trisha gets big, my face needs to be there too, because
it will be.
It's gonna be big, because I remember, and I said this to you, Trisha, I remember, and I still can't find the bag of bra straps you gave me in 2008.
I found some the other day.
Right, so we're going from that to this. Girl, you like, just keep going, man, because we got you. Girl, we got you.
Thank you, my darling. Appreciate it. So this the printed catalogs came today, but I didn't do the slideshow. Natalie done the slideshow. So this is, I'm going to post you guys your one. So this is just basically the catalogue of some of the pictures that we took.
Yeah.
So you're in there, Don. Can you see it?
Yeah, I saw it when you sent it to me. Yeah, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the printed one. So we'll have a couple available, but this is mainly for the brand ambassadors, and if anybody else wants to jump on, or as agents, because there is a difference. But yeah, these will be available at Cupcakes and Cocktails. That's coming up this Saturday. A lot of people registered, but then obviously we've got the new variant. My Batman hair is down. We don't know if it's with the new variant, but you know, this thing's not a joke. Those of you that know me personally know that I was affected by it because my mum, we almost lost my mum to it in August, but our ancestors were here and we prayed and we cried and we pleaded, and she's still here. So, but you don't want COVID to take over the whole of your psyche and to stop you from doing whatever it is that you need to do in life. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But so I still need to do events. I still need to produce new items. I still need to continue with the business, but we are going to still go on with cupcakes and cocktails. But hear me when I say that I don't want anyone to be affected by this. Safety is our top priority. We will be providing masks and hand gels and all of the rest of it, but come with your masks. Just adhere to safety rules, social distance where you can. I'm expecting there will be a flow of people as opposed to just being a crowd, because it's between 12 and 5. I'm expecting people will come and go at different times. So I'm hoping there's going to be a nice flow. What we've got drinks, we've got cupcakes by Savvy Cakes and Bakes. That's Natalie Gordon. She's the official sponsor for cupcakes and cocktails. We've got rum punch that my mum's insisting that she will make. So those are our cocktails. I'm still questioning if she should come, my mum, to be fair. She wants to come, but we have good days and we still have good and bad days. So I'm not sure it's the best thing. So I'm just going to say, you know, safety is our top priority. Just use common sense when you come. It's going to be a lovely event, and we're going to do everything that we can do to ensure that it's just a nice flow and it's as safe as possible. Bring your masks and let's have a great time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gutted.
Yeah.
So
Never
gutted.
mind, Baba.
We've been waiting for this day.
I know. I know. We'll zoom you in.
Yes.
We'll zoom you in.
But if it's as hustly and bustly as it was last time, you might not get a chance.
Maybe.
That's true, you know.
It was last time. It was so busy.
It was a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it was. So, well, I don't know, because people might choose to not come. And to be fair, I would respect that. If we get 20 women, I'd be happy. If we get 100 women throughout the day, I'd be happy. I just want everyone to be safe. It's not always about money, it's about safety, or do you know what I mean? So I want you guys to come, don't get me wrong, but I just want us to be safe. And if you're not well, don't come. We are saying lateral flow test or proof of negative test would be appreciated, but it's not compulsory. Just want everyone to be in a safe environment, because we've got to come back home to our loved ones, and regardless of what you think about coronavirus, it is affecting people. Do you know what I mean? So let's be safe. Next, there'll be many more things, Batman. You'd be cool.
Wow.
We'll be back soon, don't worry. So anyway, I get a whole manner of crazy things in my inbox, some that you just can't repeat or share. Do you know what I mean? But I thought this was quite sweet, so I wanted to give his name on Facebook is Rim-Gordon. I wanted to give him a little shout out because he saw this picture with me with my Africa ring on, and he sent me a print of that he had created of some art. So just basically said this picture inspired him to make this art piece, and I thought it was really sweet. So if you guys, he's selling it, so hit him up on Instagram at cito.art. I'll put that in the chat as well. But yeah, I think it's nice. It's nice to get something like this in your inbox, you know, as opposed to the fucking pic. Do you know what I mean? Like the inappropriate freaking stupidness that people say to you in your inbox. Like, you don't know me. Why are you calling me type pum pum girl? And I don't understand like the things that come through on like, wow. So I thought this was really sweet. I definitely wanted to give it a little shout out and to say I was humbled by the gesture. Yeah,
lovely. It's very nice.
Yeah, it is nice. So yeah, special guest and brand ambassador Donna's joining us, and we're chopping up our first topic. So Natalie, explain this, because you cut the thingy off.
Right. So basically, this is of, so the mother of the father, so the grandmother is the grandmother to the 4 kids in the pajamas, right? Her son is their dad, but the girl at the end is the stepdaughter of her son. So she got all the grandkids the pajamas, but the stepdaughter, she didn't get her pajamas. So they're saying, is she wrong for that?
Yes, completely.
Of course she's wrong for that. But
and who put them in there? Who put their clothes on the picnic and left that one out is the one that's really wrong.
Who allowed it to go that far?
Yeah.
Because no one's wearing pajamas then.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. No.
Because you're not gonna parade my child like the ugly duckling and have the rest of them there like an outsider. Like I think yes, the nan is like, I don't even know if she would speak or whatever, but to me the responsibility lays with the parents, yes, including the stepdad, but first the mum.
Yeah. How are you allowing that to even happen?
Why first the mum? Because he would have been in the care of the dad, I'm assuming, if it's the dad's mum that's done it.
So basically it's the dad is the stepdad of that child. So he's the stepdad of that child and the real dad of that child's siblings.
The other 4.
Oh, I see. Right.
So I'm like,
you're not
if
taking
the
my
stepdad ain't said nothing, that's one thing. But if the mum, I'm not allowing it. Obviously, my daughter was a stepdaughter in that kind of situation, and that kind of, and then I had the 2 boys. That kind of thing couldn't run. But it never did run like that anyway. Like they was never like that.
Yeah.
So luckily enough, but I just don't know how that's allowed. I don't.
Yeah. Nah, that's wrong. 100% wrong.
What do you think, Dom?
I think sometimes we don't know the wickedness that we do and the effect that it has. Like to be that, to be the one left out, to not have a pajama set matching your siblings, that speaks volumes from that elder. Like, I don't see you as, you're not part of my family. Whoever, my son might want to be with your mum, but you ain't mine, so you don't belong. And for me, we see so much of that in the community work of where those kind of just one-off actions that might seem like nothing, the lasting effect it has on individuals as they get older, how they feel about their sibling group, how they feel about the elders that were around them at the time. And you're right, for me, because grandmas, I'm going to be that grandma, and I'm going to be in my female chest. But if if my son and his mum and his woman allow that, then that's next levels. Like, are we checking our elders when they do things wrong, or are we just letting it slip? Because that's gonna cause damage. Yeah. It's not even like, a picture was taken. That's my point. It's not even like, oh, well, they were just all in the house and the 4 had in the pajamas and my girl, maybe she's 16-year-old. Maybe she said, I don't want to wear those. They're babyish. But a picture was taken. That kind of, confirms and says, hey, she's different, and the story as well. Shit, man. So she's just different. I think there's so many variables to it. I mean, be interested to speak to her. Did she want the pajamas? Did she say, no, Nanny, I don't like those. The other 4 can wear it. That's also
too big for that, hopefully.
But to be taken to the picture stage, I got to question some of the adults in that context. Are we checking ourselves? Are we allowing it to happen? Because it's the children that live with the trauma of that one small thing that sets them apart from their siblings.
Yeah. I just simply wouldn't be taking, you're not taking my child. So let me get this straight. So the dad is the stepfather to the one that was left out.
Yes.
Right.
And the other picnics are his.
They're his.
And he lives with the mum. So they're like blended back. Not even a blended
It's not
family.
blended, is it?
No, it's just a step situation.
Yeah, but if they got 4 kids, they've been together for a good few years.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
Did you see those kids? They were one after the other. That's not good for you.
Yeah, but even if they one after the other, that's at least 5 years or whatever, 6 years. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? At the very least. So really and truly, he's been around her long enough. You know what I mean? And then that grandma's doing that. Like, nah, it's wrong.
someone in the group commented and said, what did they say? What if the mum didn't know about her? I was like, how can they not know about her? She's got a bag of pick me after the child. Like,
You say no, but you say that you know that, but that's not always the case. It's not always the case. I know people that don't know that they're use of. I know stories just like that didn't know.
oh my God.
And them hide them.
Sorry, what? I don't understand what that didn't know. The mum didn't know that he had that child.
Yeah,
The stepchild.
they had lots of children. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
but that, if that picture's been taken, she must have known. It wasn't just dropped on
No,
her.
I'm saying in this instance, yes, but I'm just replying to Natalie.
right.
I'm responding and saying there are times when people don't know.
Oh yeah, that their kids have had.
Yeah.
In this particular instance, yeah, I take your point. They've been together a while. She's gonna have known about her.
Oh yeah.
And I also noticed, going back to our conversation at the beginning, I also noticed something else looking at ankles and hands. The stepchild that is not dressed the same is darker than the ones that are in the pajamas.
I know.
Yeah. Colorism and hair just seems to be something that is just gonna always come up. No matter which way you turn, colorism and hair. You've got racism, you've got, but the colorism, I think, shall I say this? Do I think colorism's even deeper than racism?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
You know what? It
I think
is
the trauma is more because I think, and colorism is within, isn't it? So
Yeah, it's self-hate, isn't it?
I'm not really going to expect someone else of my own race to look at me in any discriminatory kind of way. I could almost accept that, not accept, but you know, if someone else is racist, if a different race was racist towards I'm manning that up or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But on my own, you know, lighter skinned or whatever skinned black cis, who I'm gonna consider to be a sister, to start chatting about lighties and darkies and blackies, and that hits more for me anyway, personally.
Yeah. How you can for me is how within our own community, how we can label each other and place our own people in different boxes, and putting them in those boxes is dependent on how they're treated or how they're looked at or how they're seen or where they come in the community. It's like, are you dumb?
Yeah.
Like that is what I find more offensive than racism from white people or whatever. What do I expect from white people after all these years? and do I even care what they think at this point? No.
Exactly.
I'm at the point where I'm like, when it's us, it doesn't matter. I still get disappointed every single time.
Yeah.
It still offends me to the highest like kind of degree, because I just think it's a different kind of detachment from self for you to be able to have to do that, or for you to be able to do that. Just why do that?
No, it's I feel like because we speak about hair a lot, we speak about colorism a lot here, and it's I'm gonna go back and look at this. Let me go back and look, because I can't say I noticed that, but then it's like, okay, let's have a look.
I didn't even see.
Yeah, she is.
Let me see.
Look, can you see this area here?
Okay.
Look at the hands of this one. So she is dark, and you do like you get treated differently because you are darker skinned, and it's just something we've got to stop doing to ourselves. You know, it really is, and I think this is why these kind of conversations, they do come up a lot in No Bravado, and I do think, well, are we getting repetitive, or is it something that's going to always come up because it's still an issue? Do you know what I mean? So. Because
it is a massive issue, and I am honest enough to say that I'm a person who, you know, I grew up with not so much colorist but texturist issues.
Yeah, both for me. And I grew up with a certain amount of colorism. I mean, I didn't have a light-skinned friend until about 6 years ago. Oh, really? You have to, yeah, you know, you have to kind of challenge your thinking of, well, how does that
How did that work itself out, Donna? How did you consciously in your circle not have anybody that was lighter than a paper bag?
Friend.
Yeah. And for me, you know, I agree with what Nikki said, because so for as a professional, I'm a, what they call an EDI consultant. So I live in that race, equality, gender, I live in that space. And for me, when I'm talking often to Black delegates, I talk about our tribalisms, our colorisms, and our texturisms. And actually, for me, it's a daily challenge because of, and it's not even me, it's influences from my grandfather, things that I was taught, you know, and the mindset that you develop around those things that you were taught. And so what that enables me to do is just kind of, like yourself, is have these conversations and be honest to say, yeah, I also suffer from that. It's a thing that I, you know, recently, I'll give you a little joke. Recently at work, one of the places that I consult for, a lighter skinned Black man said, I caused him offense because I referred to myself as a coconut. Now I said it here, and I said it in a senior management meeting about an action that I took. What I said was, oh my God, and when I did that, I was like, oh God, you're a bit of a coconut. And everybody laughed. And for 4 weeks, this guy held this and he said, well, that's reverse racism. Now for me and Trish are the same age. I come from a time where I don't really business about racism, because if I bang you, it's going to be a lot of things. So I tend to try and make most things that people say go over my head, because I like my DBS and I don't want to go jail. Absolutely. But actually, when you have to hear a younger Black person to yourself say, well, actually, I've got to check you on that, because that's reverse racism. If a white person said it, we'd all be up on employment tribunal and the rest of it. But actually, you said it and I found it offensive. And I found it offensive because I'm a lighter skinned Black man. And I'm saying, if she can refer to herself as Black on the outside and white on the inside, how does she see light-skinned people? And at first when I sat there, I'm gonna lie, I sat there, I was like, this brother is reaching with a hashtag. I was like, how we get from here to D? But actually, listening to him and being willing, and humbling myself to listen at this point, like put my chest back in and listen to what he was saying. I was like, for real, reverse racism is a hell of a thing, which is what we're talking about, colorism and texturism. And it is so intrinsically in, because of empire, because of colonialism, it is in everything that we do. It's in our relationships. You know, we as women, we talk about, oh, they only want the light skin or the Asian ones. These are conversations that we need to have. I don't think we'll ever break it down, but I think like No Bravado, using our platforms to open it up, to have the conversations. Yeah. And to allow people that grew up with bigotry to kind of like have a voice is so important in investigate and kind of interrupting. I don't think we'll ever stop it, but interrupting those processes, I think, is great. Yeah. I think having the conversation, I always find it very helpful because it makes me check myself and check some of my decision making. So big up Faye Thompson, who is my first mixed race friend ever in the world. And we've been, yeah, she was. Listen, come my birthday, she always puts up a little thing under it, and it's like your first mixed race friend ever, because it's true. It's sad but true.
Yeah. I get it though. I get it. So I love I'm just processing. I hate when I get stuck online, because you're seeing everything just play out in terms of my thought process, because I love that you said we might not never stop it, but we will interrupt it. Yeah. And we're going to make some noise. That's what I'm trying to do with my brand. That's, you know, just make some noise. It's time for us to be included. It's time, you know, we can't sit around complaining that the beauty standards are not inclusive of Black women. We just have to create our own.
We just have to do it. Exactly.
Yeah, we just have to create our own, clap for our damn selves. And those who want to clap along, and those who don't. But like I said earlier, I never used to take pictures. I'd always hide in the background, because you and I had a conversation when you came to shoot with me the other day, Don, and you know, my whole life I was told by family members and just various people that I'm ugly, not pretty, quite ugly. Growing up, I'm just laughing. I said, no, yeah, you're quite ugly. But growing up,
like there's degrees of ugliness. I'm sorry, I had to just.
You know what I mean? But it's funny, I was thinking about this today. There was a guy that was just joking, and he said to me, oh, you're ugly anyway. And I started, I was a lot younger, and I just started crying. And he was like, oh my God, like, he wasn't ready for that reaction. He was like, I was just messing with you. But you know, when it was just one more person that has just, and not even saying it behind your back, saying it to your face. So growing up, I grew up in a family of mixed race cousins that were my peers, my age group, black cousins above, but mixed race, my age, and I was definitely treated differently. And it took me years on top of years on top of years to unpick some of my processes, my cycles, my thought processes. Why don't you do certain things? You know, you just got to strip it all back, and it took a long time, and it's still a work in progress, to be fair, but doing it and looking forward to continuing conversations and reaching out to various women that are different shapes, sizes, and us really just creating a lane for ourselves, because it's within the best interest for, I don't know why, but it's within the best interest for the Black woman to not have self-esteem. And I'm not sure why that is part of the agenda, but
it's a force to be reckoned with.
It's too much. Yeah,
there you go. But
they're the mothers of creation, so if they can get us not to esteem ourselves, then it's a job half done.
but it's surprising, like when you sit back and you look and you grow and you look back, and it's like, well, I did feed into a lot of this stuff. So like I said, I wouldn't take pictures before. I wouldn't go out without makeup, let alone be caught dead on the live or out in public without makeup on. Now I'll go out without makeup. I really don't care. I never really was a wig wearer, as I've said previously. I did like braids, and I did like a crochet braid, and I liked big afro curly hair. That's what you'd always see. And then, as I was explaining, I lost a patch of my hair at the back, so I just wanted to give it a rest for a year. And even that, I remembered speaking to our producer Michelle about it, and like talking about, because it was a big thing for me when it first happened. Like, I've lost a big patch of my hair at the back of my hair. What does this mean? Like, what's happening? And just trying to figure out, because a lot of our beauty is attached to our hair. You know, our worth, our esteem. But then if you don't have any hair, what are you going to do? Hide under a rock? Life has to just go on. So this is where the head wraps have come from. So I guess that's why the art from Sito art touched me, because my head wraps inspired somebody to create a piece of art. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I didn't quite want to hang myself when it first happened, but I was distressed. Like, what am I going to do? How am I going to navigate through this? I can't even play it up or style it up. And then, you know, it sounds weird, but then I get kind of fonts that are like voices, but it's fonts, isn't it? And it's just basically saying your beauty is not your hair, your heart is. And I remembered writing it in a quote and putting it out. Your heart is your beauty. So long as you continue to ensure that your heart is enriched with the right things, then the hair will grow back. It just is what it is, and you have to keep trudging on. So we got Enchantress, there's the headpiece, and we trudged on. And it is what it is. But I say all of that to say my hair loss episode happened in March of this year. And there was still a level of me having to deprogram, well, what am I going to do? Especially when we're on these lives, guys, and the guys are saying that hair is important to them. It's important to them. Hair is important to them. So it is literally like, okay, well, if you ain't got none and there ain't no guys that find you attractive, then what you gonna do? So I just, because again, it's separating physicals from, so if I'm going to be judged simply by what's on my head, then that's not going to be the dude for me anyway, is it? Do you know what I mean? But there was a level of having to deprogram the fear around losing my hair. There was. You know what I mean? So, yeah. It's like I said, the more I embrace myself and be real and honest about what's happening, is the more that you just be comfortable with yourself and there ain't no rug to pull from under me, because
it's important also, you know, because there will be younger women watching this, and I know from my colleagues that work in schools, like how many girls are buying bleaching creams and weaves and whatever, young girls, school age girls, because of, as you say, you know, younger males. You've seen the videos, we've seen it on social media, like she's either got to be Latino or whatever, you know, just not black in its fullest sense. And
anything but black.
anything but black, and anything but black with that 4C hair, they don't want it. It's not what they find attractive. And so you're right, you know, here you are being honest and saying, as a grown woman, I was like, I need to navigate my way through this. How much more those younger women who have all those pressures of Instagram and being slim and all of the stuff that comes with it, and having a clear complexion, you know, all of those things, when you kind of add them up, you know, it must be quite difficult. And so I think having these conversations, I don't remember these conversations being had when I was little.
No.
I don't remember my mum and her friends talking about it. I remember often conversations about good hair versus bad hair, but I don't remember there being like solution focused. Like, what do we do about it? How do, you know, I don't remember that. And I think us having it now is really good, because I think it's also a place for parents, mothers, fathers to signpost their young people to. Like, you know, it gives you confidence to broach the subject, doesn't it? It's not about the way if they're being bullied. For, you know, all of you, we know what it's like to be at school. We know the whole thing. We don't have to go into it. All of that, it gives people, you know, there is a place in the black community where this conversation is being had. Let me just tap into it, because that may give me the fuel that I need to kind of have this conversation at home. And I know definitely that these online conversations have helped teachers comfort and kind of deal with issues that young people have in the school right there and then, when they're like, no, miss, I'm going up the road to buy bleaching cream. Because I like this guy in year 10, but he says he only likes lighties. And I know that I'm dark. That's like, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I just think a lot of it as well, it starts, you know, these girls need a whole boost of their whole self-esteem from their little. And I mean, it's happening now, like we said, like Natalie said before, like we're kind of interrupting something at the moment. So, you know, we've got a whole load of black literature. We've got a whole load of books now where, you know, my niece is 4 and I can go to the bookshop and I can buy a whole load of books with girls with afro puff, with afros, don't touch my hair. There's things on Netflix. So it's happening to try and instill that kind of, you know, to empower them, to be them. And not have to think when they're 15, oh no, I want to be a lighty because the boy in year 10 likes. No, then you know what, you go and look for your lighty and I'll find somebody. And you know what I'm saying? And I think, you know, I work with a lot of girls, and yes, we work so hard with them to have that thinking, you know, and I do, you know, and I keep saying it, you know, we got to lead by example. We have to lead by example. Do you know what I'm saying? We can't turn around and say to our daughters, you know, don't do this and don't do that, but then you're out there relaxing and caking up makeup every day. And I'm not saying don't use makeup. I use makeup, but I use makeup on an occasion if we're going out or whatever, or use makeup, but, you know, don't try and cover yourself. Like, let's not hide ourselves under a bag of makeup. You know, use the makeup to enhance what you've got. Of course, use makeup. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And it's all about enhancing what you've got and empowering you to say no, not to live by this boy in year 10's standard of beauty, you know. So it's really hard.
It's not just the one boy. It's
no, I know. It's the whole society in itself. Yeah, and it's hard. I've got 2 daughters that are now 27, and you know, we done the whole relaxer thing and all, but I mean, they only relaxed their hair for like 2 years. After that, they were like, no, I can't be bothered, don't want to do it. But it's a hard job trying to build somebody up, like you said, when you've got Instagram, you know, you've got all the MTV dancing bodies, you've got this, you've got that. So how do I keep my daughter from going to the Indian man and buying the bleaching cream to damage herself because of somebody's standards of beauty? I
had to say to one of them the other day, I went in there and he's taking out his bleaching cream from under the asking me if I want it. I said no,
illegal, go away.
It's a very good one.
Move, man.
All of us buy into that. Trust me, I don't want no bleaching cream. Get out of it. But it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. And it's like I've said, I've said it on a few interviews, like Madam CJ Walker on Netflix, that thing of her life was, again, exactly what we're talking about, hair and colorism, and people placing her where they thought that she should be because of her appearance, and the color of her skin and blah blah blah. So when was that? Like
10th of the century, like 10th of the century, 1890s.
And we are in 2021,
and we're still
talking about it, and it still seems to be rife, and it doesn't seem to have moved. So, like what you said, it's interruption, but I want to do it. Like my brain, like remember I said to you yesterday, Nick, I want to look at how we can raise Womanhood Academy, like what can we do, what can we all get involved. Natalie's got What Next, and the whole premise of What Next is to stop talking about it. Let's just, what are we, what's the plan of action, what are we doing next? I think putting out as many positive images of us as we possibly can, and reaching out, and like I said, building our own standards of beauty, and like really building that network. And I really want my brand to be behind something like a real empowerment movement where we put up our own beauty standards. And like Donna said earlier, have the conversations, because no one has had conversations with us in terms of finding yourself. What's your intuition? How do you trust yourself? Actually, you know, when you sit down and you're hard on yourself, you create a reality of people that are going to be hard on you, because they didn't know. All of that was wiped away, because we're not that far away from slavery. Like my mum's granddad worked on plantations. It weren't that far away. So it's now that we are waking up, and it's our responsibility to make as much noise as we possibly can during our time. You know, one of the things
we need to teach our boys need a good lesson, and all. It's not just about women, it's a lot of, you know, we live in a patriarchal society, so we need to, you know, I mean, Natalie, Donna, I don't know if you've got sons, but both Natalie and I have got young sons, so we have to make sure that those boys that will be the next future men have a standard of, you know, a certain level of respect for women, black, their own black women. Do you know what I mean? My sons see my stretch marks because I showed them, because you done that to me. Do you know what I mean? And I tell them, like, women are fantastic, women are beautiful, women are the creators. I tell them every day. And my son, who knows, you guys know my little boy, he tells me every day, Mummy, you're beautiful and I love you. And, you know, we've got to make sure that they have that level of respect for females, you know, especially their own black females.
Yeah. And going back to what we were saying about, you know, the pressures that women face, especially young women, I think it's important as well to it's almost like, as a black woman especially, it don't matter what you do, there's going to be an issue. There's no right way. There's no right way to go. Yeah. If you have your hair natural, you got a nappy head. Yeah. If you relax your hair or you put a wig on, you're westernizing. You're fake. If you don't do that, you're not putting your best foot forward. You get what I'm saying? So I think it's about getting to the point where you do things for you, and that where we can be happy in our own skin, set our own standards, and do things for ourselves. Because as a woman, it's almost like you're set up to fail. Nothing's going to be good enough, so you're always going to be self-criticizing. If you are to listen to everything that's out there, you're never going to be happy. There's always going to be an issue. There's always certain standards that you're never going to meet, and it's going to make you feel lesser if you do listen. So I feel like it's just kind of getting into people from young, that it's about how you feel, literally how you feel about yourself. Because people used to say that to me, and I just used to think, oh my gosh, that's cheese. And it just sounded so cheesy and so corny. But as I got older, went through certain things and then had to actually work on myself, I was like, shit, okay, it is actually about how you feel about yourself. Because certain things would never have run to me back in the day because I just think it, but it's just about how you feel literally about yourself. Because if you worry about what's out there, nothing a black woman can do out there is right.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to these standards of beauty. And whose standards of beauty is it that we're actually working towards?
Yeah.
It needs to be our own and not ones that are projected onto us.
Yeah.
But it's easier said than done, especially in the everyday. And it's just there's so much preconditioning that's happening. Sometimes you forget yourself. So it's just bearing in mind, setting your own standards, being happy in your own skin, setting your own goals for yourself of what you want to look like, how you want to feel, and working towards that, because you're never going to please everybody anyway. You're always going to be ugly to someone and nice to someone else. I think when you think, fuck it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. So, Roger, you want to put your camera on? Welcome, Olu.
Hello, ladies. How are you?
Hello. How are you? What's been going on?
Yeah, I'm there. Dealing with realities of life. My daughter just come down ill.
Okay.
So, don't know if it's COVID yet. She's waiting for a test, so I'll have to play granddaddy. Stepping into,
Oh.
So that's what I'm at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry to hear that.
That's okay. Okay. Natalie's not sounding too well herself.
Yeah, Natalie's not well. Natalie's gang. I didn't expect her to turn up today at all.
Yeah. We made it. It's nothing strenuous. Thank God.
Told you. Wishing you a speedy recovery anyway. You and your family.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what have I missed, ladies? What have I missed?
We somehow landed on to, so Natalie, explain it to, or someone explain it to Ollie whilst I share these things, please, my darlings. What we was just talking about in terms of the grandma. Is the grandma wrong? Who's wrong in that scenario?
Oh, that is okay. Yeah.
You know that one, Ollie? Did you catch that?
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
What did you think about that?
Oh, there's so many things to touch upon. Wow. First of all, can we assume the grandmother took the picture with the parents' consent?
Yeah.
Has that been established? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I spoke to a few people about this, and it's quite interesting because from a male perspective, I think a lot of guys would say, well, okay, if I'm gonna be with somebody, she's got kids, I treat her like my own, because it doesn't make sense to try and isolate one child when she comes as a package of the woman. Yeah, so you take the whole kids as well. It's a done deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the men understand this. We understand this. However, there are some people who say, well, yeah, I hear you in principle, but that's not mine. I'm only focusing on the ones that come from you in terms of your lineage. You see now. And that could be some of our parents, who've got that funny mentality. It could be friends, extended families. But I feel that as a man, you know what you sign up for. It's your job, if you're going to go down there, to say, it's as if it's mine. As if it's mine. And in my experience, very few women can do that, in my experience, because you're asking a lot to say, I'm going to take this man with his kids and love them as if they were ours. It's asking a lot.
What, pajamas?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused.
You can't give me pajamas?
That's just a symptom. Trisha, that's a symptom of where the behavior comes from, because you're trying to say that child is different. No matter how you do it, could be pajamas, the amount of money spent on the child. You're trying to isolate that child. It's like, she's with us, but she's, you're trying. It's just a symptom. You see that? It could be the way how much money you spent on the child. how you treat
But
the
I'm
child.
confused also because we're talking about the grandma. Are you talking about the mother here? You're talking about mum taking on a guy with kids, but we're talking about the grandma when it's her son's stepchild.
So Nikki, what I'm trying to say is there's an assumption that the parents are cool, but the picture, the grandma took the picture with the consent of the parents, yeah. So what she's probably doing subconsciously saying, these are my kids apart from that little one at the end there.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm saying that, yeah.
So
And
do you think grandma should have been checked on that?
Yeah.
Definitely. The parents should say, Mum, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You should have checked her. What are you doing? How do you
and
think
if he didn't, then the mum most certainly should have.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a hierarchy to this.
Yeah.
So first of all, it's your mum, isn't it? So the stepdad who should be against this type of behaviour, and it's his mum to protect his mum. But ultimately, before the picture was even taken, it should have gone through the girl's mother, who would have been like, "Not my age."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there's levels to this.
Yeah,
like,
there's levels.
it should have had to have gone through so many people for it to get there, but everyone seemed very consensual to it, to the point it ended up online.
Yeah. Because that showed that subliminally is inside the granny.
Yeah.
You see now?
Because she's the one that left her out in the first place.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's disgusting. No picture would have taken, no one would have got no pajamas, would have wear nothing. But
it happens all the time. Sometimes it's not as overt as that. That's what I'm trying to say.
But Donna did mention as well that if you look as well, the child at the end is darker skinned than the rest of the kids. And you know that subconsciously happens sometimes in the culture where the darker skinned children, especially where there are lighter skinned ones, is shunned or is treated differently.
Or push to the end or to the back in the picture.
Push to the end or to the background and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I didn't even clock that before she
all these subtle ways of saying you're not that important. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Out of order.
Yeah, I just don't think that that should go on.
Or sometimes, let me do another one. I'm of an age where the school pictures, when you have the school picture, if you're not considered pretty enough, you'd be at the back somewhere. And then one's there. In the, yeah. Deep. It's subconscious. Some people don't even realize they're doing it.
Yeah, but I don't know. That seems quite purpose. Unless the kid said she don't want it. That's the only thing.
She wouldn't have been aware though, would she?
Yeah, true.
Come take a picture of your sisters. She wouldn't have been aware. Why am I wearing a different top to my sisters?
She would have, man.
You think so?
I think so. I think she looks, I'm just guessing here, maybe 9, 10 years old.
Yeah.
She would notice if all of her brothers and sisters are in exactly the same pajamas and she's not, she would notice that. Around at her house, she must notice that. She might not say something, but that's gonna hurt her, man. That's traumatizing almost.
Yeah, I remember clear things.
You do. You remember things that hurt you, that won you. You do. Even as an adult, when you was 7, 8 years old, you remember stuff. I'm sure that girl's scarred. Like Trisha says, I hope that she said, nah, man, I ain't wearing your bun-down pajamas. And I hope it's that. And I hope she refused.
But then she'll be considered rude, wouldn't she?
Probably.
Yeah, you see now.
There you go.
But you know
just
what?
put on the picture.
Do you know what? Tell you a story. My mum had a very long-term partner when I was young. Got engaged and everything. I reckon the love of her life and everything. But I think as I was getting a little bit older, I would say about 6 and stuff, she noticed that she was noticing his attitude towards me. She didn't really like it. She started to feel like I was almost a little bit of an irritant to him. Like it was just a bit of do you know what I mean? Like I was in the way, she didn't like it. So it started to go left for her a little bit. And then he started pressuring her to have a child. And I'll never forget, she broke up with him and she said, there's no way on God's green earth I would ever have a child for you, because if I have a child for you, what happens to her?
Yeah, you're going to try and
I can see it in you already.
Yeah.
She said that if she had a child for him, she thinks that he would have tried to push me out completely.
Yeah.
And ultimately, she knew it wasn't for her. And then, do you know that and that was when I was 6, they broke up, and my mum didn't have another relationship until her husband now, and I was in my 20s.
Right.
And Natalie, that just goes to what I said earlier in terms of he couldn't accept the fact that your mum had a child. He thought he could, but when it's in his face, he couldn't. Yeah,
the cracks then started to show, and my mum was like, hold on.
You see now, yeah.
It started to show. And I'll never forget when she said that. She said, nah, because what will happen to her if I have a child for you? I can see that you're not.
My mum just didn't have a boyfriend for a long time. My mum was on her own for a very long time because she said, you know what? And she said, I've lived through the era of women's man troubling their daughters. My mum said, no, it's not happening. No way, no how. My mum stayed on her own for a while, a good long while, until we was a lot older.
Yeah, my mum too.
Yeah.
My mum had a bad experience with stepfathers.
She said,
and also, can I say another thing? There's also, well, I don't know so much now, but there was this idea that as a man, how can you raise next man's youth? You know, that's that sort of...
Yeah, that used to be the thing.
Yeah.
I remember two guys arguing in the middle of Stratford about this when I was younger. Yeah. When I was about 17, I saw two men arguing. But you're raising the next man's youth. Like, I used it against him.
Yeah.
But you're raising, and they were busting up. But you bought this man's youth trainers, bruv. You bought him trainers.
Yeah, all of that,
And they were rinsing him for buying the child trainers. I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
Wow. It was a very...
It's deep amongst men, because men will ridicule that. However, if you have a child for a woman and you don't live her, and you set another relationship somewhere else, what if the next man's doing to your child?
Yeah.
It's about your sense of maturity, you see now, where you're at.
This is what I'm saying, but you want to cuss your friend for looking after the next man you, but then you got your you, and you won't cuss your friend for look back his you that he's got somewhere.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's crazy.
But
I know a few guys that have done it very well, that have taken on kids, and up to this day, as adults, they call this person dad, and he is their dad, and they know that he's not biological, but you know, he's their dad as far as they're concerned. So some men can get it right. Some men can really get it right. But it takes a lot of work. And like we said about women and beauty, it's about knowing yourself and knowing what you can handle and knowing how to project, really.
All right, so let me just pause there and say good evening to Patrick and
Roger.
What's going on, Rog?
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wagwan.
The backup has arrived.
Hello. I'm just muting a sec because I'm going to cough. Sorry, guys.
I see you got a ticket to come down to my thing. I was so pleased I've done a happy dance, Roger.
You are?
You got a ticket to come down to my event on Saturday.
When?
No, later.
Sorry, I'm just going to...
I'm like, well, you've been hacked because you've been hacked. But I done a little happy dance. I was like, oh, Roger's going to come.
You should have filmed it.
What, my happy dance? Next time.
I am, do you know what? I am going to make an appearance. I was hoping to make it a surprise, but yeah, you had to spoil it, innit?
Oh, sorry, but the surprise for who? Who are you trying to surprise? Because it's not me then, obviously.
Whatever, man. You lot are funny. Got jokes.
Oh.
But yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm really, really grateful. What's that? Good evening to all of you guys. If I can just drop a really quick 2 cents about the subject, because when I walked into the room, I heard something interesting being discussed, and that's the I think it's the pajama thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, there's a lot of context that goes into a picture like that, you know.
Yeah, I know, but you know what we do at No Bravado now. We put a meme in the group and we chop it up. And the meme said, this is what the scenario is. So
Yeah,
we're saying, yeah, because someone said in the comments, there's a lot of assumptions here. Maybe the child just chose to be different.
Yeah, it's not an assumption.
But that's the scenario that was presented.
Yeah.
And as someone said earlier, these things do happen. There are people that do treat people differently because of hair, because of color, because you're not biological. There's many reasons why elders treat young'uns differently. And we wanted to hear the male's opinions on this topic, but actually Olu agreed with us.
I'm gonna say something real quick. I'm not sure what Olu said, but I am gonna say something. Now, I was in a situation where I got back in contact with an ex-girlfriend of mine, okay? And when I say ex-girlfriend, she was actually the first girlfriend I ever got, right? Now, in this instance, this is someone who already had 2 children and wanted to rekindle things with me. But my mom and her sisters were not on it at all.
Right.
At all.
Right.
Now, at first, I was fighting it. I'm like, nah, you know what? This is what I want. What no. But then different things happened. Now, when I say different things, I'm talking about like things between me and her. And then things to do globally as well, because when I was supposed to go down there to go and see her, the pandemic hit.
Where's down there?
Just gonna say, where's there, Roger?
Zimbabwe.
Oh,
okay.
Like I said, she was my first girlfriend.
Right.
And that was over here then, and then she went back to Zimbabwe.
No. I'm talking about like when we were at school.
Okay.
So you went to school in Zimbabwe?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know this, Roger. I had no idea. Sorry, we don't know this.
Wow. Oh, okay.
I could have expected that we knew.
15 years of my formative years was back in Zimbabwe. So I'm talking from 2 years old to 17. I was over there.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so during that time, so I'm talking about like, say maybe a year and a half to 2 years before I came back here, I got into a relationship. Really liked this girl, chirped her up with style. Yeah. And we were seeing each other quite regularly. Anyway, I came over here and we drifted apart with time. She ended up having 2 kids. Well, here I am. Anyway, we got back in contact thanks to Facebook, and you know, I was really into meeting up with her just to see how she is and you know what's going on, because quite frankly it was a thing where like we left it kind of like you know on a cliffhanger. Yeah. So we rekindled things over Facebook. We were talking over WhatsApp, blah blah blah. Yeah, let's link up. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then the pandemic hit, and obviously, you know, in between, you know, me talking to her and the pandemic hitting, you know, there was my aunties and everyone chatting to me like, look, what the fuck do you think you're doing? All right.
Because she's got kids.
Yeah.
Wow.
You ain't got no kids. What are you doing taking on kids? 2 of them. You ain't got no experience like that.
Right.
What was your feeling towards that, Roger? How did you feel?
At first, you know what? At first, I was like, you know what? Whatever. I want this woman. You know, like it was just a thing where like I wasn't thinking, I was just feeling. Because it's you got to understand, this was my first ever girlfriend.
Right.
Ever.
Mm.
All right. You know, when you rock up to a girl and you think, "Hot damn it, you're the hottest girl in the room. Let me see if I can run some game." So here's how I done it. I'm gonna run it for you right now. This is how I done it. Yeah.
You're going to
So I
get
went
the
up
game.
to her. She's standing behind the counter. This is in a shop. She's standing behind the counter, and I walk up to her and I'm like, may I have a piece of paper and a pen, please? So she goes somewhere, gets those bits and pieces, comes back and she gives them to me, and I'm like, yeah, can I have your name and number?
Is that your game, Rog?
That worked.
No. This is what I did back then.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
All right. That's that. Now I'm talking. How old was I? Well, I think I must have been like 16.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So like that is what I done at the time, and she was so like, "Oh no, you didn't. You know what? Yeah, my name is such and such, and here's my phone number. I finished work at such and such. I'm gonna get home at such and such, so make sure you call me." And I did, and we started going out after that.
Right. But your
Right?
parent.
Obviously we're going out, blah blah blah. We're doing our thing, and after like a couple of years, like I said, like between 1.5 years and 2 years, I had to leave, and we came back over here, right? And she stayed back there. I was over here. We drifted apart. Yada yada yada. She got with someone else. Made a mistake, apparently. Anyway, we got talking again, blah blah blah, and I'll be real with you. When I got talking to her, first of all, yeah, I was like, I was just so like, oh wow, this must mean something. You know what I mean?
Is that because you think did you idolize or capitalize what you had when you were 17 before you came here? Had you both kind of moved on, or was you behaving like the young people that like you was when you left Zimbabwe? Was it like
to
that?
understand,
like boom, you back together?
back home in Zimbabwe, you mature a lot quicker than you do over here. There's a lot more safety nets over here than there are over there. You got to grow up quick. I'm talking even when you're still in the home, when you're looking after your siblings. You know what I mean? Certain times you take on the role of the dad when you're not even the dad. Yeah.
What I mean when I say that, Roger, I mean, you said you broke up when you was like 17 or 18 before you came here, yeah? And then you drifted apart. So what I'm saying is, when you started talking back again recently, was it just like it was when you were 17, or had you both, obviously she had children and met up with something else, were you now Roger, the 40-year-old man you are now, or was it like Roger, the 17, 18-year-old back then, when you kind of reconnected with her?
That's a good question.
Because that's what happens, isn't it? You reconnect with someone and it's like you was.
Like you never lost any time.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying?
You just fall back in sync, basically, is what she's asking.
So you've answered your own question then?
No.
Like I said,
I'm not.
Okay. You're asking me, so I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
The feelings came flooding back.
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't go on with the relationship based on what your mum and your aunt were saying.
Right. Now, that there to start with, I thought, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, let me do what I'm doing. Yeah. But as I was talking to her and going through like whatever, like as a long distance thing, I then began to realize like, no, there's something wrong with this picture.
Okay.
There's something wrong with this picture. I am enduring responsibility that I haven't necessarily signed up for, but I'm fitting the bill for anyway, right? Because to kind of quote her, yeah, you need to behave like a father. And I'm like,
Okay.
Did I watch
Yeah, but if you're
someone?
gonna-
Hold on. So you hadn't actually, this is all online and phone based, right, at this point? Roger.
Yeah, he's saying yes, Natalie.
Yeah. So how does she want you to act like a father? The kid that you haven't met yet, I'm taking either.
I have no idea. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You see,
Roger, what's this got to do with what we was talking about originally, though?
it veered off that way. People were asking me questions, I answered them.
We've just gone off on one piece of tangent.
Look,
So, all right, let me just bring it back. This was your first love. You loved her. She wanted you to act like a father. That wasn't going to happen. But say, for instance, you decided that you were going to take her on as with her 2 children and act like the father that she asked you to act like. If your mum, with the strong feelings that she had with you not getting involved, if your mum then proceeded to treat those children differently, how would you handle that?
That would be determined by my interaction with the said people. Just like, I think, was it Nikki? Just like Nikki just said just now, I haven't met these kids. So, or was it Natalie? Sorry.
No, but say you had.
Hypothetically, if you would
Hypothetically.
decide to go forward.
But that's what I'm saying, and that's a different context. And look, if I met them and I got on with them, then I'd have a fight to fight, wouldn't I? If I
That's
met
what she
them
asked you. What would your response be if you was put in that position by your mum who didn't really agree with you being with her because she had 2 children? That's what we're asking, because that was one of the memes that we were talking about. It was a grandma whose son had children.
We should all turn up at the same time so we don't have to keep doing this, because we've just spent a whole hour
No.
just going over the same shit.
When it comes down to the whole pajama thing, I wouldn't allow it. If it's a thing where like me and my ex got together and we were doing that, I wouldn't allow the whole pajama scenario. It's not right.
Okay.
No, that's what good.
Okay.
But
let Olu say something, because then we can bring Patrick in. Patrick's been sitting there nicely waiting. Olu, only because Olu put his hand up first, so Olu then Patrick.
Yeah. Hearing Roger, I think he just encapsulated what I said earlier. Some of our parents' generation, especially when it comes to their boys and they're choosing their mates, will say, don't go for a woman with kids. There's that old school mentality, you're raising somebody else's picnic, you know what I mean? And it sounds a bit like that, Roger. Your mum was giving you advice. The woman's got kids, would you know, avoid it. You haven't got any, so you don't need to take that on board. That's her problem. However, if Roger felt strong enough to say, I still want this girl, I would have went in there with the energy like, listen, babes, I knew you before you met the kids. I'm still feeling that we can make this work. If Roger was so motivated, that's how I would have went in with that energy, but I don't know.
That's actually where I was.
Yeah.
right. Roger, can I just quickly ask you, do you reckon because everything's online based, you've never even met the kids before, you're just kind of rekindling, and then she's coming with you need to act more like a father, do you think it's more send money back home kind of based, you need to act more like a father?
Of course.
You think it's monetary? Because I don't understand. If you've never built a relationship.
Oh, no. Natalie, you're missing the point. I actually did that.
No, I'm back.
What, you sent her money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so do you think she wanted more?
Look, you ladies need to understand something.
Do you think the basis of that, of when she said that, do you think she meant you need, what else could she mean? Do you think it was based on cash, funding? Do you think that was based on?
Yeah.
All right. There's a meme that was shared in the group, which said a man shouldn't be a financial planner.
Yeah.
That's what she was trying to do.
Right. That's what I was asking. Do you think
Right.
that's what it was?
So maybe that's why your mum and your aunts had such a strong
Was
reaction to it.
against
It doesn't sound genuine then by the
No,
sound.
because these are ladies who know how girls and women behave like. Like I'm talking good women, bad women. They've seen that. Maybe even there's been that. I don't know. The point is, they come back reporting to me saying, "Yo, this here, we've seen this before. You don't want to go there." And I'm like, "Oh,
Right.
Okay. Anyway, okay. So let me just go to Patrick. And Patrick, what have you got to say on this whole scenario before we move on? We've got Donna sitting in the back here. We will run. This is what we do. So let's try and keep it.
What can I say now? For most of all my teenage life, yeah, childhood life, I spent with my grandma. So came back to live with my mother when I was 14, and we reborn. And as I get older, I always try to make sure I choose the right lady, but I always seem to choose the wrong one. And you know, sometimes we don't listen to our mother, even though we like a person, and they might say something we don't see. So it's a give and take, you know. And most of my relationship that I've been into is with ladies that have kids, and you know, it some work and some don't work, and sometimes the kids can be, you know, if you're with them, they can make up an analysis story and tell the mom, and you say, wow, and you know that's a lie, and you have to be very cautious, because when it comes to kids, the mother will believe them first. They won't believe the partner. They won't believe that that's my kid. Intimate kids, they won't believe it, and sometimes it's a make-up story, you know, just to get you out, because them not getting the attention, and they want mama attention, and because a man moving is getting all the attention, and sometimes they feel left out, and it can draw a lot of scenario. If that makes sense.
That's true. And I suppose, like, every mum, like, let's be real, I'm a mum of sons, yeah, and daughters. I don't honestly 100% want my daughters or my sons to be with someone that's got a bag of kids, like, especially when it's all in a mix up and a mingle. I don't want all of that for my children, full stop. But you know, that's a bit hypocritical of me to say, because I got married to my husband and had my 2 children already. And I'm sure his mum was thinking, oh God, not in that sort of way, we get on great. Do you know what I'm saying? We get on fantastically well, but I'm sure his mum probably would have wanted him to be with someone that didn't have children, for him to have his first children with someone that didn't have children. Do you know what I mean? Not that it's made any difference in our lives anyway. But yeah, like, keeping it real, I'd want my sons to probably have their first kid with someone who hasn't had kids already, speaking personally. So, you know, but I wouldn't then say, don't be with her because she's got children. I would never do that. You know what I mean? Because I'm not telling my children who they can and can't love. Just be wary of who you love. That's all I'm saying. And keep your mind, keep your brain awake, because the heart takes over. The heart takes over. And then, you know, we've all done stupid things claiming to be in love. So
yeah. Hey, Angie.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey. All right. I want to I'm not going to ask you what you think of this, Angie, because I want to move on. So
Okay.
But the general consensus was that grandma was nasty and should have been checked. Just out of interest, Olu, how would you check an older person on this respectfully?
Good point.
We'll go back to that in a minute.
How would I check it?
Don, I'd be interested to hear from you as well, how you would check an older person in this scenario respectfully.
Okay, sensitively, I'd say. Sensitively. In my culture, you respect your elder. Even when they're wrong, you don't tell them they're wrong.
Exactly.
Just don't do it. You do not do it. So it's with tact. You try to educate them along the way. You try and make them be more appropriate. Remember, I said at the beginning, half these issues are our parents' baggage, you know. Because remember, a lot of them, if you were born in a family where you was one of siblings from different parentage, you don't experience some sort of trauma. So when they see it represent itself again in their children, they speak, you know, to avoid this, don't do it. What they should be saying is, listen, if you're going to do it, please be sensitive to the child and make them feel included.
Yeah.
Rather than, no. As I said, that's why I started off by saying that. A lot of it is trauma, their insecurities, they're trying to protect onto you. Yeah?
Yeah.
Remember, back in the, well, not back in the day, not so long ago, if you didn't have the same surname as your parents, it was assumed you was a different child. But now some people will have kids, same parents, but choose to have joint surnames, double barrel. Things have changed now. You see now. But that was one way of distinguishing whether you're from the same family, your surname. So I'm saying we've got to move along. But come back to your original point, Tricia. I've been in that situation before with my parents, and it's a case of just being sensitive, without being disrespectful and being rude. Because if you do, that's what they focus on, not the message. Yeah. And you've really got to let them know, Mum, Dad, that's not the one. I'll give a classic example. When I had my first child, it was for a West Indian woman. And we're talking about in the 80s. And my parents said, oh, what, got some Jamaican woman pregnant? I'm like, no, she's from Dominica. Oh, yeah, Jamaica. No, Mum. West Indies, there's lots of countries. You have to bring them like you mean. You have to educate them. Because back in the day, it was just African. No matter whichever you was African, or just Jamaican, West Indian. There's no answer about Jamaica. That was the mentality. So you had to break it down to Mum, you know, and also on her family. You see now. So you don't want to be rude because they don't know any better. That's the way they were raised. Remember, we're first generation here. Our parents came and had us over here. So we have a duty to bring them along the way. You see now. So it's about being sensitive, and trying to educate them and bring them along the way. When it gets to the point where they're blatantly just being rude, like for example, using inappropriate words like the B word because you're not married. Is it bastard? No. Yeah, no. It can be off key like that, you know.
Yeah.
You have to pull them up and say, Mum, Dad, you can't say that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying now? So it's by checking it, but also being sensitive to where they're coming from. So I hope that answered the question.
It did. Don, what say you, babe?
Yeah.
No, Don, I'm just going to ask Donna what her opinion is on this.
I think I agree with Ollie. There's a certain amount of sensitivity, but then the older people that I have around me are not so sensitive, and it's about reminding. For me, when I have these types of conversations, it's about reminding people of color what it feels like to be marginalized for any reason, and we know what that feels like. We know what it feels to be othered, to not be accepted, to be kind of, you know, put in a corner. And so, in conversations that I've had with elders, it's about reminding them of that feeling, and that feeling is never far away for them. Like Olu said, they're the first generations. They know what it feels like to not have, and that's kind of like the premise of my conversations with them. We know what it feels like. Why would you do this thing? I mean, you know, our elders are they are hardy for a reason, because they came here and they made lives out of what was a very difficult situation. And equally, their hardiness is equal to their stubbornness on some things. They don't want to be told. But I think we've got to, again, my word for the night is interrupt. We have to interrupt some of those processes that exist in our communities where elders are always right. No, we've seen a lot of harm done under that umbrella, a lot of sexual harm to women and men, and you know, in our community under that umbrella of elders can't be checked, they can't be held accountable. And I say this often, you know, in the Black community, we like to hold other people outside of our community to account. We love it. And I'm not saying that we're wrong for that. But what I will say is, equally, with equal measure and energy, we must find the time to hold ourselves accountable for the things and the harm that we do within our community. And if that's not going to be commensurate with the same energy that we find outside, then we have to check ourselves, because part of us developing and moving forward is equally holding ourselves and our peers within our community to account.
There. So you just took yourself on mute and said it. You know, one smooth sentence.
Can I jump in quickly? Yeah.
Quickly, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Right. My only baby mother. Yeah. She and my mom don't talk, and it's how we met. It was not on the street. We we met at one of my mom apartment where I was overseeing, and she was living there, and we end up in the bedroom having a child together, and she was not with it, and they don't speak to each other up to now. So, you know, that's an example.
Okay. I'm just laughing at the way you said we end up in the bedroom making a child.
I wait to know how that
Hello.
happened. You know, we just end up in the bedroom. Take notes.
Okay. Let's just go through some of the comments that we garnered on this chat and then move on to the next. Grand's out of order. Whoever made the decision, hang on, let me move this. Whoever made the decision does not matter. The psychological damage to the child is a real issue. Rejection, I am not good enough. Reality is all of the adults are irresponsible to think this is okay. Richie G disagreed. I disagreed. The buck stops with the parents. It's their prerogative and their responsibility to say yes or no if they think it will affect their child. Someone read out JC's, Nick. Read out JC's comment.
Right. JC says that's painful. My situation was not exactly the same, but an example of this single out thing. I suffered silently for years. My daughter was singled out in this same way from her cousins, my sister's children. Cut like a knife, it did. But we are over it now. This has just made us feel sorry for the adults who have taught children that it's okay to dismiss and single out my daughter. It's made us able to pray, for they know not what they do. I had a different father from my mother's children. This went on for years. Sad, bitter, and petty individuals. Honestly, don't know how people can treat people in this way. That's disgraceful, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's rife.
It
happens, and as Donna said, if we don't start calling it out and interrupting this type of behavior, we are still going to be talking about this in centuries to come, because like I said, the Madam CJ Walker was in a whole other century, and here we are still talking about the same behaviors and practices today. So yeah, Manny said disgusting. It comes under neglect, mental abuse. If she beats her, she's got a full house. On the other hand, the eldest may know she's different, may not want to be part of the grandmother's bullshit, may not want the stupid Christmas jumper and took the cash on an iPhone. She sees herself as a big sister to them and the sister or best friend to her mother. She may have picked them with grandma. She may wash and feed little siblings when mum's busy. And some parents do it to their own. It happened to me and it's still happening until this day. Yeah.
With no sibling rivalry.
Yeah.
But again, it all boils down to the mum, you know what I mean? I've got different dad to my siblings, and there's no way that anyone is treated any differently. Like my mum's not having it, it's not happening. We're brothers and sisters, and that is, you've got the one mother, you come from the one woman, so your brother and your sister. That is the end of the story. There's no, oh, you know, we knew that our dads weren't the same. Of course we knew that. We weren't stupid, but it wasn't a factor in our upbringing by my mum, ever.
Nikki, can I just say one thing here? Do you think it was strengthened because you were all raised under the same roof by your mother?
100%. 100%. Yeah. Because my daughters, I've got so my daughter's dad has got another child, and I've got other children with another man. But even though they're close to their sister, and she's their age, she's the same age as them. Yeah, we got one of them ones. Yeah,
okay,
one of them ones. Yeah. So I had twins. Another woman had another child. But you know, and they still say it's their sister, but they always say it's my sister from my dad. Do you see what I mean? They say it's my sister. And it's just something that they say. I've never said it, and it's never been a problem. And they're tight, they're close sisters, but. You know, I think having a different mum makes a difference to having a different dad, because so my girls, my boys are like 16 years younger than my girls. My girls were like 16 and 18 when I had the boys, but they still just say my little brothers. They didn't say my brothers from my mum.
Yeah, because
you know
that's that's interesting, because from a man's point of view, yeah, and I've said this before on previous shows, it's not in the woman's interest to promote the fact that you're all siblings. But when they're under the same roof, she will go and do that.
You are, yeah.
But when a man has kids for different women, it's like, yeah, your dad's kids.
Yeah.
You see the difference in now.
Yeah.
So when you see men who have kids from different relationships and they come together and they look at each other like, yeah, we're brothers and sisters, and they, what? The man's done, he's done something special there. And there are many men who have done that.
Yeah. No.
Definitely. You don't look like you agree.
Who's that?
Now, I'm seeing Donna's face. Her face is expressive, so I'm wondering what's going on in Donna's head.
I was listening, and I was thinking about my own kind of circumstance. So I have 3 children. I have 2 biological fathers. I also have my partner. And I agree with what Olu said about that special something that men do. Because if you came to my home, you couldn't tell which child belonged to which man. And by God's grace, you know, all 3 men are responsible. I tell my children all the time, you will never know how lucky you are to have 3 black men in your life, day to day, that care for you, that love you, that don't treat you any differently, and allow you to have that stability. So I do agree with what he said. It does. My face kind of contorted when he said it's a thing that men do, or it's a special thing that someone else has done. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if it wasn't for, I suppose, my mum being the catalyst and myself seeing it out. I mean, they didn't really. Well, who's going to disagree with me? But anyway, hey. So they didn't really they didn't really falter, but I had to say, look, this is the order, and we're going to follow it. And that's many years ago. Now the children are a lot older, but I think you have to, because it's about the will of the children, isn't it? And I mean, you know, and one of them has children since we've broken up, and those children stay here, and if they're with me, I refer to them as my stepchildren. And the mothers of the children, we all get along. We don't see each other all the time, but in the summer we went to the beach together, like we communicate. I think it's really important, again, in that terms of that development, to that next level, that we get past a lot of those things, because it's really about the betterment and the stability of the next generation, and not necessarily about our egos. But I do take the point that's been expressed. Men and women will feel a certain type of way about these things, but I'm definitely for like the resolution of that. For me, it's about getting to the next level and kind of, what's this about? Is it a bit my ego about a next man raising children, or you know, his new baby mother is slimmer than me, or is it about the children and the fact that children do better if they have a stable, fulfilling home life? They do better, you know, academically, and they do better in life. You know, we've got to decide where it's at, really. Is it about my ego, or is it about the longevity and the betterment of black children in society? That's kind of where my mind was when I was controlling.
But they see there's men out there that they're just damn blasted liars. Yeah.
Don't do it.
No, because when I try to get my children to interact with their sister, it was a no, I'll do it, no, I'll do it, no, I'll do it, because the man was a liar. Yeah. And he was, and that's what Donna's saying about egos. He wasn't moving with love for his daughters to grow up together and be together, because he knew that he'd done some shady shit and had to keep it underground and undercover. Do you know what I'm saying? Because who said earlier on about grandparents not knowing about knowing about their children? Right, that same scenario. I'm not going to chat no more business on Facebook Live, but same scenario, yeah?
You can't come on like that, leave it like that.
Yeah, we can. You can
come and leave it like that.
Moving on to the next topic anyway. And we got someone waiting to come in.
No, Tony Cox has asked a question. He said, if you have a child that is gay at 10 years old, do you treat it the same or do you treat it differently?
Man said it, so he's already treating them differently.
Wow.
So you've already set the tone on that one.
Who's determining that the child is gay at 10? The child or you, the parent?
Yeah, how is the child gay?
How does a child know at 10 whether it's gay or not?
He's watching, so he'll
I'm
respond.
saying.
Angie, as we said, we was moving on, but hey, here we are, still on the
Sorry.
same topic. So, Angie, do you want to weigh in? Roger, do you want to weigh in before I shift to the next topic? Because Natalie's not well, but she's ganging it, so we don't want to do 4 hours today.
I think we should move on.
We can move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, we should, because it's the.
Oh, that's fine. We'll move on. I'm happy.
Come on, man.
and just to leave it on that part, I will say that step family situations can be very, very difficult.
Very cool.
My daughter was not, and it can be the kids sometimes, because my daughter weren't having it. She weren't having it at first. So she raised hell, and then when I got pregnant with my son, she lost it. She lost her shit.
Right.
So because it was always me and her, innit? It was me and her. And I think even though I had one relationship in between that, it was never really that for her. Like, it was still just me and her. My relationship was very separate, whereas this relationship was more serious for me. I think the more serious it got, and she realised she was very young, the more she struggled with it. And me trying to determine, I think as a mum, I suffered guilt, because I was trying to think, is it something he's doing and I'm just too blind to see it, or is it her? Because why would she act up for no reason? But after a while, it did sort itself out. But we did go through the mill with it at first for quite a long time. And it was a struggle until it did come out that she just struggled with the dynamic. She really, because I was like, he does this for you, he does that for you, he does this for you. What is the problem? And she was just like, well, why can't you be with my dad?
Oh,
yeah.
Why does Mason get to have you with his dad? And I don't get to have you with my dad? And it was only until we got to have that very open conversation, uncomfortable conversation, because how it ended with her dad was not good at all, that it started to calm down. And even now, as she was older, she was like, I was just so unreasonable. He was so good to me. He was so to me. I was just being a brat, and I just didn't want to share you. So it's funny sometimes, but it was very hard, because Trish, she's stubborn. She's hard work when she wants to be, and when she's kind of she's quite set in her ways as well. So
not with
as
me, she's my little angel, but hey.
So from about the age of 8 to at least 14, it was hard work.
Yeah, my husband will say the same thing. It was hard work for him with the girls when we first got together. It was quite hard.
He couldn't bust jokes. He couldn't, like, we always tease each other. That's what my family's like. So she's half St. Lucian, I'm Dominican. So I always cuss St. Lucians. That's what we do, right? She cusses Dominican, even though she's Dominican, right? He cusses St. Lucia for a joke, she loses her shit.
Oh.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's
All
things
right.
like that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so it was.
No, you go on, finish your sentence.
Yeah, so sorry. It's just those dynamics as well that sometimes can be very tough, because you suffer from a load of different emotions, and there's almost like a guilt there. Like, am I wrong? Do I just stop this relationship because she's not having it?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And I don't know what the problem is. Is there something that he's doing? What is the issue? And you feel very torn.
Can I say something? And also remember, what's quite interesting is that's from a female, a child, a girl. Can you imagine how worse it would be for a boy at that age?
I know.
And this is what a lot of men we're having to deal with. You see, there, because I mean, I remember younger, I've dated women with children, I've had a boy, and that boy is not having it. You know, my dad, he's not having it.
Yeah.
So then a man's in a situation, what do? Do I black the girl? They show that you were serious. Do I try and firm it? It's not easy. It's not easy. And, I don't know. It's not easy.
Yeah.
All right. Before I move on, because we are going to move on to the next topic, but I just want to say, Tony has responded, and he said, gay kids, boy or girls, can't be given a pronoun, and they are now very young. But I'm trying to find it now, I can't find it. Here we go. See, the old-fashioned mentality from the Black community towards gay children. Our responses, because I had a friend that I grew up with, and yeah, he was gay from we were kids. He was. When he told me as an adult, I wasn't surprised, but he went through a whole breakdown before he got to that, because of the reaction that he felt he was going to get. So yeah, that's another topic for another show, but yeah, just wanted to say that.
And I just I'll just weigh in quickly. My response to Tony was, I want to know who determines a gay child. Is it the child that's saying they're gay at 10? Or are we assuming they're gay because of their actions and how they behave?
Yeah,
that's
a good point.
That I was getting at, because I'm not,
Very good point.
I've got gay cousins. I have gay cousins, and I knew that she's 40 now, and I knew she was gay from she was younger than 10, just by the way that she behaved. So that was my question.
That's right. Yeah, I've been around kids that have now grown up
and like you said, it doesn't surprise you. So that's the only thing I was getting at. If a child says to you they think they're gay, because at 10 years old, boys know about erections and they know about stuff. So I'm not going to be one of those that say, oh, they don't know their sexuality, because that's a bit blind, tunnel-minded or blindsided, whatever you want to call it. But I just feel that I'd like to know a bit more about when they're saying about and treating them different, because I just think you treat a child how a child is. If they end up being a gay adult, then they were a gay child then, weren't they? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Listen, what's interesting, we have the language for that. Back in the day, gay meant you're just happy.
Yeah, that was another thing. Yeah.
It was happy. Now gay takes on a sexual connotation. You see now. So the language now, there's another, either just say I prefer men, or they might say I'm bisexual. See, the language is different there because we know what that means. You don't have to pretend anymore. I come from a generation where you hid that stuff. Even now, there's men now walking around who are bisexual. They're still styling it because the language wasn't there. The community wasn't ready to accept it. You see now. They didn't have as much rights. I mean, back in the day, if you was considered gay, you would beat up on the road.
Yeah.
But now in schools, the children now feel secure. They can express their sexuality. Yeah. They can say, oh, my boyfriend, my girlfriend, and you talk to them, you can't show any expression as a teacher because that gives it away as well.
Yeah.
You might go to a parents' evening and meet a family and a gay couple.
Yep.
You see now, communities are more accepting of it. So even if you have whatever your personal issues are, you best make sure that your face
that poker face, isn't it?
Anything away, or you're going to have problems.
Yeah.
Jump in, respond to what Tony said. Right. In our family, we got one cousin, who's gay, and he live in Germany, and 99% of the family don't want nothing to do with him.
That's terrible. I find that mad.
Yeah.
So that answer, Tony, what Tony.
And Patrick, actually, it's like you can be gay, but not in our family. That sort of attitude. Yeah.
I think
I'm
treat
with
a
it.
child.
In my family. What's all that about?
Treat a child like a child. Let a child feel safe in your energy, so that no matter what they are or no matter what they say, they'll feel comfortable discussing that or being that with you. Even if you personally, it's not something that you would want. I think everyone's at a stage in life where you've got to let people feel safe in your energy enough to be who they are, so they can come to you. Because the worst thing is when people have to hide it. There's so many people that have trauma from having to hide things just from the fear of how people will react. And you never want to be that person that your child feels like they have to hide things from, that it tortures them daily. You don't want to be that person. You've got to put your own things aside sometimes.
And if someone does feel safe enough to come and talk to you about something as personal as that, the least you can do is honor them with without putting your personal biases on top of whatever trauma they're trying to unleash anyway, So,
Shireen Barrow's last comment before I move on, I said, we are socialized to think that that we are only male or female. The reality is some women are born with high levels of male hormones and some males are born with high levels of female hormones. Just is what it is.
Yeah.
And it's funny, Trish, last week I was speaking to my friend's wife, and she said she prefer lesbian than gay.
Yeah, I think it's more socially accepted for some reason. Yeah, lesbian, and I think it's to do with the actual sexual
Oh,
Yeah.
because
girl
It's
and
the imagery. It's the imagery.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying that.
yeah.
It feels more hardcore gay. Or more yeah, it just feels
Or
I think it's
Pornhub-ish.
just more. It's just a
little
lot more.
rubbish.
The visuals.
All right. Is that you, Leon?
Yeah.
Coming in the back.
Turn your volume down.
Yay!
Olu persuaded Leon to jump onto our chat. So here he is. Welcome, Leon. Let's just read out this.
Oh gosh, I can't even hear you lot, you know.
You can't hear us.
1 second.
You might be still connecting to audio.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Let me stop
Can't
sharing
see you
for a
though.
minute.
Oh, well done, Leon.
Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear us. So Olu
Good evening,
asked Leon to
everybody.
jump
Yeah.
on in the chat. I wanted to ask you to come on anyway, because remember, Leon, from what day we spoke about doing something on the radio?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
One day. So I'm so happy
Yeah.
that you're here. We've got to arrange something differently for you to jump on and be
Oh,
our
bless
special
you.
guest.
You see the difference?
Thank
You see
you
how
for the
men
time.
move and how women move. Ask the brother to come and he came on. Oh, we were talking about it.
But to be fair,
Joe,
men,
Joe.
no, and let me just say this: the women always show up and show out. The men don't show up as much as they should. And you used to be the leader of our male ship, and now you're getting complacent. And
I'm passing the baton on.
who you
Oh
passing
my
it on
God.
to?
I'm passing it on.
All right, well, we'll shake it up. Who you passing the baton on to?
Now what? More people, more voices. That's what it is. More voices, more opinions.
Oh, but you're not leaving the show.
I can't leave.
You can't leave.
Hello.
I'm still here.
It's called No Bravado Olu.
Ah,
Well, all right.
Oh gosh.
And you read this next topic out for me, please, Ange.
All right, I don't really get it, but okay. Yeah, I don't
Oh
get
gosh.
it.
Oh
Okay,
gosh.
I really
This one.
my new kink is legitimately ask men who want sex with no strings, courtship or commitment. Why they don't just hire sex workers and watching them explode with anger. I lost it. Transactional sex should be transactional. There are professionals literally trained to provide this service. I don't really get that first paragraph.
what?
It's basically saying this. So this woman is saying to men that don't want relationships, they want a no strings attached thing. Why don't you just go and get a prostitute or a sex worker? Because you're not looking at a relationship.
It's and courtship, so you don't even want to go out on.
You don't even
dates,
want to take
you
her
just
out or
want-
nothing. You don't want to date her. All you want to do is bang bang.
Great
So
slam.
pay for it.
Okay.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Hot topic.
Leon,
Here's the hot topic
Leon,
still.
welcome to No Bravado. What say you, King?
What? Yo. Wow.
You
Benefit
don't
goes
pay
back.
for it.
It goes back to the friends with benefits, isn't it? Like this is the new thing amongst these youngsters now, and these even certain big people now. They just want benefits, isn't it? I don't know.
So what the woman is saying is not even friends. Well, I suppose friends with benefits, but you know, there's some guys that will say whatever they need to say to get into those panties, to make those panties hit the floor, when you damn well know all you want is sex. So why not just say, I just want sex? And if the woman's up for that, she's up for that. Or go and get a professional so that it's transactional. Everyone knows where they stand. You can get all the dirty sex you want. There should be no issue. What is the stigma with sex worker men? Because apparently, like, even in the group, men were offended by this topic.
But then,
What's
I
offensive?
don't understand what's offensive. It's
I don't know what's offensive.
No, I wasn't offended neither. I got something that I wrote right here.
Talk your thing, Roger. Why weren't you offended? Say your piece.
Alright, so basically, like I thought I'd just like scribble something down before I came online for this one in particular. So everyone has a price. Yeah, it's a slippery slope and it's downhill from here. Now, okay, this one I'll have to be as cautious as possible. On one hand, we're discussing and trying to get a woman, you know, interested. Yeah. And then you have the oldest trade ever. You get what I'm saying? Today you have platforms that allow women to show men whatever they ask for a price. And then you have women going out for dinners and drinks with men not having fully decided what they want to do with them. Or worse, they're looking just for a foodie call. So basically what I'm saying is... do
you say foodie call?
Yeah.
What's that?
Whoa.
Like a booty call, but for
Foodie call,
food.
you know? Please explain that point. What do you mean by foodie call?
Like a booty call, but
Foodie
for
call,
food.
you know? Whoa.
Booty call is just a thing where you just cool
Alright,
after
so
hours.
you remember back in the day, yeah, like, well, maybe even all now, you still have a booty call in it where like you got someone that you ring up at that, you know, night fighter times, you get me? And they show up and it's like 2 a.m. and you do your thing and they go about their business before the sun rises. Now, you have people that phone you and they link you up talking about, yeah, I want to link up, blah, blah, blah. And all they want is food. Foodie call.
Oh, I want a foodie call. I like food.
Sadi Stevens,
Foodie
fuck's
call, you
sake,
know?
I'm done out here. I'm like, you two done out here.
Oh my God.
Foodie call.
But yeah, my point was, with this particular post, like it or not, everybody's got a price. Everyone's got a price. It depends on whether it's on a financial level, moral level, emotional level. Everybody's got a price. Somebody has to invest something.
And but I think the bottom bit of what that meme says stands out more to me. Like transactional means transactional.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're right about having a price because like, I'm not going to marry a brat pocket. Even though I've got my own, you need to have something and bring.
You said it best. You said it best.
I'm not marrying no brat pocket. I'm sorry.
And also,
no. Nikki, you said
I've
it
said this
best.
in the past as well. It's about a deal. Be the best deal.
Yeah.
I've always said this.
Can't take Labour Sainsbury.
Transactional. It's transactional. We
exactly
kind of need to know what we're going to
get. Isn't it?
Yes,
it's a deal.
Yeah. And how you get there is
because life has become very transactional.
Has what?
Life in general has become very transactional. So in all types of relationships, parents with children, parents to parent, it has been like, what are you going to give me? I've got this, what are you going to give me? So there's no gray area. And so we did a discussion on H&H where we were like, is this what new relationships are around? Is this what they've become, transactional? So I'm the man, I've got this, and I expect sex from you. You know, like what, you know, is there a gray area? For me, I agree with the meme, but obviously, you know, there's stigma around prostitution. You're right, it's the oldest occupation. There's stigma around it. It's considered to be beneath unless it's like an escort service. And notice it's prostitute for the lower level. But all of a sudden, if it goes to slightly higher, it's an escort business, you know?
Anything, yeah.
Different, and it's high-end escorts. So, you know, it's for me, you know, it's a dirty word. Why should I have to pay for it? But this is where we've got to now. Like, I don't know where else we're going to go from here, where we can't even refer to like, if people are just getting into relationships.
Just to get banged.
Let me not even people it.
I just said that out loud.
Sorry, I had to just slip that one.
No, Bravado, you said what you said.
I'm gonna wait for her to finish though, respectively.
No.
Go ahead.
Go on, Leon.
No, what it is now, sex is underrated at the moment, right now. Like there's no value on sex no more. There's no drive, you know, like, and morals have gone out the window with sex. It's casual. So it's just casual. It's just like lust. Everyone's just loose. Everyone's willing to just do it just for that. No feelings, no strings attached. We're just banging. Whatever the situation is, this is it. And that's what's good. That's what's gone wrong in society. It's boosted by social media. It's boosted by the way the things are on the television, on the soaps and all that. People like Albert Square, for instance, like how much people has Cat been with, you know? It's just casual. You get what I'm saying? It's casual.
And can I just add to that?
Albert Square. I was stuck at Albert Square.
Can I just add to that? I mean,
Lovely
do
them.
you know what it is? I mean, Donna made a very interesting point there. Like, you know, look at the same act. Look how it's worded. Escorts, prostitution, the same thing. Yeah, it's worded. And also look at the language we use for relationships. Ting. What do you call it? Knock my boots. Situationships. We just, you know, friends with benefits. All these things, it's the same thing, you know. But it's the language we attach to it.
Entanglement.
Entanglement. You see that? Not unserious. Friends with benefits.
Nothing
You see, it's the same thing. You see now?
Serious.
We live in a world now where things are easily disposed. Oh, let's get another one. I don't like my girl, get another one. Get my man, get another one. And not only that, we're also living in a world we're not prepared to go through the process. Like I've said before, back in the day, when you're somebody who's caught one person.
Yep.
Now you can date several people. I have a choice in it. It's like a menu. Oh, I'll go over tomorrow. I'll go on Wednesday. He can take to the Shard. He can take me sexy fish. Why? and also, again, you're in a relationship, so you pick the one mistake, he can go. Let me call the other guy that used to check.
Yeah. It's cash. It's as casual as a pair of socks now. Yeah, trust me. And it's sad the way it's going. You know.
If that's the case, then why do men cheat?
That's the $1 million question.
They can.
That's the $1 million question.
If it's that transactional and it's all gone out the window, why is it that
it's not cheating? Is not cheating. Hold on, cheating is not the proclivity of men. People cheat.
Yeah, I was just about to correct myself. I was about to correct myself, but I said what I said. Then I said what I said. Why do men cheat? Because that is where I'm coming from. But you're right, people do cheat. I was about to correct myself when she said that. But if that's the case, and we're so open and there's no strings attached, and we've lost all kind of morals around sex, and this is what it is now, why are we still in situations where cheating takes place and there is deception?
Who wants to answer that first?
I think morals have just dropped. For me, I think that for a man to even now pay for a prostitute, he'd probably be worse off financially. People can get sex for free now. Why? You live in beach, you can get sex for free. Why would you? Men don't need to pay for sex.
But they've got to take her out to dinner or to drink.
Some girls you don't have to. Some girls you don't have to, Nikki.
Well, I mean,
you don't have to.
What? So they don't have to make no transaction.
Not 1p, not 1 penny, not 1 penny.
Okay, but
there's girls that have their standards.
Fair enough.
There must be some women as well, and I probably we can put down to a lot of people had some kind of relationships during lockdown. People were meeting, obviously on whatever social dating apps, what have you. Obviously, you can't really go anywhere. Obviously, things were locked down, but they were keeping each other company. I feel like maybe it's because some people might be really, really lonely. Some people might not even have the confidence maybe to be out there, put themselves out there, meet people. So maybe they create their own kind of like relationship like that. But I don't think these days, I think the world we live in today, I don't think we may have to spend a penny. Or maybe the man might just spoil the lady, or maybe in the first date, and that's it. Once he's taken out to dinner once, he's got it for months on end till we move on to the next one. Or vice versa as well. But I don't really feel like, I think it's just, like,
but young people I know, they're getting taken out enough. They're telling me, they're telling me what restaurants to go to and all this business. So, you know, and even when you were saying about young people got no, like, so my daughters are 27 and a lot of their friends are getting married. So there is a group of young people that are doing it.
Doing it right.
You know what I'm saying? They are doing it. And
to be fair,
married and they're doing their thing. So there is a group of young people out there that are trying to keep it nice and
keep the tradition going.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, Neil, what was going to say?
I was going to say something, right? So you've got like groups of people, yeah? Now you've got groups of people where they are indecisive. And when I say they're indecisive, it's because they've got options. And when I say options, I'm not talking about people that they can deal with. I'm talking about life options, as in like, okay, do I deal with my career or do I go and have kids? Do I deal with building myself up as a man, or do I meet a woman and build a family? Do you see what I'm saying? Right?
You know, the career and kids one is usually the woman that has to make that choice.
But this is why I differentiated the
normally
two.
Interrupt a man's career normally.
Sorry?
I said having children doesn't usually interrupt a man's career.
Oh no, it doesn't
as much
Yes,
as
it does. Yes, it does. I disagree.
No, wait.
Not as
I'm
much.
not going to say interrupt. I'm going to say
I'm not denying that it
impact.
doesn't change. It makes an impact. I'm not saying it doesn't, of course.
It makes a significant impact because now there's more responsibility on the guy. Now, what I'm trying to explain to you is this. In the day and age that we live in right now, yeah, there are a hell of a lot of options that are people that are open to when they're on social media. Let's be real. Yeah. Remember when you look in the Argos catalog for toys, you get confused as to what toy you want, and you're told like you can only get maybe 2 or 3, and there's like a choice of 20.
One sec,
This is
Ron.
what I'm saying to you.
One sec, Ron.
Yeah.
Donna's got to go. So can we all just say thanks to Donna for coming on?
Donna, well done.
Thank you very much, Donna. Respect.
Thanks, Don.
Value your
Bless you, Donna.
Come back.
The discussion with Don.
Come back. We valued it, yeah?
I don't think she heard what we said, but yeah.
Oh.
She was like, 2 hours, I'm out of here, bitches. Bye.
She's been there for 2 hours.
Yeah,
I thought
Oh, how long you lot been on from what, 8 o'clock or something?
Yeah, but
okay, that's why Donna's gone.
she was like, douches, bitches. It's like, bye.
They are weakened, men. They are weakened. Strike now.
Can't stay long.
All right.
No, I just want to add something when what Trisha said about men cheating specifically. I know women cheat as well.
Women do cheat, but
I'm just saying men. And I just think it's very, like, you know, growing up, like I've got a big brother, I've got older uncles and whatever not. And I think the whole male-female balance thing is off kilter. We're off. Men are highly sexual from what, 16, 17, in their 20s. They're they're powerhouses in their 20s. I see someone in here said he never spent no money in his 20s. That's right, because them time there you was banging and doing your thing. You didn't have to, really. Do you know what I mean?
Just here, I'm here.
Whereas, you know, and when you're young, you're young. Whereas the girls, you know, we were growing, we were finding ourselves at them ages there. I'm not saying that I was a nun, but, you know, I wasn't out there like that. And then it kind of flipped on its head, and I got to know myself. I got older and began to love me, which then radiated out, which kind of started to draw kind of difference, like attention, if you see what I'm saying. But women are much more highly sexed in their 30s, coming up to their 40s, than they are in their 20s, which is when the men are. So the men that we're with in our 40s and all that are tired because they're sorry, sorry, I've got to be careful how I word this. Yeah,
definitely you got to be careful. So 40 plus is what it is.
I don't want to offend
that is not just
you know, I think that a lot of, you know, and I follow this couple, the Ellises, on Instagram, and they had a big podcast talking about, you know, she said when she got married to him that he was so highly sexed that she didn't even know what she was getting herself into. She couldn't cope. But, you know, they got married and he wanted sex every day, and she couldn't cope with it until it kind of interrupted their flow with their relationship. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying, like, where now, when you watch them now, 4 kids later, and, you know, they've been together for 15 years, she's running him down, and my man said, I'm tired, because it's on its head. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think that the whole testosterone thing and the hormones for men when they're at that age is a big factor in their sex drive as well, and cheating, and these poor girls that they're with can't cope. Some of them, not all of them, because I know girls that love it, but yeah.
Nikki, a quick question. How old is this guy right now?
What guy?
The guy that you're talking about, the guy that's run down now, that can't keep up.
I'm just making, I'm not talking about
No, how old is he?
I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm just saying that men in their 40s and 50s are nowhere near as highly sexed when they were in their 20s. That's what I'm saying. Where women are not as highly
a little bit later for us,
20s, but when they're in their 30s, 40s, that's when they're much. So I just think it's a bit off kilter. I was saying that the men and women.
There must be something wrong with me then.
Why? I didn't say that men in their 40s are not sexual, Roger. That's not what I said.
Roger,
no, you're still there.
Nikki, can I offer an explanation to that? Can I offer an explanation? Yeah, just something just came to my head there. It's interesting because men in their 20s to 30s, yeah, the currency that they use is their bodies, their youth, their swag. That's what they got going for you. I'm a good-looking guy, I'm a fit guy. Yeah, this is me. Because you're trading on that physical thing you can present to a woman. As you get older, 30 to 40 plus, that's not enough. So now it's about, okay, does you have status, power, wealth, financial resources? That's why you can see guys who are not particularly great to look at, but they got money and they can check any gal. Because the confidence that gives them, they can even buy prostitutes and fly them in. You see the difference there now? Yeah. And they don't have to be demons in the bedroom because they can get 3 or 4 gal and just watch.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Yeah. You see it now? I just want to offer that as an explanation now.
Oh,
don't know what you guys think out there.
No, it's fair enough. Interesting.
Okay.
Carl Perkins said some men stay highly sexed into their 40s and 50s because they look after their health.
No, of course, I agree with you. Please don't think that I'm dissing everyone that's over 40 at all.
Sex drive slides,
I don't look it like that.
Basically, is what you're
not
saying.
at all.
So that doesn't apply to me. I'm not looking like that. So I don't take it personal.
Well, I'm married to someone in his 50s, yeah, and I'm happy. So I'm not cussing men in their 40s or their 50s. So please don't come for me, no one. Yeah.
So hold on, wait, Nikki.
Comments are not hostile. They're just saying.
Yeah.
No hostility. Just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you get this information from then?
What do you mean? Where did I get this information from, Rod?
This whole thing of
I'm a person, Roger. It's my experience. It's not. I didn't get it from anywhere. I experienced it.
Okay.
Personally.
Understand.
Pardon?
Okay.
Personally for yourself.
No, I said I've experienced, guys.
When you talk to friends, if you talk to older ladies, or your own experience, or if you talk, especially if you talk to older women, that's where I've got a lot of my kind of opinions from. Is from older women that have dated older men that have said things slow down.
Yeah,
they do. Get older, then you've got to start looking at your posturate and blah blah blah.
Just slow down.
Different things that can. There's many different things that can contribute to the slowing down of the male sex drive. But like this gentleman just said in the chat, if you ask yourself,
and I'm not saying that
are out there fit and still slinging it about like you're 20. We're not saying,
of course.
We're not saying.
We want our black brothers to be strong, fit, and healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Leon, you're quiet, man. Oh, man.
We just shanghaied him in at the last minute.
What do you want me to say? I don't know what you want me to say. What do you want me to say? Why did is that? Do we start with that one? Is we go with that one?
It was kind of like it went off. What are your thoughts about transactional sex?
What's transactional? What's that?
Prostitution. What's your thoughts around that?
Oh, buying panani.
Yeah.
I'm a nun. I'm a nun when it comes to them things. There, I've never done it. I never would.
Never would. So if you went to Amsterdam with the boys. Confession. Never done it.
Obviously, like birthday, 25th, as that lady was saying, 25th birthday. Yeah, but not into entangling like that. No, but you go on red light district, have a little look, and Might get a little, but nothing major. No.
Okay,
no.
Leon, let me put you
BJ, but
Leon.
no.
So Leon,
Go on,
Trisha,
mate.
this is what a lot of men struggle for. When you say to a man, "Will you pay for sex?" He says, "No, I'll pay for it." Will you take all night on a date and expect sex?
No. Not on the first night. Not the first night. Eventually.
No, not the first time. What would you? Even a series of dates?
In the near future, yeah, I'm expecting nookie, yeah.
That's paid for sex.
No, because we had that dinner.
We don't like to hear it.
We had that dinner about a few months ago, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You still pay for it.
That dinner's void. But it's in the bank. It's in the kitty. Remember that dinner? Remember that?
Yeah.
You know, you do the preliminaries before you get to the bedroom.
Yeah.
So I've done the preliminaries, so I do expect eventually
to
get in there,
and
because I want to.
I think, Trisha, that's a better question, because in our minds as men, when we go on dates, trust me, we're putting the investment in, you know.
Yeah.
We're putting work.
But females know that though.
Yeah.
What's that?
You know
You
that.
better know. We're telling you.
And they're gonna make you work for it.
I'm gonna be honest as well. Not all the time, ladies. Get this into your head as well. Not all the time you're meeting the guy on the first date. That's him you're meeting. You're meeting his representative. Like, it's not really him. So 100%. don't even judge him on that first date. Even if he pays for the dinner, don't. Because it's part of the. Some of them are real throughout, but some of them are might be just.
Yeah.
You feel me?
You have to be in it for the long haul, kind of, to see switch up, innit? Like, switch up's gonna, if they're not real, the switch up's about to come, and you'll see it.
You'll see it, yeah. So yeah.
But I agree with that 100%.
I even heard one. I heard one brother say, "The longer she makes you wait, the
worse.
The
worse it gets,
The worse for the woman.
Yeah.
Worse for the woman.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's true.
What do you mean? Explain that.
Yeah.
I thought it was totally the opposite.
Yeah.
No, it's worse
But
for
she's
her.
gonna get a dealt with. You mean?
She's gonna get dealt with,
Yeah.
And also, depending on how long she longs it out, she might get dropped like that quicker.
Yeah.
That's enough for you to understand. Yep.
True.
So the man,
some guys will play the long game.
So what, it's better to give it up on the first night then?
Thank you. Yes. There's an argument for that. Yeah, because put this way now, what are you trying to prove? What power? Okay, it's your time now. But trust me, when I get my things in reverse, you see, it's a power thing.
Return investment.
But man them, check the meds. It's a respect thing, bro. It's a respect thing. Because you know what it is? Check this. If you butt this girl, say like, all right, weekend, we've gone to the club, we're in the club, boom, 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 we're in the club, boom. By Monday, we've gone out to dinner. By what? By Thursday, Friday, what? I'm supposed to get nookie?
Listen, if it ain't you, should do somebody else.
No! I don't want her.
No, Leon. I've got a live example. For you.
She showed
What
herself.
do you know about this?
Yeah, go on.
All right, boom. Me and Olu went out, we went out to this sexy and black thing out in Catford, right? Now, I'm out there having a great time, so is he, boom, boom, boom. I buck up with this girl, I asked for her, for a number, blah, 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 boom. And I thought to myself, you know what, I'm not even gonna play this whole, I don't know, dating game, whatever, or wake up.
Preliminaries.
You know what, I called her the following day. I thought, you know what, let me just call her.
Why did you call her the following day, Roger?
Huh?
Why did you call her the following day?
Oh, we keep
you lot was out on the town trolling for girls, eh?
Out on the church.
They were out on the church. Listen to them.
Listen, you lot are not listening.
I'm listening.
Sorry. We just heard out of the church for girls. That's all we heard.
Anyway,
Roger, let Roger speak. Roger, you called her, Roger. Go on.
Go on, Roger.
We spoke. We organized the day. So I'm like, yeah, cool. I know this really cool Brazilian place, where we can get some really nice food. And yeah, man, I hooked her up. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Naturally, she was late. You get me?
Yeah. Fashionably late.
Wait. Yeah, you know how it is. About fashionably late, man. She weren't even like dressed up like that. But
Jokes. Oh God.
No. She did look fitter than I remembered. I must say that. I give her that much. Anyway, boom. We have a couple of drinks. We have food. We're talking, blah, blah, blah. We go out afterwards, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take you somewhere so we can go and have a little dance. And a little dance, rare, boom. She came over to my place. I'm like, all right, cool.
Talk the thing, Roger. Talk the thing up. Next dating, remember, Leon, remember, listen, yeah.
No. We never did nothing.
No,
this particular incident.
Don't give it away like
wait, man, listen. Remember what my man was talking about, the respecting? Yeah?
The respecting, my G, come on.
Yeah, he was talking about respect, yeah, Leon, yeah? So I'm like, nah, here what?
Yeah.
You lay up on the couch while I sleep in my bed, yeah?
Was she offended?
That's kind of you.
But just don't get undressed. Don't get undressed in front of me, though, because I am a man. Did you close the door and make her get undressed in the next room?
True.
Next morning, we parted ways, boom, bang, we organized to link up again. You get me?
Yeah.
This time around now, we're talking, innit? And like, we're talking and she comes back over and we get down.
It's because you were smart the first time round. Yeah.
Oh, so listen to the trickery, ladies.
No. Here's the thing.
That's not trickery.
Remember, no, wait. You gotta understand something. Every time I'm meeting this woman, my wallet is being produced.
So you was paying down on it.
Okay.
And what would you
basically saying? Wait. No. On the third time round when I linked her now, yeah.
Third time.
Huh?
You pay for the bill. You pay for the bill.
No, man, this sounds like Klarna.
She should bring a friend.
Third time I linked up with her. Listen to me. Third time I linked up with her now, yeah. We've gone out, we've had a couple of drinks, whatever. We come back to my place, yeah. And nothing happened at this point. Now we're talking, and she's like, do you know what? I'm not sure what we're doing.
Let's just go in.
I'm a bit like, I think I need to like do my own thing for a bit because no one can't tell me nothing and and I'm like, oh, is it?
You see what I'm talking about, Leon, now, you see?
No, hold on, wait. So I'm like, you see that over there? It's my front door.
Yeah.
Right.
Close it on the way out.
Wow. That's my front door right there.
She gave you a day, John.
Pull the handle down, pull it open, you walk through it, don't let it hit the way out, yeah?
Roger.
What is the time frame for all this?
Yeah,
what is the time frame?
I think it was 2 days. Was it 2 days?
How long? What was the time span? How
2
long
days.
did all this take?
Yeah, when did you not go Silks? That was going to be my question. When did you not go Silks? That wasn't that long ago. You lot mentioned that you went Silks 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
But all this has happened since
a week.
All this has happened in 2 weeks.
Within a month.
A week.
What
this has happened within 2 weeks.
A week.
Okay, so here's my thing.
She's running games, fam. She's running games. She wasn't serious.
Why are you frustrated, Roger?
What?
Why are you frustrated? Just tell us. Tell us what happened.
When your team's back in the month.
It's been about a month. You lot went out. You told us on the last live that you was out that week, right?
Yeah.
So this all happened in the last fortnight.
Yeah.
So you met her at Silks 2 weeks ago, took her out.
Yeah. I didn't take her out to Silks. I met her there.
You met her there. Right?
It was in the club doing his thing.
Then you took her out.
Yeah.
And then you
took her out again.
And did she stay over at your house the first night that you took her out?
Yeah, and he never done nothing.
Yeah.
And he put her on the couch.
Yeah,
on the
that's
couch.
right.
You're fuckery for doing that.
No, he should have took the couch.
No.
Take the couch.
You call it what you want. I was trying to make a statement. Say, listen. No, wait.
In the bed. Someone's bed.
Huh?
Well, why is she staying there? Why are you sitting on the
Exactly.
couch?
Why could you get?
Look,
Put
I
her in
was
the
saying to
Uber.
her, you
Put her
were
in the Uber.
welcome
You're
to
not
stay
banging.
at my
Stop work.
place.
It's been strategic.
Listen.
Sorry, Roger, sorry.
Sorry, Roger,
Sorry,
go
Roger.
on.
Sorry, Roger.
Listen, here's the thing. I was trying to show her on the first time around that you're welcome to stay at my place, but understand that I'm not a predator.
That was strategic. No, Roger, that was strategy.
That is
That was
predatory.
strategy. That was strategy. That was not kindness.
All of
No,
this
no, I want
all
you
of
to
this
show her that,
strategy
look,
can
I
come
That was
across
strategic.
predatory.
Listen, I want you when you want me.
What? You get an option like that?
In your yard. She's in your yard. She wants you.
You're in my yard. Listen, rape is a real thing.
Listen to ladies. Listen when
your
they're
yard.
talking. So she's in. So because she's gone to the house, she's looking cocky. Basically, is what you're saying. If she's there.
Hey, we going there for? We going is
No bravado. Welcome to no bravado.
Why didn't she go
No,
home?
because to be honest with you,
Play
even when he
Scrabble?
was coming round, look, let me show you something. When we were out on the date, yeah,
We're not playing Scrabble.
she was being
She
responsive.
was all over
but
Roger.
not
I was
being-
there. She was all over him.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she wasn't all over the thing. You understand?
I can back that. She was all over him.
Oh,
What were you doing? What were you doing?
I was just watching.
Oh,
I'm not that guy.
Oh, please, Olu, we already know.
No, I was Roger. I was just in it. Roger, I was just watching.
where is it?
Wow.
God damn. Anyway, the point is, it got to a point, yeah, where like she came over on the third day, yeah, and she's like, look, I'm not sure what we're doing. My son's coming down and he's gonna be here permanently. Earlier she told me, earlier she told me that he comes down once a year. He lives in St. Lucia.
Who?
Her son.
Her son.
Okay.
Yeah, her son lives in St. Lucia. He comes down once a year. Now I'm hearing that he was supposed to be here over the Christmas, but she didn't have enough money. Oh God, it's an onion.
Foodie cool. She's a foodie cool. She was a foodie cool.
So
She was a foodie cool. And she didn't have Uber money either. She's a foodie cool.
You feel what I'm saying?
I'm a bit confused.
so
It's not a foodie
So
call
are we
because you
saying
did
that?
bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a foodie call because you said
You
with her.
did bang at one point after within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So
And then she said after that she didn't know what was going on and that her son was coming.
I would have given her food stamps.
Man. Like, no. Listen, ladies. Here's my beef with you guys right now. Yeah.
Try and bullet
No,
point
no,
your
no,
point so
wait.
that we can get it because you take the long road.
the long road. And why are you beefing with us?
Yeah.
Like that.
Hammer it through, Roger. Come on,
Is
do
that
it.
on one hand, look, on one hand, you're advocating for us mandem to go for long-term relationships that are serious with people. Yeah.
Right.
And then when we go out there and try and get them and we get like taken for like whatever, foodie call to us.
Yeah.
We're supposed to complain.
I know.
Okay, Roger,
I know.
can I just ask a
Again,
question?
I'm wicked still. She wicked.
I get what you're saying.
So when I kick her out, I kick her out because she was disrespecting man now at that point.
Come
Roger,
on.
how did you get
Was
home?
she though?
Of course she is. Because you've invested. You put money away in the kitty. You've done the preliminaries. And 2 weeks down the road.
Invested,
tight,
nah,
bro.
fam.
You don't know
Man
where
was
this is, bro.
gambling with her and I lost the bet.
Yeah, what she's done wrong. So
Yeah.
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
get it
like,
either.
maybe
I'm
Oh, you're
lost.
trying to get what she's
I'm
done
lost.
wrong.
no. They've met.
Yeah.
He's taken her out a few times. He strategized and put her on the couch and didn't do anything
Yeah.
in efforts to work braids so that
Of
she
course,
would then
yes,
want
Lisa.
him more because it's like,
Yep.
oh, she didn't.
Yep.
Right.
He's a nice little gentleman.
Right. They've gone out a couple of times. They've banged.
That's it.
Then she's then asking, well, she's saying she don't know where it's going from here because she's got her son.
Right.
But I don't understand how that's her taking the mickey out of you.
Yeah, well, have you lost?
Yeah, I don't
have
get
you
it.
lost?
Have you
He
lost?
wants a relationship with her and she wasn't
Don't
being
lie.
direct.
It wasn't
People
yeah.
with her.
Yeah, but
Thank you, Olu.
Yeah, but
he
she
just wanted
might
the
have
sex.
wanted.
Okay.
He was feeling that, man. He was feeling
If he
that.
just wanted the sex,
Okay.
if he just
You
wanted
like
the
her?
sex.
In all of what he
Respected her,
just
made her
said,
sleep
he
on the
didn't
couch.
say, I want a relationship with her.
Oh, you liked her, Roger?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was
Oh,
Okay, but it is
man, he seen the
possible.
thing and he said, yeah, hey, girl, my God, my size.
Why
And
do
he
you
So she
think?
might have sampled the
Oh.
good
what do you think she's
and
doing
then
in the yard?
decided against it.
so she done you over then? She done you?
She
Let me
must
Oh,
add something here. Let me add something here, right? Okay, because I was there when they met and everything. It was really nice, sweet, and I said I was there, right?
Oh,
And
shit.
I saw this because there was a conversation that took place, and I saw the play, and I'm like, Roger saw how I handled her.
It's
I
all
was
coming out.
I wasn't playing that one. I said, Roger, do your thing, and I just moved on, right? But I could see from then that this is somebody you got to take control of the situation, or she'll play you. So when this, I'm not surprised to hear this. Yeah. Remember, Roger, when that
You can see them. You
Yeah.
can see them.
Because the thing is, I said to Roger at the time, you've got to be clear what you want. Do you just want something casual on a relationship? If it's a relationship, that's not the way to go about it. But he's a nice guy. You mean you invite to your home, you spend money, you invest. If it's just a bang, he wouldn't be complaining. But he wanted more than that. He liked the girl.
yeah.
And the way she presented herself, okay, I've got to keep it.
No, but then, no, wait. Olu. Let me just say something real quick. You see what? Yeah. On the one hand, I actually had a conversation. You see that date, yeah, when I had with her, and then it ended up she was in my bed and I was making her make all kind of noises.
Okay.
Yeah? That night, she was she was talking about, oh, you've been making an investment.
Who said that?
She got your game, Rog. She got your game, no? And can I just ask, yeah?
Oh,
mean,
yeah. She got the game. You said
She
it.
got
You said
the
it in
game.
one.
She got you. She
Yeah.
got your number, Rod.
Yeah.
She obviously
Yeah.
worked out what you was doing. Or
Yeah.
after, and I'm not, please don't be offended when I say this, she probably weren't feeling you eventually.
Right, I was just about
And I
to
mean,
say.
I mean,
sometimes-
that's okay too, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you think you like someone, you spend a bit more time with them, and a lot of time for women is that thing where it just doesn't click.
What's your
Something's
face,
just,
man?
it's
Yeah,
not
She
something
clicking.
figured that
something
out
don't
before the
click.
sex, though.
No, but he made her scream.
He made her scream.
Was you there, Olu?
Yeah, but maybe
He was
in what
watching.
context?
The guy
He
looked
was
like he was there.
He was watching. He was watching.
No. I said
was
it first.
watching.
If you take this
I
back,
saw
I said
everything.
it
He was
first,
watching.
and he just reiterated it.
I'm just saying what he
But
said.
he
Don't
was-
kill me. I
he
wasn't
was
there.
watching.
No,
was
if
in
you
the
take this
referee.
back later, you will notice.
Yeah.
I said it first, and he just reiterated it.
Thank you.
I'm crying.
That's what
I know,
Roger said.
man. How about man say what they want to say? You can't co-sign that he made their scream.
Anyway,
You weren't
anyway,
there.
the point is,
He was there. He was watching.
Yeah,
He was
like,
there.
the thing
Man's
is-
gonna
the
say
thing is-
whatever they want to say. Roger's like, yeah. Ollie's like, yeah. She was
made it
screaming, you know.
She might have
Yeah,
had
just like you lot are doing right now.
Oh,
I wasn't taking it. Yes, that's officially a screamer. Yes, it wasn't one of them.
Yo.
He told us.
You're lucky I've got the day off tomorrow.
we got you for longer.
I'm crying every time,
Yeah.
boy.
I mean, everyone's entitled to walk out.
Let me
Everyone's
jump in.
entitled to walk out.
Sorry, can I just add-
Like
Let me-
2 weeks.
Michelle
quick,
put in the comments, she said, some women scream for performance only.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, so did she start coming up with all of these excuses after the sex,
You know
Roger?
what? Yeah, like
Yeah, it was
she
after
should
the
go
sex.
you know what? She need to go for an audition at the theater or something because all the shakes and everything. Boy, I don't know, man.
Well, she came back. She kept coming back. So she must have
Do you know what? I don't even want to go into detail because it will come like anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, I hear you. All right,
Yeah.
so we're not going to question your sex because no bravado.
That's what they
No
are. They are.
bravado. That is
But
what
that's
comes
what
to
I'm
mind.
saying.
Was your sex whack? Is that why she didn't come back?
Oh no. The thing is, when I'm the
Ola,
one.
don't stir the
Look,
pot. I'm asking the question to ask the question.
Oli was
No,
there.
that's not the case.
Because
That's not the case.
women,
Remember who did what?
What?
What does that mean?
He was here.
yeah.
I am the one that kicked her out and told her not to come back.
Because,
Yeah.
because he started saying she was
That was
having-
after she said that she's not feeling you no more.
Oh no. That was because no. She said that she didn't know what she wanted.
And that's when you told her to get out.
Because she's not feeling it. If a woman
because she
tells her
didn't.
she doesn't know what she wants, she ain't feeling it.
So that means he told her. That's when he told her to get out.
Okay, yeah. And I'm like, from you know what? From when you don't know, then you're not feeling it. There's the door. What are you doing here?
Okay. Did you call her Uber? Did you call her Uber?
Why?
Oh.
What
Have
time
you
did
not
she
heard from
leave?
her since?
Ooh.
Have you not heard from her since?
What for?
Oh.
Well,
you've
it was
blocked
only
her.
within 2 weeks, so
Yeah,
I feel
that
like
was very quick, no?
you'll be all right, man.
But you know what? Like, okay.
No. Remember, I've got.
I don't understand how there's these
Ollie.
kind of dramas in 2 weeks.
Rog,
I don't understand.
Rog.
We've
I
had our
think it's a bit-
full-blown sexual relationship, and we've broken up, and she's kicked out. She slept on the
Rog.
couch. She's like all of this
Yeah,
has
2
happened
weeks
in
is a
2
bit
weeks.
quick, man.
Period.
2 weeks. 2
I
weeks is a bit
can't.
quick. 2 weeks is a
This
bit
is in
quick.
Love Island timing.
I think she was just. I don't know. I just think she was just. She might have just been filling the gap.
Yeah, bored. She might
You
be
know?
bored.
Yeah.
She might have just been filling the gap.
From when you're
And
filling
Rog.
the gap, I'm not the guy to fill the gap for you. You go and fill it somewhere else later.
But Rog,
All right,
We
so
probably discovered that.
Ollie, question. You said, 1 second, Leon. Ollie, you said you could see that where that was going to go. What about her made you say that?
in the club, innit?
What, we can't go
How
club
was she in the
now?
club?
Okay, hold on.
We can't
In
go
the
club, Leon.
No, she
But
was in the club.
no,
He said
in the
he saw her
club.
in the club.
I saw the interaction from when they first met in the club, and she liked Roger. She's feeling there all night. And towards the end, can I say this part, Roger? Can I say that part about the car bit at the end?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so he's like, okay, they're going now. Remember, I've gone with Roger, and she's come to me. She goes, "Oh, can you drop me my friend off?" I went, "No."
Taking you back to Shinola.
She goes, "Can you drop my friend off?" She goes, "I only live around the corner." I said, "Yeah, the way you come in, let's go." She goes, "Oh, it's me and my friend." She pointed to one girl over her friend, and then smiling at me like this. I'm like, my car's a two-door sports car. You're not getting in. You need to find your way there. I said, "Roger, do your thing. I'm over here." Right, go. And from there, you know what she tried to do? She tried to give it the, "Oh, and I got a friend. What are you talking about your friend for? I don't know your friend. I came with my friend. I'm cool." See, if I was in my 20s, that would have worked. "Oh, you got a friend."
How old was she then? How old was this chick?
I don't know, but I was
30s? 40s?
But what the point I'm trying to say here is, I could see by the way she was getting on that, yeah, this is not going to go.
Grabby.
And the way I handled her, I let it up, boom, I locked it down, bam, 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 bam. Yeah.
Why you never warn your friend?
Was that?
Why you never warn your friend?
No, but I saw him. He saw how I handled it. Like, yeah, cool. Da, 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 da. But the thing is, because they were like this, I don't know the girl. Remember, they look really good together as a couple. So I let it go like that. And I said, "Roger, do your thing." You said,
"Roger, bang." Are you gonna bang though?
Well, at
That's
least
what you lot are saying. Because I don't how she looked good as a couple. This has all happened in 2 weeks.
One night.
Have you ever heard of the
This
baiting
is the first
stick?
night.
Ollie,
yeah.
You see, when you lot was at the club,
yeah,
did you lot get a couple of bottles and all that, or something?
Yeah, was you balling in the club?
Was you balling?
I don't drink.
You don't drink. Okay. So okay.
And them two, no, there's a lot of people there. He got there, they saw each other, they got together, they were very cool together. And I thought, "Oh, that's sweet, look at them two." It was really cool. You see now. Cause something, you meet someone early in the club and she and she wants to see what else is out there. For when she saw Roger, she was just on Roger, straight up. It was a really beautiful moment. They were good together, they looked good. And that's very unusual. Usually when we want to circulate, want to see what else is out there, she would just, once she saw Roger, that was it, bam. You see now. That is what I liked. You see now.
I do think that within 2 weeks, though, she does have the prerogative to change her mind.
And I said that to Roger. Yeah. Change her mind. However, if she keeps coming down to Roger's place, he's taking her out. There's not something that she likes, or she's seen something that she likes.
Yeah, but you know what? You can't.
Yeah, but can I say something?
You can't keep on taking her out and stuffing her face and making her belly full.
That's the point I have.
Exactly.
You understand? Like, but Rog, this is a lesson. Like, you see why she's stuffing her face and having that meal? Have that chat with her. Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time, darling? I mean, what do you fancy doing? Like you could have cut to the chase on the first dinner date because you would have known where mine was at from the first dinner date when you went Dutch.
Exactly. Well, you went Dutch, yeah, Leon.
You went Dutch.
Yeah, when you went Dutch. When you went Dutch. Yeah. Because the first day, the man is obligated to pay.
No, hang on.
You're not obligated to pay on the first date.
Oh, no.
No.
Leon, wait. I need to say something. Remember, this is no bravado, you know.
Okay, first date, I should pay.
Remember, this is no bravado, you know.
Go for it.
So I ain't hiding nothing. You get me? Yeah. When we went out first time, you get me? I took her out to this Brazilian place where we had some food and it was good. You get me? After that, we went out for a dance. She came back. She lay down on the couch because I weren't trying to like disrespect her like that. You get me? And to be real with you, hold on. Let me show you something else. She wasn't showing me no signals to say she wants to do something. Do you get what I'm saying? So for me to try and move to it like that there now, yeah? No. Hear me out. That's why I put her on the couch, bro. I'm like, you know what? Jump on the couch.
Yeah, playing it safe, yeah, okay.
You get me? I don't want to have the cops coming around talking about, we had this young lady talking about rape. Nah. You feel me? You got the second. Remember, I'm doing this because I can afford it. I'm not moaning about the money.
Never.
Remember,
Not moaning about the money.
For me, the thing that bothers me is the time.
Yeah.
It's not the money, it's the time. I can go back to work and get the money again.
But you only spent 2 weeks. You only spent 2 weeks.
That was 2 weeks.
2 weeks. You didn't take enough time to know her.
2 weeks.
Yeah, but then that's what I'm saying. Then I got to learn a lot. I got to learn a lot in 2 weeks, and I figured out that you know what, it's not worth it.
No, not enough. 2 weeks.
Not enough
2 weeks.
Not enough.
And you're working 9 to 5. There's not 2 weeks ain't enough.
She set you free within 2 weeks. I think she didn't do too bad, man. Trust me. Some women will string you.
But he liked her. They were talking on the phone every day. They were in communication with each other. You can't say how that 2 weeks went, you know.
Yeah, but 2 weeks.
But I'm saying it could have gone on for longer.
But if she doesn't know what to do, if she doesn't know what she wants with me, why am I around?
I understand what you're saying.
She needed reassurance at that point.
I think, and yeah, she doesn't know you. So
but she opened her legs for him and she was skinning out for him. She knew him then.
I agree.
I agree. She knew his name then, didn't she?
I'm going to bed.
She might have just wanted to
exactly. 2 weeks, like, yeah, she was skinning out, but you only took her out a few times, and that's what you're complaining about. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
they complain about the time he invested in her. She knew what she wanted, but she wasted his time.
Yeah, like, all right, fair enough, but it's only 2 weeks, not 2 years.
You can get that
2 weeks.
Oh, so what? I should spend 2 years with someone being
Roger,
I'm sorry.
Roger,
I feel like you've wasted
I said it's not
bountiful youth.
Yeah.
You've not wasted bountiful youth on this person. I promise you. She cut you off early enough. Like she set you free.
You dodged the bullet.
Limbo.
Yeah, but he made her.
Yeah,
but he made her scream.
Oh,
man.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, well, no, I ain't more that long.
It's two things. Either the sex made her feel vulnerable and she's like, I don't know what I want, and she got frightened, or the sex was whack. It's one of two things.
Or
she's not feeling
it. Might not be the sex.
From someone, she got it, she's done.
Yeah.
Boom, bam, wham, bam, thank you,
move on.
Boom, bam, bim. Women do it as well.
Yeah, she's done the dead John letter. She's done the dead John letter.
Or she
the
had
dead John too.
The down low, and she was getting too in touch to Roger, thinking this is gonna blow up. I need to end it now before it gets peak.
Yeah.
She could see. She could see that Roger really liked her.
What did you say? Say that again.
She's falling for Roger. Yeah, but
that was what I said. The first
but
option.
She's got something else. Remember the story about, oh, my son's coming quickly, but I ain't got the money. What are you trying to say? Look, I need some money.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That
2 weeks and start talking about money.
Talking about money.
And my son's coming.
My son's coming. Because before it was like, oh, I've got a kid, but he lives abroad. Next minute, oh, he's coming Christmas, but I ain't got the money. We ain't got the money. You live here on your own. You're a grown-up woman.
Yeah.
You can get your ass to meet Roger and go for dinner.
It's a blessing,
but you ain't got money to bring your son
who
you see once a year for Christmas.
Yeah.
See, I always see them back to that. I thought that when I first met the way she was talking.
So Olu, 1 second, Nick. From the beginning, because of the way that they approached you and was like, oh, could you take me and my friend? You was like, no.
No. I saw that play. I'm like, I'm not 21. Yeah.
Big man.
She was like, oh, come on. We're lap each other. I said, you're not getting my car.
I blame you, Olu. You let Roger down.
No, Roger found a way back.
You bad wing man.
Because you saw signs from those two girls. The girl asked you for left home with her friend. You saw the red flags from day one, but you still let him go down and vote for 2 weeks.
I said to Roger,
it doesn't want to be a cop blocker.
No. I said to Roger, I don't believe you.
Is that
you can go, you know. You can go. But the way she was talking to me, almost like she was in touch, like, well, come on, look, I haven't got a friend. Like, what do you mean you got a friend?
Yeah, but
like,
you should have warned Roger then. You saw a couple of red flags. You should have warned Roger.
Roger was there when I spoke to her. He saw how I was speaking to her.
Right there.
He was right there.
Roger, what did you see that was different?
Why didn't you take notes? Why didn't you take notes?
What did you,
Roger, get too wide up in the dance.
What am I going to tell a man about his wig for?
Huh?
What am I going to tell a man about his wig for?
No, but if you said the girl you're coming across, oh, can you take me and my friend home, please? Obviously, so she did. How did she get there?
Thank you.
That should have been a red flag.
How did she get there?
Yeah,
Interesting question.
Answer the question. Why didn't you pick up on any of those red flags? And what was you really looking for?
Exactly.
Was you really looking for vagina, or was you really looking for a relationship? Did you ignore the red flags because you wanted vagina?
Which brings us on to the next thing.
Oh, mate.
I'm not doing the next thing.
Answer the question.
Look, I'll be real with you. Yeah, I'll be real with you. Yeah. When I met this girl and the way we were dancing, I was like, you know what?
She's the one.
The day.
The wine got
She's the one. She's the one.
You what?
She's the one. From the way you were dancing.
I said, let me roll the dice.
Right.
MWP print said she found next man with money.
Yeah, it's true. That's true, maybe.
Exactly.
Maybe.
I think he was just filling the gap.
Yeah.
Maybe she's chasing money.
You think I don't have money?
Maybe she's chasing money.
All these times.
Chasing money.
Anyway, never mind. She got beef with me, that one.
Me touch on that topic when Raja done, yeah? Similar thing.
Go. I like your stories. Come on, now.
Come on, we like Patrick's stories. Come on, back.
I love
Similar thing, yeah? And you ready for this one? No Bravo, ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
All right, then.
It's a true story and it is what it is.
Yeah. 32, yeah? First time I see my dad, I went to New York and see my dad for the first time. Come back to England, went to Tesco, pushing a trolley in Tesco, picking up things, turn into one aisle. See this nice girl I come down towards me. We say I made this. So I put two talk to her, get her number.
In front of your daughter?
Eh?
What, with your daughter there?
No, I put two talk to her.
Okay, yeah.
And get her number.
Yeah.
And we link up, go eat some seafood up at Muswell Hill.
Yeah.
And she introduced me to her cousin, her age, and her auntie. And we went out the following weekend to some family house party and dance and everything nice. So the Friday night now, I was going to work. She come around by me, invite her and she come by me. I was in the bed. I was asleep because I have to go work in the night. So she stay over and I think one and some man stand and think one. No, so that same Friday, me get me pay. Me left 250 pounds at the drawer. I put a 12 pound pocket. Them time me never drive. Me jump on the bus, go archway, leaving at the bed, come home in the morning.
Oh no. 11:30. Oh no. She didn't.
250 pounds gone. We call her. Tell me some answers about her daughter back home sick and her I'm saying not tell me this crap.
She stole money.
A thief.
Don't tell me this crap.
Oh,
And
yeah.
this guy was nice. Everything, shape, everything good. I feel good. 'Cause when I do my work, I'm go work, me feel nice.
No,
I'm
you
saying,
mean what? Anyway, let's bring it out.
yo,
Yeah.
when I call him and ask him my money gone and she not did that, me call her, when she tell me Anna's story, me say, yo, I this no. I don't want to see her again. And
I don't think he was going to see her again.
And hear this now, yeah? She met a white man, I married the white man, and give the white man a brown eye skin, mistress, baby. That rich white man. So it's all about money.
Yeah, you see?
Well,
She met the white man. Married him.
Money
And she live good right now with the white man. With a baby.
Yeah. And you see, as women,
You don't hear these
this is the
stories.
thing, as Donna pulled me up, because I said something about men cheating, because I suppose that's the default. But then when we sit and we hear these things, because we don't behave like that in our circle. So when we hear these things, it's like, Ross Clark, these things actually happen. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
And this is why.
Take the water, left what?
Yeah, why men are just gang like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, enough man get scorned still. Let me hear some stories.
And me can tell you a story, yeah? I met this girl, yeah? And we was linking her. Every time we go to the yard, yeah? When we do our thing, every time before me left, she want a 50 pound. I mess up about this, yeah? 50 pound, I mess up about this.
Yeah.
Call it off.
Yeah, indirect payment she want.
Call it off.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, dead. But 50 pounds. So this is what we're having sex for 50 quid.
Yeah, it's straight transactional.
Isn't it? That's transactional.
Gary.
See?
Let's check in with our folks, guys. What they saying in the comments?
I'm gonna be watching.
We've got a busy chat tonight. Gary said people need to work better at negotiating relationships and dating more directly. Covert thoughts movements were happening on both parts. I think we're talking about Roger and the Silks girl. Also, either party has the right to change their mind at any time based on how things are progressing. Dating is about continuous building more from a connection and assessing if you still want to keep in it or at it. You should do anything and expect you can't do anything and expect a specific result from it. People are way more complex than that nowadays.
Oh, yeah, me.
Oh, don't I fucking know it.
Roger, you got a little pom-pom in 2 weeks. Like,
man, I don't
man.
That's
You
not
ignore two red flags.
the point. That's not, look, you know what? Cool. Yeah. Win-win. Yeah.
Yeah, this was like
You're
a
being facetious. Why?
If I got the pom-pom.
You're being facetious. Why? Because you can't tell me that your head over heels in love with this girl in 2 weeks.
You like the
No,
girl?
not 2 weeks, not 2 weeks.
You like the girl? Seriously, joke about you like the girl. Go together.
No.
Oh, stop saying that. Oh,
No,
no,
stop saying it.
And he made us scream.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. If I can't hear you, our audience will hear you. Hang on. Roger, do you have feelings for this girl?
I can't do that now.
But before.
I can't do that now. I can't afford to do that. The point is this.
Afford.
I have come to look. Remember my age, yeah?
Yeah. We're not in a play thing.
Especially the ladies reminded me that I'm an old man. Yeah? Right. So I'm supposed to be looking for something serious with someone of similar age group. This woman is 39 years old.
Roger, how old are you, Roger? How old are
I'm
you, Roger?
40.
40, that's it.
Yeah.
You're a young man. You don't look like you're some old man.
I know, tell that to Nikki.
I'm 47.
Roger,
Yeah.
before you try and draw me out tonight, let me just say something, okay? I never said you was old because I'm a few years older than you myself. So I wouldn't call you old if I'm older than you. I said, when we spoke, Roger, let me finish my sentence before you dive in. What I said about your age was, at your age, I didn't think it was appropriate you looking for 26-year-olds. That's what I didn't say you was old. I said that's what I said. So
When was this? I wasn't on live then.
A few shows. Welcome to No Bravado, Leon.
Yeah, but Roger for saying that about your age.
You're gonna tell me off now, Leon, yeah?
I never said about
was
you.
Was she 26? Was that one 26, that one? That looked good.
Yeah,
that
good
looked
question.
Good together.
So, how old was she?
Was 26?
What, the one that I was dealing with just now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was 39.
Okay.
Oh. Bit old for you.
No, the other one was 26. Remember the one that
old for you? Oh, that's not funny, man. That's too old.
Oh,
Yes,
I was around 20. You know what?
Someone said Roger's story is so long it's coming like Lord of the Rings Part 1, 2, and 3. I can't.
Roger's gone. He's gone. He's gone. You back, Rog?
I can't.
My God, the members have no behaviour in this damn group.
I said
My
preference was around 26.
You said your
above. Yeah.
Right.
You just lost it. Oh, Roger, you are old man. What you doing looking at that there? What's wrong with you?
Is that exactly how I was, Roger? Are you gonna sit there and tell them blatant lies about me? And that's how I was. I was saying that to you. I said that you're an old man, and I said that. Did I say that?
What? No. I'm not saying nothing more. Just play back the video. Done.
I will. I will do
Type of show.
I never said you was old. If I'm 47, how could I say that you're old at 40, Rog? I never said that. I said
you're too old for.
I said that you're too, I think it's inappropriate at 40, you looking for someone who's 26. And I stand by that. Because my daughter, I said to you, is 27. If she came home with a 40-year-old man, may I look upon him hard, you know.
Okay, and what if you can look after her?
So we're not getting into that now because we've already said this. We've already had this conversation. We've had this conversation, and I'm not getting into it now. If my daughter brought home a 40-year-old man, may I look upon him, and I want to chat to you outside, Brenda. We're going outside. We're going outside. I'm telling you.
He's not too old.
For my 27-year-old daughter, it is. Yeah, may I tell you that? Tell you that, and you're closer to my age than her age. You're mad. No. No.
Where, Papa? No, Bravado.
Ollie, we're revoking your friend cards, by the way.
Yeah, you took him down the wrong path, Ollie.
Yeah, we're revoking your friend card.
No,
Ollie,
no,
you're not bad. You're not a good backman.
I had nothing to do with this.
Hold on. I set the template outside the club when I first spoke to her. I showed him this is how you handle women like this. He just weren't taking it on board.
Remember, the woman I was talking to was 39 years old.
He likes to watch everything.
True.
Blow up. He likes to watch the whole journey, let it all blow up, Ollie.
No, but he saw. No, in fact, he was actually. I'm going to say this, Roger. He was actually apologising for while I was talking to her. That I'm sorry that. But I just said no, because the way she talked, I'm like, you don't know me. Oh, please.
Entitlement, like.
So was Roger apologising to them on your behalf?
Yes.
No, Roger. You see, you ignore the sign. Roger, you ignore the sign. Your brethren, your wingman is telling you, hey girl, get to the mic, girl.
Yeah.
Roll with your brethren, because your brethren, he's seen something that you ain't seen because you're in the bubble at the moment.
Yeah, because you took
and
too
your
wide in
brethren
the
is
club.
outside the bubble, from the outside, from looking in, this girl here, something not too right with her. But I make my brethren know indirectly, she not coming to my car. So
like even there, when we were going, I said, look at the girl waiting at the bus stop. I remember I said, look at the girl
waiting at the bus stop?
Yes.
No.
At 39.
Ignore the sign.
Hear the joke now. Listen.
You weren't changing her shoes or nothing.
But listen, I live on the corner.
Because I've done that before. I've sat at a bus stop.
I did.
No. She's
just waiting for a night bus.
A local cab or Uber. What's in the bus stop for?
39 years old at the bus stop.
I told Roger this, so you can't blame me. I told him.
All right.
Yeah, he ignored the sign.
You didn't want to see the red flags.
He never want to see.
Roger wanted vagina, and he's just not ready to admit that.
The body look good.
He just ignored. If you're looking for a relationship, you're not going to ignore red flags. You've got to take responsibility for that.
Yeah.
The body look good.
No, I take responsibility. I mean,
And I know, sorry, I have to say this, yeah. I know that we say Roger tells long stories, yeah.
They're
But
funny.
let me get on Patrick's back for a minute, quick, yeah? Because Patrick started his whole story off, yeah? This is about Caribbean people, about this girl he met. Man said, I went to America to see my dad. I came back, I went Tesco's. I all thought it was going to have something to do with the story.
Oh yeah.
He did go round the houses. He did. He did.
Let me say, I have to add a story like it because no, hear me now.
Let me know, say, fire, you know?
Hear me now.
Let me know,
Big
say,
man.
that's
Hear me now.
No.
I have to add a story
I need
because
to know.
at that happen, me come back and say, I buy something. I go Tesco, go buy some things. I'm gonna woke up a nice girl and that happen. Me get me foot behind everything up. Money gone.
Back to you, Patrick. How long was it before you got into the sexual position with her and that you left her alone in your house? How long was that time span?
I'll say a month.
A month.
Oh, where your heart for your sleep, Patrick.
You left her in your house after a month.
Yeah,
No.
And Patrick, after all the experiences you've had with the girl, them.
Listen, I never tap on my beer mother yet. So,
Oh, wait, I say.
Patrick said, I went to America to see my dad. I came back, I went Tesco and I met Kiara.
yeah.
Let's go, all right.
Yeah, man, them time my beer when I just finished. My beer when I just broke up. Not even a month.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And you know we stay. Single thing enough for everything, you know. So for me,
Yeah.
I'm job for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then if you lot don't stay with a single thing, don't you think that's what gets you into one
but
panorama after another?
I know something we used to.
The body good, innit? She shape good, you said, didn't it?
Yeah, shape good, something. You know what I mean? Let me have to try my luck. You know what I mean?
I'll just step to it. You're single, innit?
Yeah, I have to try my luck because if you don't try, you don't know.
Come on.
And you definitely try.
You paid for it. Paid the price for it.
You're lucky your TV was left in the house. Wow, some dangerous people out there.
Free.
You should have took the night off. It would have been cheaper.
She didn't even take half of the money. She take the whole of it. She didn't even take 100 out of the 300.
Yeah.
Whole of it.
Terrible.
Oh, damn.
And
She
then
wasn't
want
looking
to
to
give a
return.
long story about family back home. No.
Terrible.
Oh,
Wow. All right. Next topic, guys. Oh, hang on. Should we see what the guys said in that? Oh, this is long.
We moved off.
Nikki, can you read this one, please?
Which one? Thomas.
What Thomas is saying on the screen.
Oh, that's Roger's friend, isn't it?
Yeah, we had high hopes for Thomas, but it's like, yeah, maybe RIP.
Okay, right. Thomas says, only desperate people pay for sex. We are in a society where we all have options, and if you do not want to explore options, then that's your prerogative. And in that, you stay safe with your feelings intact. There are also mutual agreements between two people just to have sex. That's what Leon was saying, isn't it, with benefits, just to have sex, and that's what it is. But eventually, somebody is going to catch feelings and wants to change the dynamics of their situation and wants it to turn into a relationship. And in most cases, it will not happen, and somebody gets in their feelings. If a guy says he loves you but can't be with you, he has seen something about you he would consider a problem and bad for his health. LOL. All jokes aside, please stop the men bashing, because a lot of women out here be playing the dirty long game. Basically, you will hang on to a dude like he is your husband, then be sleeping with half the hood, yet my dude helps you out when you need it, looks after your kid like it's his kid, and you be out here spreading your legs like Tower Bridge, and I'm meant to give you sympathy. The only people giving you that is your father and Jesus. Thomas is on fire.
So, could we just take a moment to commemorate Thomas and no bravado? Because I reckon it's an RIP thing for him, because Natalie was not happy with that. Because what we don't do in our group, I like Thomas.
Yeah.
Interesting things to say. I like him. But what we don't do is we don't male bash for the sake of male bashing.
No, I don't think we do that.
We don't. And there are women that clutch their pearls equally as hard when we say things about women. You know, sometimes we've been accused of being pick-me's. Oh, you lot are just saying it because you want the men to be all, you want to be pick-me's. No, not at all.
We disagree certain times.
We disagree a lot. do you know what I mean? But we're not a male bashing group, so we didn't appreciate that.
No. Oh dear.
But yeah, no bravado.
Can I just say something? He is my friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is my friend. So can I just say something like, look, maybe he didn't realize just how abrasive his language would be. Yeah. He was just trying to be direct because at the end of the day, the name of the group is No Bravado, right? Maybe he went over the edge. And I will talk to him, but like cutting him off like that, maybe it's a bit much.
I shouldn't commemorate him. We ain't blocked him.
Yeah, but then when you say, let's commemorate, R.I.P., Ray, like, you always say
R.I.P. because when it starts to cross the line onto you being disrespectful, we can have No Bravado all day long. But if you're going to start to be disrespectful towards the members that are running No Bravado, then we're not going to go back and forth with you. We will just R.I.P. your ass end.
Was he rude? Was he rude?
And I don't think
there was a couple of back and forths in the chat. We've got but there was a couple of back and forths. So direct, no bravado, speak your mind. I can be very, I teeter between rude and direct a lot. I'm very direct, but not disrespectful. So we felt that some of his comments were like, why is it always that there's got to be some single mum that you're looking after her kid and spreading her legs, and it's a male bashing group. Don't do that. If you're going to come onto the forum, a lot of the times, let me finish. A lot of the times when people start calling us name bashing and start saying things that it looks like it's going to be like destructive to our group, we just block you. We're not going to go back and forth. We've not blocked him because we like him. We like him, but we need to be very clear about what our position is. We're going to always say what we want to say. People are going to put up different memes. We're going to always have different opinions, and we should be able to express them without being accused of being male bashers or this or that. That's what I'm saying. So if it continues, we RIP you. And I said what I said.
Okay. Now, as I said before, he is my friend.
Yeah.
I'm not stepping away from that.
Yeah.
At the same time, I'm a very proud member of this panel.
Yes.
I really am. Okay.
And we love you too.
You guys, I love hearing you guys' opinions and learning from you guys. Sometimes even disagreeing with you guys is a bit fun.
It is.
No, seriously. You know, like I'm saying, like I actually, and like a while ago, like I was like, yeah, I love you guys. And you're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, no, for real. We get to talk about like important stuff. And I will double down on that right now. We get to talk about important things. And the only way we get to talk about these things is because we have a difference of opinion.
Yeah.
Now, maybe my friend expressed himself in a bit of an abrasive way, like I said earlier, right? And maybe when he watches this back and he sees that, you know, maybe he said too much or...
No, and that's the thing. We want people to say what we want. Say what you're saying, you know. We're more fixed. Yeah, but when it becomes like...
You shouldn't be disrespectful.
Yeah.
When we start getting accused of being what we're not, because that's not when we start getting, because women do it as well.
Yeah.
One woman air quoted what I said and came for me. What we're not gonna do is be like, women can't be held accountable for things and men can't be accountable for things. The whole point of the group is that we speak and that. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if we say something in the group, it just is what it is. We should be able to just debate it out without being accused of being the negative of what it is that we're actually, we want to learn from you as well. So we're not male bashing. There's things that we don't agree with, but we don't bash you, we respect you.
Yeah.
So it's that energy and that love that we want to keep. And if you're going to keep bringing that in, that, oh, you guys are this or you guys are that, then it's not the right group for you. And that's what we say to everybody. If it's not for you, then we're not we ain't got a No Bravado gun to your head. You just run.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Trish, I think that's a very important point because I mean, the way the show has evolved, it probably was a bit abrasive to start off with. People weren't used to hearing such different views within the community. But as we've got to know each other, we understand we can disagree, and long as you're respectful about it. We can be heated, yeah, but long as you can be respectful about it. Now, a new member coming on might think it's a way to bash people. The way you spoke now, they'll soon get it's not all about that.
Yeah, it's not.
And I think maybe a conversation offline with him, just to let him know that we value, but however, just be aware that this is on social media, and just be mindful how you put your points across. Yeah, and if you can't, don't come on camera, or just don't post anything. Yeah,
we're always going to hold women. If women say things that are just outrightly stupid and outrageous out the side of their mouth, we're not going to back that because they're women.
Yeah,
don't do that.
And likewise with men, I'm not backing foolishness.
No, we don't.
You just heard me. You just heard me on camera that when Roger was with this girl, I'm not playing this. I'm not backing this. You heard me say it on camera because that's just my stance. You know, so
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
No, for real.
It is what it is.
You'll find your queen, Roger. She's out there.
Like a ghetto only fools and horses, right?
Stop it.
A ghetto only fools and horses. I don't know what that. I just saw that, it caught my eye. But to respond to that, I like the fact that we can chat shit.
Yeah.
That we can just be ourselves. That we can laugh. That we can have real good banter. And then go on to serious topics like what we're going to go on to the next. That's actually a good segue. So let me share my screen. And the topic that actually we was going to discuss with Donna, but we should have put it first, I guess, she had to go, was black men... Yeah, she's gone. Do black men protect black women? Ooh. We've got no comments because this was just something that, a conversation that I had with Donna, and we invited her on to talk about that. Are you still awake, Nat? Do you need to drop off?
I'm here.
You all right?
It's been very strong.
It. So let's we'll wrap up quick because I don't want you should be getting your rest, darling. So yeah, I was talking to Donna about this, and we had touched on a couple of lives. Is that I said that I don't think that black women are protected. I also went on to say that I feel like black women are more loyal to black men than they are to us. And it's come up in a couple of conversations around various tables and circles. And I'm already, look, I'm getting all of the scowls.
Your face gives you like you're looking at all the screens like, oh.
I'm looking at like Roger's face, Leon's face. Like, oh, like, don't eat me, be nice, don't kill me.
Okay. Guys,
get salt and pepper out before you nab me.
Oh, Donna is still there.
When you say protected, what do you mean by protected, Trisha? What do you mean?
Yeah, in what way? In society?
Yeah. Generally in society, we're not stuck up for.
We're not. Yeah.
I think we're held to a higher standard. I feel like there's. I said it on another live. I feel like some of the things that happen in black. Let me start by saying there are good, healthy black relationships out there. There are people that are in love and that are enjoying black love. So let me start by saying that. Me saying what I'm saying doesn't take away from the fact that we have got healthy, beautiful relationships with black people that are just frequenting every day. Let me start by saying that. But for some of us, it's kind of felt like we're not, we're just held to a higher standard. There's certain things that you would not tolerate from us, but you would tolerate. So for instance, I was in the hospital with my mum today because I had an appointment with her today. And one of the nurses, staff was talking, and staff was saying that her brother taught her to bake and her mum taught her to cook. So then she went on to say that her brother is a fantastic cook. He wanted to be a chef or he wanted to be a teacher, but he decided to be a teacher, but he's still a wonderful cook. And his wife can't cook. The only thing she can cook is bolognese. And that the son, her nephew had said this. So my spirit prompted me to ask, where is your brother's wife from? she's a white woman. She's from Ireland and she's a white woman. And I feel like, just a loose example, but I feel like it's more accepted. Like, you would marry, a black man would marry a white woman knowing that she can't cook, but would not accept that from us.
Oh, I see what you mean. So why? So
yeah,
why?
But the man might just like the white woman because he likes the white woman. The fact that she doesn't cook, the fact that she can't cook. I don't see.
That's
like,
my
like
point.
That.
The man will like the white woman because he likes the white woman. But the standards that we are held to as black women, the white woman's not held to the same standard.
A black man would have a lot more to say toward the black woman that cannot cook than a white woman that cannot.
But that's our culture. We can't really. I don't think we can do pears for apples. We can't really compare. And that's
no.
And that's down to the individual as well.
No, but what Trisha say, I think you're misunderstanding. What Trisha is saying is that standard, as a black man talking to a black woman, if they heard that this black woman couldn't cook or whatever, they'd have something to say.
They've got a whole song. You
or not.
You get your recipe book.
Yeah, right. But then it's a white woman they would accept it from and even be with.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, but
let me tell you why.
The upbringing, we are taught to cook.
Go on, Leon. Talk, Leon.
I'll tell you why. Because a white woman, you're not expecting rice and peas and chicken. We know white women for bangers and mash.
Yeah.
No disrespect, but I'm not going to get with a white woman and expect her to produce the food that my black queen would do. Because I know that that's not going to happen.
Would you get with a black woman that can't cook rice and peas or curry goat?
Would I get with her?
Yeah.
Would you wife her? Would you wife someone that couldn't cook?
No, I wouldn't.
But you would be a white woman and not expect her to cook it because if she couldn't cook it, it was okay because it's not an expectation because she's white.
Yeah. I'm not expecting that from a white woman. I'm not expecting rice and peas and chicken on a Sunday. I know what I'm sacrificing when I go with this white woman. I know what things are going to slack. You get what I'm saying? So it's up to me as a person to know, say, if we want them sort of slacky sort of tired and unsavory behavior, then I'm going to go with her. Or do you really want to be treated like a king by your black queen? You stick with your black queen.
But Leon, can I just say one thing here, just to clarify that? So basically, it's a deal, innit? You're making the best deal for yourself.
Definitely. Yeah.
That's what it comes down to in relationships.
Yeah.
Just make the best deal for yourself. What are you willing to accept? What are you not willing to accept? So
That's
what he's that in the white woman, he knows what he's going to have to forego to be with this white woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas a black woman, he's like, no, I'm not having that.
Sorry.
And that's what it really comes down to.
But why? That's my point. Why is that?
Why?
It could be cultural expectations. Yeah. In our culture, we know that a woman that can't cook is considered usually lazy. Because what would you do when your mum was showing you how to cook, or your granny, whatever?
It's our culture.
Yeah.
It's what we're used to. It's what we're used to as well. Yeah. And most men as well. Most black men I know, we've come from good mums and mummy's cooking and we know how mummy keeps things going. And so
those black men that are with white women are doing what? Going to mummy's house to eat dinner every day.
Some of them are.
I'm not with no white woman.
They're working with the bangers and mash, isn't it?
I'm saying the men that are with white women.
Huh?
I'm saying the black men that are with white women that can't cook and don't expect this from their white woman. What do? End up cooking themselves that they probably wouldn't do if they was with a black woman.
Or they just get with the bacon sarnies or the bangers and mash.
I hear the joke now. We live in an era now where that white woman knows what's expected of her. She will learn to cook some of those meals.
I'm saying, I'm seeing
some of them will do that. Some of them will.
She will learn some of those meals because you know what? When a white woman gets with a black man, she knows her competition. So she knows, right, you know what? Okay, if I want him, this is what he likes. Let me learn about his culture.
Yeah.
So now you're a black woman. They might say, oh, she can cook. I'm not going to cook. So you see now, she's got the edge because she's willing to compete and do things that most black women won't do. A black woman say, I'm working. Why should I cook? Why can't he cook? We both work. Because she'll say, you know what? I want that man. If this is what he likes, I will do what he likes.
Yeah, but it even goes deeper than race. It's like, obviously, I'm Ghanaian. If I got with a Nigerian guy, their culture is more dominant than the Ghanaian culture. That's just how it is. We can fight about it all day long. It's not 50-50.
Yeah.
I would end up being, even though I'm Ghanaian through and through, I'd end up being more Nigerian. I would have to go and find out from the guy's family, sister or mother, how to cook Nigerian food. It would not be acceptable for me to be cooking my Nigerian husband Ghanaian food every day. Not acceptable. That's just how it is. We're brought up like that. If I marry a Ghanaian, okay, it's easy for me. But if I married a Nigerian, I would have to learn how to cook Nigerian food. Facts. If I didn't learn how to cook Nigerian food, he would have a problem. Even his mum will be reminding me every single day, oh, you're feeding my son Ghanaian food every day. That's just how it is. I wouldn't really, for me, it's not even a race thing here. It's like, it's like a cultural thing.
It's an expectation.
Yeah, but I think that was just an example, though.
Yeah.
Of like the wider. That was just like a loose example of
I use the words loose example.
There's a lot of, I'd say there was a lot of black women that don't feel safe, or don't feel like they're protected by black men in this period of time. And it's just like, is that a real thing? Is that a valid feeling? Is it not a valid feeling? Why is it valid? Why is it not valid? What is going on between us?
What are we expecting a black man to do?
Yep.
I'm a bit lost.
Right. Okay, so Carl Perkins, in the comments just said, why should black men protect black women? You should protect your mother, sister, female friends, and partner if they are good people. The rest don't mean shit to me. They're just women I don't know. But these are the sort of attitudes.
That right there.
That's where it's gone wrong.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
what we're trying to say.
That's
what we're trying to say.
That's where it's gone wrong.
In other communities, they protect
what
each other.
What don't you get?
I don't get, Angie, that we're not treated when we don't think right. What don't you get?
I don't expect anything from anybody.
It's not about expecting.
What do you mean?
Physical things.
Do you know what I mean? I got my family. I got my close-knit people. I don't have any expectations of anybody in life. That is just, you got God, you have God. So the way we live now, it's not even that kind of, we don't even have that kind of moral, we don't live in that kind of moral society. We don't even live in that kind of community.
This is the whole point of the
This is why we don't live in that moral society.
Because if we're like, that's just the way it is.
It's never going to get any better.
So we should just sit here and be at the bottom of the beauty standards, the bottom, we're competing against white women that are going to.
Why are we competing? I'm not competing. Who are you competing with? I'm not competing with anybody day to day. We're competing. I don't compete with myself.
Listen to Kevin Samuels and remain single. Then
but I don't take it personal.
But you're just going to listen to
Angela,
because
you personally are not competing against anybody. I personally am not competing against anybody.
Only myself.
But we as a society of black women in Britain are competing against a whole society. That's the whole point. Not personally.
Maybe it's my experience living in Ghana. That's why I'm a bit different.
Okay, but
you're in Britain. So
what does that mean?
It's a whole different things. Like when I living in Ghana and living here, it's two different things. Yeah.
So living here, you don't expect no support or
from who?
No backative from anybody. I'm saying like your black
from my family and friends.
Like, all right. So if you was doing something and you wanted me, Trisha and Natalie to help you out as your black women.
I know you girls though. I know you.
Yeah, but as a okay.
The sisterhood.
Right. Can I just read this? Because
can
you just see this?
I see
Carl
what
Perkins again has said, and I'm glad he's making these comments because this is my point. This is how some men feel about some women, and it is about having this discussion and how we can get past this. Because Carl Perkins said, you get back what you give. Black women have been throwing black men under the bus since forever. Now that is how some black men feel. Like we have just abandoned them and thrown them under the bus.
Can I respond to
it in the comments?
No.
I haven't been brought up like that, to be honest. I haven't been brought up.
No, wait, Nikki, can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
Sorry, can I just say
that something real quick?
Lady Eve just made a good point, and she said collectively being appreciated.
Exactly. This is what we're talking about.
And I don't think that's hard.
Collectively, not individually, because I'm not looking for anyone to do for me
or anything like that. But if I would support a black woman, and I would expect a black woman to support me. That's what I'm talking about. And I would 100% expect a black man to support me too, because I'm going to look like someone in his family. That's what I would expect. I'm not saying for that person that I don't know to come and, I don't know, do you know what I'm saying? Do something unrealistic for me because I don't know him as a stranger. But, would I help someone else out that I didn't know?
Of course. That's your own inner
saying white men batter white women regularly, Albanian men batter Albanian women regularly.
About battering.
I'm not talking about them.
Sorry, I'm talking about that. That's a very surface.
Can I say something?
I'm confused.
Real quick. Yeah.
We're not talking about that. Carl Perkins has hit the nail on the head of what it is I'm trying to express.
We're trying to talk about.
Men that feel this way, and why? Why do you think we throw you under the bus? Come on, talk the talk, Carl Perkins.
I'll tell you why men are feeling like that. That man always getting thrown under the bus. Because you always hear that the black man that don't raise his kids, or the black man that's got 10 different baby mothers. Black men have been getting thrown under the bus for ages.
But is it? And is that due to the black woman? Is that due to the black woman, or is it due to certain behaviours that have happened? Is that due to the black woman?
No, I wouldn't say it's the black woman's fault why mans have been getting thrown under the bus. Maybe it might be things that the man has done within his life why he's been getting thrown under the bus.
Right, and then the woman gets blamed for the man's behaviour and her not putting up with that behaviour.
All of that.
So Carl Perkins has now replied and said black women split up with black men and they run straight to solicitor to stop the father from having contact with their children out of spite. Wow. And I know that's happened before. I'm not saying that hasn't happened, but that's not a black person thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. Is it only black?
Tony, we're not.
No.
Can I
It's across the board.
Tony's misreading the conversation.
Tony, you're misreading the conversation. Yeah. We're not painting a false narrative. We're saying about something that keeps coming up. It's a discussion. We're asking, do you feel like that? Is there a disconnect? Why is this being said? What is it that makes people feel like that?
Yeah.
We're bringing up the conversation.
Right, and you've got someone in the chat that's saying exactly what we're saying.
Yeah. So stop coming on here and saying that we're painting this narrative of
and we're man bashers.
We're bringing up topics that come up and opening them up to conversation.
Right.
We're not painting a narrative. We're using examples. We're opening up the conversation. So it's things that are being discussed or conversations that have been brought to us, and we're bringing them out for conversation to try and understand. Right. We don't feel either way, or we're open to listening to why guys feel a certain way about a certain thing, why black women feel a certain way about certain things.
Where are these opinions coming from? From where?
For what?
What do you mean? Okay, now I'm just asking.
He's reading the comments.
Carl, read the comments, and they're all in the chat. Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm not surrounded by my family, my friends. We don't really throw men under the bus, black men under the bus. We don't. I don't really have those experiences where we throw black men under the bus. I don't have that. We don't.
But there's a lot of men out there that
my family, when I wasn't really raised like that, where my mum would be bashing black men. I wasn't raised like, I don't know. I'm not familiar with this conversation where none of my friends would bash black guys. We don't. We might bash somebody personally with our own personal experience, but collectively, no, I've never really had this. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not quite getting this.
It happens, but we've already established that you're sheltered, Angela. Go on, Olu. Go on, and it happens.
Okay.
Go on,
You know what? You know where this will come. We touched upon this last time Tony was on here, and I'm going to remind you how it all started. If you look back in biblical times, when God created Eve, what was the purpose of Eve?
Olu. Come on, mate.
No.
William Shakespeare written version of Eve and Adam. We're gonna really
no, because that's where it always comes from, about expectations. What was it? What was the role of Eve?
If you believe the story of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, okay.
If you believe the story of Adam and Eve.
And what did the story say then, Natalie? The role of
was
Eve was
created from his rib.
why? What was the purpose?
I have no idea why.
To create.
Get into,
To
babe.
multiply.
No, let me get to it now.
The women are here to procreate.
No, that wasn't the role of Eve.
Support,
Okay.
support
No,
man.
right. The role of,
Temptation.
let me finish. The
It
role
was
of Eve,
companionship.
no, the role of Eve was to be a helpmeet to Adam.
Okay.
Yeah?
Meaning?
To be a helpmate, right? To be supportive towards Adam.
Okay.
And in that, Adam will provide everything for
Right.
Eve that God has provided for Adam. You see
Okay.
now? So where this stems from is about expectations. If women are saying they don't feel protected by black men, we need to say, where is this coming from?
Right.
Why are women feeling this way?
Yeah.
Right.
Because that actually assumes that there's an expectation in terms of, I expect this from my man, I'm not getting it, hence I feel this way. That's why I had to go back there about expectations.
Yeah.
Right.
Angela has said she doesn't expect anything from a guy because in her world, she's got her immediate family and a bunch of friends. So her expectations are not compromised.
Roger, you're all right?
Who's that?
Maybe Ola could just add, obviously being brought up in an African family.
You all right, Roger?
Like I've said before. Like I said before, I brought up in an African family. As you know, it's changing now. Don't get me wrong, guys. But in African families, parents stay together. Parents, even when the relationship is not right, even if the relationship is toxic, parents still stay together. So again, I've never really had my mum, obviously my late mum, or my aunties bash men because they would still stay in their.
They respected them.
Angela,
Caribbean families, though. That's not just an African thing. That's not an African thing only.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Where is it then? Where else?
No, it is.
Where else is it?
Caribbean. My granddad, when my grandparents came, when my gran came from Jamaica to England, and she was here by herself for 7 years, and my granddad was in Jamaica, but for himself for 7 years with the children, no one had no tingling. I know for a fact that they both done their thing separately. And when it was time for my granddad to come to this country, she had to run certain man from her door, yeah? And he had to leave.
We don't see that in African families. We don't see that though.
I never saw it because I was exposure. Yeah, but I found that out as an adult, and that's what I'm saying. It happens in Caribbean. I'm just saying it happens in Caribbean families too.
Happen like that.
Okay,
I'm just gonna check on my mum. I'll be back in a minute.
You see Nigerians and Ghanaians, they're very strong on family morals and bringing up kids and marriage. They're very. I've got a lot of Nigerian friends. I've got cousins that are Ghanaian. I see how they live. Even if my cousin don't even get on with his baby mother, those kids and that respect and that still carries on.
Right. Can I catch on?
It's not even negotiate. It's no negotiating about it. Yeah. They still got to do by the rules.
Right, Angela, this is an important point here. Yeah? Remember, you've got your cultural identification to lean on. Not everyone shares that. So although we might not have the same colour on the outside, we have different cultural expectations. What I'm trying to say is coming back to the original point. If black women are actually articulating, I don't feel protected, that's because an expectation has not been met. Yeah. And B, they are seeing evidence that, I expect this is not happening, hence why I'm saying I don't feel protected. We need to listen to that.
Is that because maybe absent father then, or maybe something
whatever? No, we need to listen to that because I could right here give the reasons as to, you know what? I think you've had more protection than you've ever had in your life as a black woman in this country. Yeah, I could, but that's not the purpose here. I'm not going to do that because that diminishes the argument women are making. We need to listen to what they're saying. You see now? And the point is this, where's that coming from? It's coming from an expectation I have of black men. Well, I feel that in non-black men, they support their non-black women better than us. What's going on in our community? That's the first thing we need to look at. Yeah? So, check expectation. And two, is that expectation real? Does it work both ways? Because as you have expectations of black men have expectations of black women
as well.
Which is why you're getting comments like this in the panel.
Yeah. So we've got expectations as well.
We're talking, but we're not listening.
Yeah.
We're talking, we're not listening. If a guy can write this, if Nikki can feel this way, if Trish can feel, that means we're talking, but we're not listening.
Yeah, that's true.
So when I went back to the Bible, I wasn't trying to be fun. I'm saying let's go back to the Genesis of where these expectations came from. You see now. So I'm trying to be funny about but I'm not going to show the scripture. If you learn enough, go look at the scripture, see what it means. People think Eve was a helpmate. No, Eve was a helpmeet. Yeah? And if you go back to the original Jewish language, what helpmeet means, you can't actually explain it in any English words. The nearest word means helpmate, but it's helpmeet. She was there to support Adam. And the reason why it's important that you understand that is because sometimes when a man's trying to do his purpose, there's certain things he doesn't see. The woman is the eyes that will see the danger that the man doesn't see. You see why I gave the example with Roger? He did see certain things that I saw.
Higher level.
You see now. So imagine we was in a relationship now, and Roger's doing his thing, and I as a woman see something he can't see. That's the role of a woman in a man's life.
Yes.
Now, when she feels that, hold on, I'm doing this for you, my man, and you're not protecting me, then you start having comments like this.
Yeah.
You see now. That's what it is.
I agree with you, Ollie. Totally. And I just think, you know, I'm going to go back again about the throwing women, black women getting rid of black men and this, that, and the other. You know, yes, the black women have had to kick men out. Yes, black women have had to go to solicitors and all that stuff. I personally had to do it myself with my ex, but it was because of the situation that I was put in as a woman, that he put me in. He was the one that done it. He put me in that position, the black man that I had children
and you had to do what you had to do, right?
And then I was the fuckery one for calling the police. I was the fuckery one for, but yet you was the one that wanted to be physical with me. You was the one that wanted to do all this, that did whatever with me, but I just had to sit back and just chill.
But also, Nikki, let's go deeper than that.
I don't think so.
Deeper. Nikki, you did what you did because certain expectations in your eyes were not being met.
Right, exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. See?
And coupled with the fact that I had two daughters that had not got. I saw my mum go through bullshit with certain people as a teenager. Because as I said before, my mum never had a boyfriend when we were young. She was single throughout our whole until we got to about 16, 17, when my mum actually settled with a boyfriend. And like I see her go through enough foolishness with man, and I promised myself I weren't doing it. I fell into it. I fell into it just because he was a good actor. He got me good. He reeled me in good. We had kids and everything. And then there was no way on earth my children were going to see that behavior accepted. No, just no. We just.
Can I just say nothing as well? I don't usually do this. I'm address this comment here. So Michelle said that's why the queen on the board moves in different ways. What's that supposed to mean? That, you know what? Let me dispel that now. The queen's role is you're the queen's wife. That's all you are. The king's wife. Remember that. The queen is not the biggest piece on the chessboard. It's the king. Your role is to protect the king. That's why you have more moves than the king. The king can only move one at a time. The queen can move in different directions. Your role is to protect the king. Because if the king falls over, game done. You see what I'm talking about now?
Yeah.
People represent her power. Her power is to protect the king.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying now? People say, no, she's the queen. No. Your role is to protect the king, because once the king loses, the game done. So all your power don't mean nothing. And we need to understand that. Yeah? Sometimes women I'm not all women, some get drunk on their own power or the new role that they have in society right now. Women have never been so liberated, financially secure, economically secure, to the point where they don't even need that man.
Yeah, all of that as well. You see when that comes in?
But that's the man's downfall. That's the man's
downfall.
No. Sorry.
Nikki, you're right. Nikki, you're right. When you say that it's the man's downfall, you're right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Because we have civilized the world to this extent. It's our fault.
Civilized the world to this extent. It makes you sound like you put clothes on us and shit and made us.
No. You played a part in this as well when you come to talk about clothes, Okay, who sews? I can't sew. The only people that I know that can sew are women. Excuse me.
Sorry, I have to. Sorry,
my tailor's a man.
I don't want to cut him. But Tony.
But what I'm saying is, that's you. What I'm saying is, the point is, civilization has come to a point where like there's so much safety and security that the average woman doesn't need the average man.
I think again we've had this discussion many times, and I feel like it's more of a case of It's not that you don't need a man, but you are at the stage where you don't have to deal with toxicity or subscribe to painful love if you don't need to, because you can sustain yourself. So if it's going to be a load of bullshit and a load of drama, I can do it myself. I don't need it. So it's like, instead of relationship being a necessity, it's more of like a bonus, a plus. It's something nice in life. And if it ain't going to be that, you don't want it, because you can look after yourself.
Yeah, but Natalie, what the thing about sustain yourself? What Roger said, you're not sustaining yourself. Men have put things in place so you believe you're sustaining yourself. No, the state has put things in place for you. Structures have been put in place for you so that you actually don't have to rely on a man. So you think you're running yourself, but it's a man who put these things in place. Remember,
what did the state put in place for me?
He put the fact that as a woman, right, you have certain rights that you didn't have 50, 100 years ago. So you can walk out of a relationship and you won't be worse off than 50 years ago, because things have been put in place for you institutionally. Yes, that's been put in place by a man. So we say you don't need a man. Yeah, fine. You're not in front.
I don't need a man. Yeah, but that man is not my. Whoever put that in place is not my emotional partner. I'm talking about. I don't need to be in a relationship. That's what you're trying to say.
When men have civilized the world for women.
Free housing. I'm not in no free housing. I'll work.
Talking about free housing. Who's got free housing?
That's
don't take that.
I'm able to do it by myself.
Don't take all that on. I think he's just trying to be funny.
I just want to go back to one of Tony Cox's comments.
Don't do it, Nick. He's trying to draw you out.
Shut up, because it sounds like you, Olu, and you, Roger, about you chose him, Nikki. Black men are culpable but not wholly responsible for bad relationships. I never blamed him for my bad relationship. I said that his actions and behavior put me in a situation where I had to do certain things, which I felt I had no other choice to do. So I never blamed him for my bad relationship. We had a bad relationship. Do you know what I'm saying? But his behavior and his actions, which to me were excessive and not necessary, caused me to behave in a certain way. And that's where I'll leave it.
Yeah. And
Once a relationship gets violent, then this is the
thing.
It's only gonna go one way. It's only gonna go one way. I don't know what men expect. Like when a relationship gets violent, like what do you expect afterwards? I don't know. I believe anything reach you after you've got violent in a relationship, you forget that. You forget everything that come with it. Court,
everything.
CSA.
Hold on, guys. Can I just say something here? You know what? Let me say something now. That sounds good. And you know what? I 100% agree with that sentiment. However, when men can't express themselves, they get violent, yeah? Physically violent. What about when women get verbally violent? One to the man then.
We as men.
Right.
We as men.
So I'm saying, when a woman gets verbally violent, it's just as mad as
verbally abusive.
Let me answer you.
Being there.
This is what we do. This is what we're supposed to do.
Walk away.
That's their strength. We've got this, we've got muscles, the muscle biceps and all. We've got that. Women have their mouth. You cannot control the mouth.
Right. Yes.
So we have to take that step and know how to control and walk and take a walk around the block.
And that's the issue a lot of men struggle with. Because
we struggle with that.
If it's to the point where it's going to draw you out, or if her mouth is toxic to the point it's not a safe space or it's not a good energy to be in, you don't need to be in that.
Yeah, that's why we walk away.
She's got her own.
You don't sit in the yard and beat her down. You don't beat her down and bust her and make the mat swell up so she can't talk no more. It don't make no sense.
But
but the man who's been verbally abused by the woman for years, he should just take that, yeah.
But
no.
He shouldn't.
No one's saying that.
No, you're not supposed to take that. No man is supposed to be taking up. No.
That's not a reason to bust that one. Yeah,
no, right. You don't have
because let me tell you a generation that's happening now. Let me tell you something. In schools, I see girls arguing, but shut, I'll ban you. Go on then. Women, I've seen girls say to a guy, I will ban you. When I was at school, women would never say that to a man. They are so. They're such a power with men that they will say to a man, I will ban you. Most guys are not mature enough to understand you can't put your hands on a woman. They don't understand it because they see them as equals. Mm-hmm. You see how the power difference change. Can you imagine that woman when she gets older, how she be talking to men? Look at the way some of these young girls talk to our young boys. Look at some of these young girls. Talk to older women, and you understand. Raw.
Boy, I was one of them girls, you know. I was one of them girls.
Up in the man's face.
I was one of them girls.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you see when it gets like that?
No.
Like that though.
What happened, Nikki?
No.
Nikki, what was it like? Tell us.
No. Let me just clarify something. Like Trisha said earlier, yeah, I'm a direct, straight talking person, and a lot of people can't handle that, especially men. Yeah, I've found a lot of men can't handle when I'm direct, when I'm to the point, and when I'm this and when I'm
straight without being disrespectful.
Exactly.
Right. I'm not going to be up in a man's face and telling him I'm going to bang him. I wouldn't do that because if a man bangs me and knocks me out, then what?
Right. A lot of girls are on that now.
Right. That's not what I'm going to do.
But that's what's different about you, though, Nikki.
What I'm saying is, yeah, you say that you're straight and you're to the point, yeah, but are you disrespectful when you're relaying your is the delivery? How's the delivery?
No. Are you swearing? Are you swearing and stuff?
I swear, but I don't.
To the man. Swear to the man.
No, but now I don't know. No, all right.
See, I can never say to a man. I can never say to a man.
Honestly.
I can never say the F word to a guy. Never ever.
There you go. See?
Ways like that.
No, okay. When you say to a guy or in
your
a
man, your partner.
What, to my man? Have I ever sworn?
If you're arguing, the experience you're talking about, would you be saying you effing this, you effing that, you see?
No, I don't talk like that. I don't talk like that. No. But I do swear. I'm not going to say I don't swear.
Okay, that's different.
It's not every other word.
That's different.
Yeah, I don't like that kind of language neither.
Okay.
No, I think that's inappropriate.
Can I just say as well? I feel like if a woman says to a man, "I will bang you," and then goes on to hit said man, you can't be shocked if said man.
Self-defense. Yeah, that's self-defense, right?
Thank you.
I feel like you have to.
Every action creates a reaction.
Yeah, I'm firmly by my side. I don't want to get hit by no man. So I'm not hitting nobody.
Trisha, it comes back to what I said before earlier.
That's right. Newton's third law of motion. Remember?
Hold on. It comes back to what I said earlier about expectations. We're now reached a stage where a woman can say, "Shut up!" I'm funny to a man like use language that men understand. A man's only got one choice to respond. You see now? Whereas back in the day when we were socialized, you would never talk to a boy like that ever. Yeah. It wasn't the done thing. All right. But you see now.
Can I say something though, right? I'm gonna tell on myself, but please try not to judge. But oh, he's got his glasses on, boy. Right. I am, as you know, I'm the youngest of 4 siblings. I had 3 older brothers, they all passed away. I feel like when I was growing up and my brothers were there, my brothers weren't easy either. Do you know what I mean? They weren't easy. And I was raised by soldiers, put it that way. And the piss taking was nowhere near. When my brothers were alive, certain things that have happened just wouldn't happen because of the presence of the male. So I'll give you an example. We had a flood on the pipe under the bath bus, so we had to have some redecorations. This man came into our home. He gave us a quote. He was very humble. He was very nice and professional, presented himself well, and didn't work out well. And I had to get in that same sort of kind of way that you just expressed, Olu, because you're trying to rip off my mum. I'm the only person here. I'm a female. I'm the only person here at this stage because all right, I'll give you a little breakdown. There's some cousins that you don't call in my family unless you want it to go. And there's certain things, I don't have blood on my hands. I can sleep at night. They don't want to talk, they just want to do. Yeah. So you don't call them if you're looking for someone to just get a smack. That's not going to happen. And one of the things that one of my brothers said to me before they passed was, we're not always going to be here to defend you. So you're going to have to look after learn how to look after yourself. And I did. But this man was trying to, like, if I wasn't here, what would have happened is this younger man would have come into my mother's home. He was good at his craft, so he could do the job, but he was dodgy. So you would have come into a pensioner's home, you would have taken money, you wouldn't have done the job that you were promised to do, you would have messed her about, you would have left her place in disarray, knowing that she's an elder. You're
taking advantage of, should have taken advantage of your mother. Yeah.
Right. And I had to step in. At one point, he said to my mum, your daughter protects you like she's a man. Now, that rang around in my head for weeks, because we've all got masculine and feminine spirit. But as a woman, you want your feminine spirit to reign supreme. But then if our men are coming into our homes, presenting a service, but with the sheer intention to just rob, because I have that power balance. I'm the man, I can do this. There ain't no men about, but oh shit, this girl protects you like a man. I thought it was a very weird choice of words, and it told me that you was coming here to take advantage because you're the man, I'm the woman.
He's a predator. He knew what he's doing. That's why he said that. He betrayed himself.
Right. So a lot of the times I say all of that to say that there are some women running around acting like males, but there are some women that act in the manner that you just spoke of out of sheer principle, because that's how I do what you say you're going to do what's right, do what your heart should tell you to do. Like, why are you here trying to rob an elder that is like, doesn't even matter. Let's not even put color in it. You're robbing the elder. You're just not doing the right thing. I've had to step in, and I've had to speak a language that made, like, we're not about that. So don't think because you see two females here that I can't make a phone call for you. He drew me out to that, but it's because you have to protect yourself, because there are predators out there.
Yeah, but hold on. But Trisha, here's the interesting thing. You make a phone call, but that phone call would be men. It wouldn't be women, would it? It'd be men rallying around, wouldn't it?
Hello.
Yeah, it would
you see?
Be, but it would be. But I didn't have to make that phone call because, as he said to my mum, she protects you like a man. What does that even mean?
But it means this.
No. Olu, hang on, hold on. Trisha, Trisha, what you're suggesting is it has to be serious. It has to be a serious situation for you to get men involved.
Basically, yeah. But it's
but you didn't have. But you didn't have to, though, because you saw that you had it under control, and as he was saying, you got the thing locked like you're one of the man them.
But no, like, me as a female, I don't want to be betrayed like one of the man them. I don't want to have to put on that energy. I don't want to have to bring out that male energy, if you like, to protect myself.
Leon, are you watching this?
Yeah.
I don't want to bring out that energy to protect myself against someone that, or a figure, male's figure, black male figures that I'm actually looking for protection from. If you like,
Leon, you hear that?
If we're, you know what I mean? If we're in a community, I stand by that. I shouldn't have to show that I've got street smarts to protect myself against my counterpart. That should be just naturally protecting me because we're in a community.
Yeah, but it's not like that because sad to say, if a man sees a bike that he can ride until the wheels come off, he's gonna ride it till the wheels come off, and he'll ride it on the rim as well.
Back to the original question, we are the only bikes that are ridden until the wheels drop off.
That's right, exactly.
Not
even just by men.
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say.
On the walk off the screen.
I wouldn't say just. Why are black women victims? I don't get it. Why are we?
We're not victims. But
no.
We're not saying we're victims. We're saying that we're held to a different standard.
Yeah.
It's just a cliche. It's just a cliche of a woman taking a car to a mechanic's.
We're not educated like that. Yeah.
The man will charge. The man will charge you a $5 to put, or a $10 to put air in your tire.
Always, Leon.
Your boyfriend go and take the car down there. The man don't even look for nothing.
Always, Leon. I get that.
You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
But that's
there's
just
some interesting comments in the chat. Some men are saying that they've suffered violence from women.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, some people are agreeing with you guys that the tongue, because this is another topic that I found really interesting is as well, don't expect people to take your rudeness. You're saying you're direct, but you're darn right rude, and that's not strong black woman either.
Yeah.
Do you
Thank you.
why should we
that?
take that either? So in going back to what you guys were saying about the black woman's tongue or the woman's tongue, let's take race out of it. The woman's tongue.
But I can only say the black woman's tongue because I've only had black women in my life. I've never really heard the white girl's tongue. So it wouldn't even be a racist thing for me, to be honest with you, to be even saying black woman's tongue. You get what I'm saying? I've just heard when black women are ready to turn it on, turn it on.
Okay, and then maybe I shouldn't say this as well though, Leon, but again, I'm not saying Africans were far from it, but have you had an African woman speak out of turn with you? Have you had that?
Are you trying to say African women don't?
I was going to say, are you telling me that I've got lots of African friends?
I'm just saying,
because I'm about to end the Zoom. If
no,
that's what you're
I'm
saying.
just saying. Honestly, I'm just saying. Like again, I'm not saying African culture is right. Our culture is very toxic. It is very toxic, but we put it all behind closed doors. That's the difference with us. We don't put it out there. You've got families living in a very toxic household behind closed doors, but we don't put it out there. At the same time, you can have a woman that's in a very, 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 very disadvantaged, unhealthy relationship. But again, we're also brought up. If a man's cheating, you stay. You don't raise your voice to an African man. You might talk in a language, but you can't cuss.
Okay, so how's that worked out for us as women? How's that worked out
I've never
for us?
cussed a man like that. I've never cussed.
So Angela,
how has that worked out for us?
Angela,
yeah.
Good question then. So you're saying that you've been brought up not to raise your voice at men, at your men.
I've never seen it before. I've never seen it.
No. Okay, I have, and I know Nigerians and Ghanaians that cuss like.
Okay, maybe they're born there, but on the majority, that's not us.
Yeah, but okay.
I can talk about that's not us.
No, but
that might be a one-off. That might be a schedule.
Angela, let me finish my sentence.
Something was fundamentally wrong there.
God have mercy. So because
dysfunction in that family, we're not brought up like that. We are not.
So are we saying that
up like that either?
I was going to say, I'm not brought up like that. I wasn't brought up like that.
I'm not saying we're good.
Angela, one sec. Angela, stop for a sec.
Stop. Are we saying that Caribbeans are dysfunctional and Africans are not?
No, she's not saying that.
I'm just saying that. I'm saying that we're both the same, yeah? I'm not saying African. Our culture is probably even more toxic. We have very unhealthy marriages and relationships, but we keep it behind closed doors. And even when the woman, the mom, the wife is suffering, you will not see the woman raise her voice or cuss the man.
And my question to you was, how has that worked out for us?
But we don't do that cussing thing. We don't do it.
Not cussing. You should be able to speak to your individual.
Of course, we do that. They raise their voice. I'll take that back. We raise our voice, but I've never seen in all my upbringing and a Ghanaian auntie, mum, sister, whatever, cousin, whatever, speak to a man out of turn. The only time I've seen that is in those films, and African films, but they got a bit Western now. But that's even happening in our household. We don't raise like that. I'm not saying the woman's not cussing, the mum's not cussing, or the auntie's not cussing under her breath, or maybe to her sister or to her cousin. But we as children, we're not. Now it's different. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, we're born here. But when I'm talking about the first generation, you will not see a mum or auntie cuss at a dad. Never. That would not happen.
Yeah, but all right. But in my family's Jamaican through and through, and in like my gran never used to cuss my granddad, my aunties, and that. So you know what I mean. I weren't brought up to cuss off anybody, much less men. Do you know what I'm saying? My gran is that old school. I'm the one that should go and serve my brother his dinner. That's how I was brought up. The same old school. Do you know what I'm saying? But I was also brought up to be empowered to speak
my truth
to the man
by my mum, who wasn't empowered to speak her truth. So she made sure that
depends how far you take it, though. Depends how far you take it.
I didn't
like you're saying direct stuff.
You're not letting me finish my sentence, though, babe. Let me finish what I'm saying first, because that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I cuss off and I swear after my husband or anything like that. But if I feel that something isn't right, I am empowered to speak in, and if I raise my voice, then that's fine. He ain't gonna think I'm being disrespectful.
No, I get that.
Do you know what I mean? He's not gonna be like, who do you think the hell you're talking to? And like, yeah, that's not how we roll. That's not how we go.
I'm just saying,
and my husband is East African. He's not Caribbean. He's East African. Yeah. So there's a like you're saying about cultures and all that. There was a lot of things that I had to get used to with marrying into his family as an East African, and I was a Jamaican as well, British born Jamaican family. Yeah. So it's what was that for? Sorry, who made that noise?
I hear what you're saying, Nikki, but I can't really agree with all what you're saying though. I get what you're saying. You might be an exception, but I'm just saying in general, I can speak for my own culture. I can speak very well for my own culture. And obviously I've lived here, I've lived in Ghana. We don't do that. It's changing now. It's changing now. Don't get me wrong. It's changing now. But if you're talking to me as an individual today, am I used to seeing black men being thrown in the bus, cussing? I haven't seen that. I just have to be honest. Because the culture we're raised into, we don't have that.
No.
Can I just jump in again? Like I said earlier, it comes back to the expectations we have from our black men, from our women, black women. Yeah. Angela's talking from her own cultural perspective. She can only see from her cultural eyes. I will say, because I'm a bit older than Angela, coming from a West African background, my parents are West African. I'm here, first generation British African. I say the same thing up to now. Yeah, I've got nieces and nephews, 30 plus. That cultural thing is, when they see you, the respect they give you is till now, even my kids. There's certain things, even if you think you do not do it, and if you do it on your own head, be it. So when she said she didn't see certain things, yeah, a lot of our marriages were toxic, were horrible. The man cheating on you, swallow it, deal with it. You don't be going out and say, your husband, you cheat on me. Just, that's not the dumb thing. It wasn't the dumb thing.
Okay,
no, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. You just don't do that.
What's the psychology behind it? Because you're silent and suffer.
No, we're not saying it's right, Trisha. What I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that you're saying it's right. I'm just trying to understand the psychology of, and it doesn't work for us. Yeah, so I understand it wasn't the done thing, but meanwhile we're suffering behind closed doors. Angela asked earlier, well, why are black women the victims? These are the reasons why, not victims, but there are issues that we are experiencing behind closed doors, and it's not the done thing.
And let me tell you what the issue was.
At what point do we progress?
I took the issue was. Remember, and I even said this about the West Indian parents, when they came here, they came with an expectation that life would be better. So when they came here, and so it wasn't how they thought it's going to be, now there's two things they're dealing with. Oh my gosh, it's not what I thought it's going to be. And two, I'm in a worse position here than I was when I left back home. Yeah? So the man, from when he came over here, he lost his power. The woman was getting more power because she's realizing there's things put in place to support her and she had the kids. You see what I'm saying now? So where's the word words before that your grandma, your aunt didn't have a voice? After a while, look back, they did have a voice. And it's the man who they raised didn't have a voice. So that beating and getting drunk and gambling money, that won't work. They didn't have to accept that anymore. Whereas before they would accept it in silence. They don't have to accept it anymore. That's why if you look, listen, I've got kids for whose mothers are West Indian, so I've seen the dynamics of what it looks like, yeah? It was always a strong mother working, or the auntie, and the dad weren't really doing much in both cultures. Yeah. So you grew up thinking, I have to be strong like my mother because she kept the whole family together. Yeah. Now that generation of kids, which is our generation, thinking, I'm not having that for my life. I don't need, I've seen what it looks like. I'm not accepting that.
Right.
That's the generation we are now.
As us throwing you under the bus then?
It's not about throwing under the bus, it's about, you know what, you need to level up because I've seen that and I don't want it in my life. And that's why I said men have to step up and listen to what these women are saying. Because if you're saying you feel like you've been thrown under the bus, it's because your men are not meeting your expectations.
Men are saying in the chat that they feel like we are throwing them under the bus as well.
Because they're not feeling supported. They're not feeling supported. Because when a man is being disempowered in the workplace and he comes home, his wife won't listen to him, he's thinking, who's listening to me?
Wow.
Yeah. Who's listening to me? If you can't be a boss in your own house from your wife.
But There's a lot of men out there speak with
You see
knickers,
that?
closed doors.
They
Slide.
sleep with knickers, did you say?
Yeah. It's true. It's true. They are. It's a fact.
It's true.
True.
Not sleep with knickers. I can't.
It's them. The wife
But it's true though.
the wife is the boss. The wife
The
is the
wife is
boss.
the boss.
Bad look.
And another thing again.
Bad look.
Enough
The wife's
men
the boss. The man just there timid, like a dog.
Enough men are with women out of circumstances.
I've said that before, Leon.
Yeah. Right. You're right, Leon.
100%.
You're right, Leon.
100%.
You're right, Leon.
I said it before.
Wow.
You know what?
100%.
If they were to do all over again, they'd leave, but they can't because either they're too far gone, they can't make it on their own. You see?
Problem.
They got no yard, can't get a yard. Poor credit. Probably the woman bought the car for you or put the finance down with you. So they're thinking, rah. So, and a man in that position, you know, you got no right chicken girl because no woman want you. She's off on her own.
Humble yourself. You need to humble yourself.
So they eat the humble pie.
Yeah.
They eat the humble pie.
Real talk,
We as
man.
guys, we know this.
Yeah.
These guys.
Yeah.
How many guys you know been with a woman a long time ago? She kicks him out and he's got to start all over again in his 40s.
Yeah.
Probably go back to his mum's house, wait for the mum to die and get the yard. You know, we've heard the stories. We know how it goes.
It happens, bro.
We know how it goes.
Mm.
That's the reality for most men when you don't level up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we know there's nothing in place for us by the state that if you mess up, we'll give you a yard. No, you're on the streets. But a woman, you got kids. There's something in there for you. You may not like it, but there's something in there for you.
Something there. Something
There's
there.
nothing for a single man. It's not for a man with kids. Nothing.
Nothing there.
Nothing.
Single man. Nothing.
Nothing, you see? And on top of that, you meet a woman who don't rate you or she be with you, she look at you thinking, yeah, let's see if your dreams manifested. You're a waste man. Come out my life. Yeah, take your fucking TV as well. Yeah. That's what I'm saying now. Real talk. Real talk. No, Bravado, I've been that guy. I know what it looks like. It's not nice.
Not nice.
Seriously, it's not nice. You know? And you front it on the outside like, yeah, look at me. You're living in your car.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not nice.
Yeah.
Not nice.
No, I mean, to a degree, I agree with some of the things that you were saying, Ange, because I've got like close male friends, and I talk to them, and I remembered having a conversation with one of my close male friends, and he was saying to me that the way in which we speak is it can cut. And someone said it earlier today, like the physical tongue can be just as painful or mentally abusive as the physical. But you can see the physical damage, but you can't see the mental damage that the tongue lashes out. And some of the things that he repeated to me that his partner at the time had said. Yeah. And listening to how her words killed his love day by day. Yeah. Just killed it. It was one of the most interesting, because I've got a fiery, sharp tongue when I'm ready. But from that moment, I vowed I'm never going to speak to my significant my significant other in a way in which it just kills the love day by day by day by day. I'm just not going to do it. So but when you're hurt, Trisha, you can't help it because you're hurt. You're frustrated with your man. No, my last relationship I was in, I didn't. Like, as Angela said, I made a conscious effort to watch my mouth. Yeah. So I got upset and I got frustrated with him. Yes, but we had dialogue. It wasn't disrespectful dialogue. And that's how I want to move forward, because I think the only reason I bring that up is because, yes, we are going on about violence and physical stuff, but mental health is just as important. Yeah. And, you know, both sides have got to take accountability. So as Ollie was saying, men have got to level up. We've got to level up as well. We've got to really watch our mouth. You know, there is a way to express yourself without being disrespectful and cutting to the white meat. You know what I mean? So I'm intentionally working on that in all areas, but paramount it would be in the next relationship that I get into. It would be paramount for me. That's nice. It's nice when you can record flaws. But the painter and decorator that I was speaking about earlier didn't experience this side of me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So, the full 100. He got the full 100.
Mum, you got the 360, boy. Don't rap with my mum. Come in there rapping with my mum. You must be mad. I will kill you personally. Don't do it.
Forget the bad bit. I'll do it myself.
Not my mum.
And I hear you, Trisha. Again,
not my mum. I lose my whole shit when it comes to my mum. I don't know what it is. But
and you're only human. You got it. Of course you got it.
It's not normal. But I the ladies around the screen would tell you how I am with my mum, boy.
Like, I think at this stage we're due another Patrick story, you know.
Oh, come on.
I don't think so.
Come on.
Patrick, we're due another Patrick story.
What we saying here about the woman with them mouth, yeah?
Yeah.
My 8-year-old relationship, yeah?
I told you.
The mouth.
Oh my God.
Just kill the love, yeah? And we was for the last 6 months.
How much years, Pat?
8 years. And the last 3 months, we sleep together in bed and not touch each other. And I say, you know what? I need to get out of here. Because my eye and my back can't stay there. I will get cancer. So I need to get out there and get myself another chick. And that's what I did.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he teach me passport because it's all me talk, because I grew up in Jamaica, most of my young life, and my voice, if you see me and when you hear me talk, you might say, oh, I'm talking so I look so. So she hear me talk, so I think say, yeah, me must have buy my passport or something. So she my passport, me just apply back for one. You see it?
The passport.
Yes.
Damn.
So me apply back for one.
You guys be ignoring the red flags, I think.
Yeah.
Which
yeah, because I'm a bias, big man. Because you want me talk.
So she thought that it's buy it.
I'm a young youth at Jamaica. And we come back here and my voice not change. We try to make it change, but sometimes my voice let me lose some good woman. But I say it go.
That's about the good women yet.
Yeah, so Mr. Because when they hear my voice, they say, oh, this hardcore tug I talk to. Yeah.
Hardcore tug, you know.
Yeah.
Look at Patois, man.
Well, listen.
So, some like it and some like it, so we can't please all, you know.
Scary.
Nah, you can't please all, yeah.
Love it.
The voice scary. Yeah?
All right, it's serious, real talk.
Wow.
Guys,
yeah, man.
it's 12:15.
Wow.
I have to make a move.
Yeah.
Wrap up.
We're gonna have to. But Leon, I love the info.
Leon.
Listen, ask Donna when you speak to her next what I said to her. Do you and Raga want to cover the show? Because we've been meaning to do this, so you've got to come back.
Oh, bless you. I will.
We love it.
I was just scrolling through the book and I see it. It's the first time I've seen it, the show. How long have you been doing it for?
We've made a year now.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've been doing it for a year.
No, to be honest with you, though, I did take a little break off of social media, though. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see. Yeah. Okay.
I ain't seen you since the what's the jerk chicken and dirty rice thing.
No, that's not me. You're getting mixed up.
Rotted.
Wrong person.
Is he getting you mixed up with Dizzle?
Yeah, disclaimer.
Oh,
that's not Dizzle.
That's
not
Leon.
This is Ragadaga Rants.
Ragadaga Rants. Not Dizzle.
No.
Oh, see.
Yeah.
Have you been Leon? Have you been mistaken for Dizzle?
Leon?
Leon, have you been mistaken for Dizzle before?
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, they
all the time.
All my life.
Wow.
Because we all kind of come up together, isn't it?
No,
Dizzle all the tattoos though.
Yeah.
I'm the one with no tattoos. That's how you know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I ain't got no brush.
So you sat on this whole time thinking this was Dizzle.
Wow.
No, I was just taking him for a man still.
Right. No. I'm just saying this whole time but you're used to that.
You thought I was him.
We've seen it. People always confuse the two.
No, you know what? Here's the thing, yeah. Like, I don't care who I'm talking to, you know.
Right.
And when I'm talking to a person, I always take their perspective for what it is
and
their opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, all right, see that you can ask Olu, for example. Like, I get on with Olu because I took Olu for who he is.
Yeah.
We don't agree on everything.
Yeah.
You need to understand that. You get me? But we respect each other to a point where we're like, okay, you're a man, you believe this. I'm a man, I believe that. Cool. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I approach everyone. I don't care if you're a celebrity or you're a normal person. I mean, I've actually met celebrities, like, and I've had the same approach to them where I'm like, okay, so what are you about? And
Right.
and do you know what I mean?
Over the gaff again.
Would you say that?
Because we're going all round the houses again.
Oh. That's just his way, Natalie.
Anyway,
that's his way, man.
people like I talk to people, simple. That's my point.
Yeah.
That you do, Rog. That you do.
That you do.
And it's fun.
I love you for it. It's all jokes, you know. I hope
Even
you're
though
not
we
getting
fuck
sensitive.
sometimes, it's
Yeah,
lovely.
So when you're back,
also
next year, Trish, what
Roger,
day you back next year?
Roger, remember this thing, Roger. You made her scream. Remember that, yeah.
Oh my god. You need to start saying that. Like it was hiding in the wardrobe or something.
And not just that, I had to change the sheets afterwards.
Oh my god!
That's just too much information, you know.
Bravado. That just sounded like all bravado, man.
Too much information, Roger.
Hey,
you know what? I'm going to sign off at this point. You know what? Good night, Sean.
Yeah.
Layers,
man. Leaving the meeting. Yeah.
One. Then, Roger. Bye. Roger got sensitive on this one. Who is this girl? We're gonna have to tell her off for making Roger sensitive. Leon.
Bless you lot, man. I'm gonna go now though, yeah?
Yeah, Leon, when we're back next year, I'll message you if your number's still the same.
All right then, Trish. No worries, man.
Come back again, you know.
Definitely, man.
We love
definitely.
Thanks for stopping
by. You lot take
by.
care. Have a nice
Are you still doing your radio show before you go, Leon?
Huh?
You still doing your radio show?
No. I haven't done it for ages.
Okay, so you're just taking a whole break.
Yeah.
All loved up in that. I see you.
No. All right.
I'm gonna say something, but you know, I thought.
Bless you, yeah? You lot
All
take
right,
care.
Then, love. I'll call you.
Blessed P. Yeah.
Good night. Good night.
Love, blessings.
Right.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Trisha, who's this Husani guy? He sounds quite funny as well.
Oh, who just left?
That was Leon.
Oh,
that was Leon that left, yeah.
Who's Husani? Do you know him?
I don't know him.
He needs to come on.
I think Natalie, is he one of your friends?
Yeah, he's on my Facebook.
He's on your Facebook.
Yeah.
Invite him as well.
We invite guys to come on all the time. So the same way you lot stopped by and Patrick just said, can I stop by? We want guys to stop by. But we had a nice balance. It was actually for once an equilibrium. There was the same amount of guys as there was girls. So that's why we left it balanced like that. It was nice.
It was great. I really enjoyed it.
Good show. So tell the people where to find you guys.
Yeah.
Because this is our last show for the year. We're not coming back until next year, but I will message you and let you know when. It's not going to be late. It'll be early next year. We'll be back, but we need a break.
No.
We do need a break.
How's mummy?
She's all right. We're making progress.
Yeah.
We're making progress. We have good and bad days. It's not a joke. Like, wow. But my mum's a fighter. So
how are you going to deal with the race coming up? Are you beginning to race? I mean, in like the new regulations, what are you going to be doing?
I'm not leaving my house unless I'm going to work.
Mm.
Yeah, I will be in a rave if someone books our 360 machine. With my mask and my hand sanitizers, I'll be there for 3 hours and I will leave. I'm not. My mum's my top priority at the moment. I have raved for 20 plus years. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. And although like I'm working really hard to get this COVID thing out of my psyche, I'm working on that, but you can't deny after what we've been through that it's real. So you still need to be safe. You still need to just weigh up the pros and cons. If you know what I mean, I'm not saying that I'm never going to go out and rave again, but when I was just about to say I have to keep releasing new variants, but I might shut down my whole page for saying that. But as new variants keep, and we don't know what they are, I just need to keep myself as safe as I possibly can.
You think we'll have a lockdown this year or early next year?
I think early next.
Yeah. After Christmas.
I reckon early next.
The government's going to
in the tone for it.
They're going to give us Christmas and whatever, and then I think
spending and then lock it.
Yeah. And schools as well, Lou. Schools as well.
I don't
Do you know
think
what?
schools will be affected.
Let me tell you this now, right? Exams will take place next summer. Yeah. If there is another lockdown, what they'll probably try and do is say, look, what they did, what tried to do last year is, okay, we're going to tell what's going to be in the paper before. That's not going to work. Not going to work. Kids are prepared. Kids are doing mock exams right now. You see now. So what they're trying to get the kids to do is do regular testing. So that if they do have to do that, they've got the data well. But what they're doing is they're putting pressure on the kids. They're putting pressure on the kids. Exam. They're not used to it. You see now. But I think there'll be some sort of lockdown.
I think so.
Early next year. Don't do it for Christmas. They let us have a party. They let us spend the money in the shop.
Spend money in the shops.
Boom.
Yeah. Because I was thinking about this on my walk home the other day, and I was thinking it's a tough position to be in because this could potentially lead us into the worst recession the country's ever seen.
Yeah.
So it's that or life. So it's, what do you do? It's money or life.
That's why they're trying to keep the economy going. They're going to try and keep it going, but they're going to, that's why the working from home things come back again. I think they're going to start
voluntarily to start off with. Yeah.
Well, they've said no now. They've said work from home if you can work from home from the other day.
Yeah, because
it was meant to go back in April, innit? And then people were trying to go back, but now this new variant, he said no, work from home, back to like how it was before. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. I've got a couple of things coming up to go out in December.
Think twice, Nikki. I would.
And well, you know what?
This thing's real. It's real.
No, I know it's real, and my daughter has it at the moment, and she's a physiotherapist, and she works all through the bloody pandemic at work and everything. So I know it's real. I'm not taking it for a joke or nothing like that, but I do take my precautions. I test quite regularly, so I make sure that I'm as safe as I can be, and I'm not going to become a hermit because of it. No. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like I said, I've got a couple of things coming up. I'm not going to go out how I have been. Like in the summertime, I was out all the time, out all the time. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I've got a few bits, and then that's it. Come after the new year, that's it. I'm like, Trish, I'm not going out. I've got things to do. I can't be going nowhere.
Yeah,
I heard in Scotland, the Scottish Prime Minister was saying she wants to restrict mingling in households down to 3.
I think that will come our way soon.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Or after Christmas.
That's in Scotland.
For Christmas though.
Yeah.
That means you know what it is? They try not to scare us, mate. I think it's pretty worse than being reported,
Yeah.
But because what we went through last year, now the party scandal, then we're not going to have it. We're going to do what we're going to do. So they're trying to placate us, Yeah. And the hospitality thing now, you're booking Christmas holidays.
Yeah,
you're booking them. It's it's not easy. And the schools will be, oh my God, 3rd year.
Yeah.
No exams. These kids, man.
I hope the kids can't even catch up.
It's horrible for them, man. It's very sad.
You could technically have a person, a child in year 9. He still feels like he's in primary school. He's in primary school. That's how much schooling they've missed.
Yeah.
See why I heard they can't catch up. My friends.
They can't catch up.
Yeah.
But you do, and that leads me on to me anyway. Like I said, my company, again, I'm getting more and more calls for tutoring, but a lot of them having to turn back and say, help you. Because you're coming to me for the wrong reasons.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Hey, what's wrong if they want you to tutor?
If I'm telling you this what I do, why come to me 1 week before the mock exam?
A week?
Before the mock exam saying help me, I can't help you.
A week?
That's what you mean,
That's a bit silly.
A week.
That your child's have mock exams for Christmas. Don't come here a week before and say,
a week. No.
Like you got some magic wand.
This is what I'm talking about. Not people. What's wrong with you people, man?
That's silly. Yeah.
Look at me now. Look at the date today. I'm telling you now, in December, if exams are taking place next summer, it'll be a restricted exam. Yeah. So your kids should now get used to learn how to do exam papers. It's not about learning material. Know what you need to know, but know how to answer the question papers. It should be in practice like that.
Exam practice.
Yeah. I'm telling you that now. Yeah. Don't come to me a week before exam. Oh yeah, I want to book you. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
That's silly.
That's a problem.
You kind of.
And if you don't want to pay, fine. These are free resources you can use, but make sure your child's got a timetable in place. Try and monitor the timetable. Make sure they actually do the stuff. Because a lot of kids have to use their phone. I'm revising my app. Yeah, but when you come to exam, you want to have your phone in front of you. Be right.
Yeah. They're so smart.
No, they think they're smart. But the parents are not holding them to account properly. My child was. I saw them revising, doing what? Oh, not on a tablet, not iPad.
No.
But she didn't write anything. No, but she's revising. Really? It feels good.
Yeah.
But in your exam, you'll be writing on a piece of paper that is blank. You got to fill it with information.
You got to fill it up. You got to fill up the paper.
You don't get it. You don't get it.
True.
But all I can do is look after my flock, my friend, and people who listen. You know? And that's where it is, man.
Where can they find you, Olu? Anyone who's watching, what do you do? Where can they find you?
Okay. Atty Lane Education Services. I'll put it in the thing below here. Again, tutoring, coaching, mentoring for young people. I also do the same for children in local authority care. So those who have been removed from the school system, PRUs, I do one-to-one with them. And that has been really, really growing business because, again, a lot of our kids have been removed from schools for reasons you may think are unreasonable. Where do they go? They're forgotten. Just because they made one or two mistakes doesn't mean you have to write them off. And they respond to one-to-one. Like you would notice, Nikki, because the sort of work that you do, they do respond positively to one-to-one.
Yeah.
You know, and these could be situations where you could actually save them. Because what actually happens, just for those who don't know, in this country, you've got to do full-time education to the age of 18. And if not, you got to be in either what they call in employment, education, or training. If you're not, they consider you as NEET.
Yeah.
Not in education, employment, or training.
Yeah.
Now, what's happening now? Because it's hard getting work now. What job are you going to get if you've got no qualifications? So a lot of these kids want to do part-time work, but they've got no qualifications. On top of that, you might have a criminal record. So what I can do with my service, if I can provide you educational services, at least you're fulfilling the education part.
Right. Yeah.
Just because you're not at college or school doesn't mean you're not engaged in education. If you're receiving regular tutoring over 15 hours a week, it's considered education.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't know this. It's what I'm saying, that knowledge for our community.
Yeah.
So, and again, and now because of what's happening now, a lot of parents are deciding to home tutor their children.
Yeah. My friend's taking her son out of school. She's doing homeschooling.
Yeah.
The last 2 months.
You can do that, but know what you're doing.
Natalie's been talking about that for a long time, ain't you, Nat?
Yeah.
Know what you're doing.
They're not going to secondary school. They're going to be.
Are they not?
No, they're going to be homeschooled
Good
from
for you.
year 7.
Are you going to do it, or Dad's going to do it? Dad's works in
it's
school,
a bit of
isn't it?
both. Yeah, it's a bit of both and a homeschooling network as well.
Yeah, because that's what they do. I know quite. I mean, with my Womanhood Academy, we come across a lot of homeschooled children, and I mean,
there's a few seminars coming up as well, like from March, about homeschooling, especially within the Black community.
Yeah.
That we're gonna go to from.
Do you remember the old supplementary schools we had back in the day? Old supplementary
I used to
schools.
go to one in Finchley Park.
Saturday school.
Yeah. And there was a couple that ran it. There's one
in those schools. Behaviour wasn't an issue. The kids were behaved. Remember that?
Yeah.
and you know the reason why we all behaved is because everyone knew everyone's mum and gran and auntie.
There you go.
So we had to behave because they
were kids that couldn't behave in state schools. We're not listening. You see?
Right. Exactly.
What I'm talking about. It's there. The community needs to come together.
Yeah.
It's there. We know what to do. We know what to do. We don't have to threaten to beat our kids. You give them the eye, they behave.
Exactly.
You see, so it's all of that.
Exactly.
But that's what I'm doing in the so I really enjoyed today's one. I really did.
Yeah, today was good.
Very interesting.
Because you missed me in it, Ollie.
was meant to have been.
What's that?
Because you missed me in it, Ollie.
Your transformation
Your hair's
is
nice,
wow.
though. Your hair's nice, Nikki.
Nikki, your transformation is wow, you know.
You look nice, Nikki. You look really nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like this. I like what she's like. Because
You look nice.
Yeah,
You look really nice.
yeah, natural.
Thank you.
You see? And you got full
Glasses are from Specsavers, by the way.
No, I like them. I'm feeling
nice.
glasses too. Yeah.
Personality.
You see?
Just like you. Just like you. A lot of personality, just like you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that leads me on to me, then I'll keep talking and show you.
That's nice.
So you're gone.
Womanhood Academy. See, I'm wearing my top today. So yes, we do empowerment workshops for young women from the age of 8 to 12 and then 13 to 19. And we just do workshops to empower them, self-love, self-care, identity, what we were talking about earlier on about empowerment, you know, making sure they know who they are, making sure that they feel empowered in an appropriate way to talk their truth.
Is it online or face-to-face?
We are going face-to-face as of January.
Okay.
In a building. So it's been online since. We haven't gone back after September because we were meant to go into a building but couldn't, and we didn't get our online resources together in time. So we're going to take a break till January, and then we're going face to face in January. So yes, we do loads and loads of stuff. We take them out. We even linked up with Daryl when he done his book walk thing. We done a link up with him, and he took the kids on the Black History book walks to different bookshops, and they collected a book at the end of it, which was brilliant. But yeah, we just do loads and loads of stuff. So if anyone's interested, Olu, you know, you might, even though we've got Manhood Academy, so maybe I could link you with them, but they look for a lot of teachers and stuff like that. Yes, there's a Manhood Academy from the
there is, yeah.
Well, so yeah, that's me. We are on Facebook and Instagram, Womanhood Academy. Website is womanhoodacademy.com.
Oh, nice.
Great stuff. I want to do something with you guys next year.
Yeah.
Just to think about what that's going to be. And another thing that came to mind is you know, Israel's got the King's Peace Treaty.
Yeah.
And I'd spoken to him about doing the Queen's Peace Treaty, but it never went anywhere. So I think that would be a nice project to do with the girls.
That would be good. That's definitely would be good.
Yeah. The Queen's Peace Treaty with Israel. Shout out to Israel, man. I hope you're watching.
In it, man.
We
Long
love
time
you.
no see.
All right, Angie, Patrick. Patrick's gone. Angie, just what you up to?
Same thing at the moment. Quite busy with supporting people to getting funding to start their own business. So I've got to work after this call actually for a couple of hours. Yeah. So
wow.
Busy times. Yeah. Then other than that, my online store I'm launching. There's a lovely lady launching called Umpty. She's launching her own organic hair growth products after suffering hair loss herself. So she's launching it on my platform, my online store.
Oh, nice.
I think Thursday. Catherine, my girl's managing that for me because I can't keep up. But yeah, she launched that. Yeah, and it works. It works. So I've been trying some for myself, especially my edges and stuff like that.
The edges coming back.
I've been missing that. Yeah. So I'll keep you posted on that. But yeah, on my Instagram page, ladies on the run. Yeah. So yeah.
So put in the chat.
I'll do that.
Patrick, anything you want to tell us before you guys sign off?
You know my thing. A baker, work for Warburton.
Get free for Christmas.
I'm trying a new thing for the new year. I'm going to do a detox drink.
Okay.
It's in the body, you know, because I don't eat red meat, so just making it aware. No offense about people who eat meat, but that's just me.
I don't eat red meat either.
That's really cool.
So I'm going to do a thing next year where I've been doing it, making this special juice, giving my friends them, and them testing it out. So I'm going to take it serious next year and try to
good.
Really good.
You know, get them, you know.
That's good.
All right, so you'll have to send us a sample so we can test it out and
definitely
give you a little show.
Definitely, and I will post someone. I will post someone and make it see what is what. But it's green. It's a green drink. I mean, it's you know something. Back when I go up and see the cow them eating the green grass.
Yeah.
And them natural, them skin look natural, and them just, them have no spot nothing because them natural green stuff is good for the body.
I like green stuff.
That's right.
So I'm gonna try a new thing. I'm gonna try a new thing. I say because a lot of my friends, them and ladies I know, been tempting me say, you should do it, So I'm definitely
gonna go for it. Yeah.
Go for it.
Definitely gonna go for it.
Entrepreneurial dreams for 2022. I love it.
So and what's your name? Alu and Anja and no, not. Oh my God, I forget name.
Angela.
And yeah, right. Your routine, yeah. You still got your routine plan for the new year?
My routine.
Your exercise routine.
I was doing it up until Friday. I was supposed to go yesterday and I cancelled.
So you stopped? Because I was gonna
I'm busy this week.
I was gonna recommend something for you, but
really?
Yeah.
Let me know, Patrick.
What do you recommend?
Circuit training.
Oh, that's wicked. Circuit training is good.
For 3 months, and you'll be surprised.
Who's doing it? You doing it?
No, I know. That's what I do.
Oh, do you?
Oh, really?
Yeah. It really. I'm trying to get my girl to start for the new year.
Circuit training is wicked.
Patrick, every week when you come on there, you talk about Warburton and you don't talk about what you do personally.
Exactly.
No, I'm talking what I do. I'm really telling you.
Put your details in the chat. Put your details in the
Let
chat.
us know where we can. I will come and help your circuit training.
Exactly.
Circuit training is really good. It's no weight involved. It's just you pushing your body to the boundary.
Where do you do this training?
Yeah.
Peter, in the park, in it, there's a park that I go to nearby
How much
me.
do you charge for your sessions?
I don't charge. You know what I mean? I just, you know what I mean?
What part of London you from? What part of London you from?
East North
Not London.
Which park is it?
Tottenham Hill.
Okay.
All right, you're
on.
Listen, you're on. I'll meet you. I will do some circuit training.
Let me know because my gym's not far from there.
I mean, it's 10 of everything, yeah? Where's Alo?
My gym's not far from there. So if you know what days you go there and what time?
I when I'm out, 'cause I do 4 days and I work on 4 days off. So when I'm out for 4 days, that's when I'm going,
Yeah, just drop something in the post like a day before, letting us know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I got a topic. I got a story I want to share with you, Ali. But not on.
Okay.
But I want to share something with you. It's very. You find it very interesting.
Text me. You got my details on there.
Wait, Ollie, you might have to start up your own page.
I'm telling you.
Ask Uncle Ollie.
Do you know what? You know what it is as well. You know what it is as well.
Dr. Ollie.
Let me share something with you. Those who follow like on my WhatsApp status, sometimes I put when I'm in the gym in there because I go like after this now I'm going to the gym in London.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah? So and I do proper things because some people think
I don't do weights,
No, I do weights. I do weights. But I mix it up as well. Like sometimes I just do pure legs and I do weights, I do squats, and people do the squat challenge and stuff like that. Then they might give you some cardio. But I mean, I'm 56 next month.
Well, I'm 3 years
Look all right.
Angela's
showing us a bit.
No, you look good.
No, but the thing is, it's not easy.
I know.
Because you see how they get younger, yeah? I see a lot of black brothers, yeah, in walking with the sticker and them just look like
Yeah.
And say, yo, you know what I mean? You need
There's no need for that. You're eating, there's no need.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And me, I can't see myself doing damn thing. I have to put the right stuff in my body. You know what I mean? I make sure I have a good woman around me. Because I have a new girl and trust me, everything, it look good.
And even if you're going to eat rubbish, that means you got to train a bit more. That's all. You just train a bit more.
Yeah, you know?
All right. So, 1:45 later.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm motivated. Well done, Ollie.
You guys, I'm motivated. I definitely will.
The circuit.
I'll definitely do it.
I'll drive down for that. I'll drive down for that.
No, we'll do it. We should do it. No Bravado circuit training.
Oh, that'll be funny.
Definitely.
All right, let's see who's going to put their money where their mouth is next year.
Not live streaming. There's not live streaming. No footage.
Why not?
No footage. Can't work.
That can't work.
Listen, look, Natalie's going.
Listen, we need to go because Natalie's falling asleep.
Yeah.
I'm awake.
No, babe, you're not. You're actually not. Your eyes were closing.
No, my eyes are not closed. They're not even
That's
in
it.
the screen. I was purposely come out the screen because my nose is running.
Oh, bless.
You not do this all the time. It's 1:45.
Right, I'm going.
Go. It's the last
I don't want to go. Bye, everybody. Get well, Natalie.
Should I end the live stream and leave you not talking on the Zoom?
Oh, no. I love you all dearly. But I got work,
Do
man.
that,
I got
do
work.
that one day in a
Love
day.
you and see you next year. But let's talk offline and see if we can make some sort of a hookup happen.
Yeah.
Still talking
We
to
can
us.
have a Zoom. We can have a Zoom Christmas party.
No.
No,
Actually meet in person, Angela.
not Zoom. Hopefully,
I'll love to
us
meet you.
because he left
I'll love
quite
to go back.
abruptly.
I would love it. I would love it. I'll be there.
Definitely.
Don't judge me though, but I'll be there.
Zoom
Yeah,
Christmas.
let's see what we can do.
Shut up.
Olu,
Yeah.
chat to Roger and tell him it's all love.
Yeah.
You know what?
No.
I had a
That's
few
the one,
friends,
yeah?
though, to be fair, I had a few friends that I've got to tune in today, and they all DM'd me that Roger's too funny. They did. They were all DMing me, Roger. They can't believe Roger's real. They can't believe Roger's real. They can't believe it.
Really?
Well, anyway,
Why?
we'll see you guys on Saturday, innit? Barring that.
Yes.
Best of everyone. I'm out, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bye,
Okay.
Patrick.
Bye.
Yeah, oh, that
Bye.
reminds me. Yeah, Saturday, cupcakes and cocktails.
Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah.
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 Hopefully,
Saturday.
Roger's still coming. We love you, Rog. If you're still watching,
Roger's gone to his bed to relax. He's coming.
Roger
It's all
is
love.
excellent.
It's all love. It's all love.
But
Right.
yeah, we'll see you guys Saturday.
Take care.
Have a good week.
Bye.
See you Saturday. Have a good week.
Bye.
Bye, gentlemen. Bye.
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 Bye. Uh-oh. I feel like I want to burp.
This group, this messy group. Babes, you ganged it out for 4.5 hours. This is why you're undefeated champion of the world. Yeah? Gang, 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 gang. Did not expect to see you, but was 100% honoured and pleased, and
thank you. I
for
couldn't
always
even
riding, man.
contribute how I wanted to, but yeah.
No, you contributed. And you're still here on the screen. So get some rest, because I think this is part of the reason why you got sick again, is that you work like a trooper. You need to rest. So this is the time now to get some rest and get yourself better.
My body.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Love you to bits, Chit.
Nah, you too.
Yeah, holler if you need anything, if you need me to bring you anything, yeah?
Oh, I will do. Thank you. All right then.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone.